She had risen to greet him, not concealing her pleasure at seeing him. The tranquillity with which she extended to him her energetic little hand introduced him to Vorkuyev, and indicating a pretty red-haired child who sat in the same room doing needlework, spoke of her as her ward, showed the manners, familiar and pleasant to Lievin, of a woman of good society, always self-possessed and natural. "I am very, very pleased," she repeated, and from her lips these simple words seemed to Lievin to possess a peculiar meaning. "I have known and liked you both for your friendship to Stiva and for your wife's sake. I only knew her for a very short time, but she left on me the impression of a lovely flower. Just a flower. And she will soon be a mother?" She spoke easily and without haste, occasionally turning her eyes from Lievin to her brother. Lievin felt that the impression he was creating was a good one, and immediately became at ease and as natural and comfortable with her as if he had known her from childhood. "We came into Alexei's room to have a smoke," she said in reply to Oblonsky's question whether he might smoke. And glancing at Lievin, instead of asking him whether he smoked, she drew a tortoise-shell cigar case nearer and took from it a straw cigarette. "How are you today?" asked her brother. "Pretty well. Nerves, as usual." "Isn't it wonderfully good?" said Oblonsky, noticing that Lievin kept looking at the portrait. "I have never seen a better portrait." "And it's a wonderful likeness, isn't it?" asked Vorkuyev. Lievin glanced from the portrait to the original. A special brightness lit up Anna's face when she felt his eyes on her. Lievin flushed, and to hide his confusion was about to ask her if it was long since she had seen Dolly. But at that instant Anna herself began to speak. "We were just talking with Ivan Pyotrovitch about Voschenko's last pictures. Have you seen them?" "Yes, I have," replied Lievin. "But, excuse me, I interrupted you. You were going to say—" Lievin asked whether she had seen Dolly lately. "She was here yesterday. She is very angry with the high school because of Grisha. The Latin master, it seems, has been unjust to him." "Yes, I have seen the pictures, and did not like them very much," Lievin said, returning to the subject she had started. Lievin did not now speak at all in the matter-of-fact way in which he had talked that morning. Every word of his conversation with her assumed a special importance. It was pleasant to speak to her, and yet more pleasant to listen to her. Anna not only talked naturally and cleverly, but cleverly and carelessly, not attributing any value to her own ideas, but attributing great value to those of her interlocutor. The conversation touched on the new direction taken by art and the new illustrations of the Bible by a French artist. Vorkuyev accused the artist of realism pushed to coarseness. Lievin said the French had carried conventionality in art further than anyone else, and therefore attributed special merit to a return to realism. In the fact that they had left off lying, they perceived poetry. Never had any clever thought uttered by Lievin given him so much satisfaction as this. Anna's face brightened all over when she suddenly appreciated the remark. She laughed. "I think I'm laughing as one laughs on seeing a very striking likeness. What you have said quite characterizes present-day French art, painting, and even literature. Zola, Daudet. But perhaps it is always like that. They form their conceptions from imaginary, conventional figures, and when they have made every possible combination of these, they tire of the conventional figures and begin to devise more natural and correct ones." "Yes, that's it. Exactly," said Vorkuyev. "So you have been to the club?" she said, addressing her brother. "What woman?" thought Lievin, and quite forgetting himself, he gazed fixedly at her beautiful, mobile face, which had now suddenly quite changed. Lievin did not hear what she was speaking about while she leant toward her brother, but was struck by the change in her expression. After being so lovely in its tranquillity, her face suddenly expressed a strange curiosity, anger, and pride. But this lasted only a moment. She screwed up her eyes, as if she were remembering something. However, that won't interest anyone, she said, and turning to the little English girl, she added in English, "Please order tea in the drawing-room." The child rose and went out. "Well, has she passed her examination?" inquired Vronsky. "Splendidly. She is a very capable girl and has a sweet nature. All finished by being fonder of her than of your own." "How like a man!" "There is no more or less in love. I love my child with one kind of love and her with another." "I was just saying to Anna Arkadyevna," remarked Vorkuyev, "that if she were to devote to the general business of educating Russian children 100th part of the energy she bestows on this English child, she would be doing a great and useful work." "Yes, but say what you like, I can't do it. Count Alexei urged me very much." As she spoke the words Count Alexei, she turned a timidly petitioning glance toward Levin, and he involuntarily replied with a respectful and confirmatory glance. "He urged me to take an interest in the village school. I went several times. They're very nice children. But I could not attach myself to the work. You mention energy. Energy is based on love. And where is one to get the love? One can't order it. I've become fond of this girl, you see, without knowing why." Again she glanced at Levin, and her smile and glance told him that she was speaking for him alone, valuing his opinion and knowing in advance that they would understand one another. "Yes, I quite understand," Levin replied. "It is impossible to put one's heart into a school or an institution of that kind, and I think that is just why philanthropic establishments always give such poor results." After a pause she smiled and said, Yes, I never could do it. Je n'ai pas le cœur assez large to love a whole orphanage full of unpleasant little girls. Cela ne m'a jamais réussi. There are so many women who have created for themselves a social position in that way. And now, especially, she went on with a sad, confiding expression, as though addressing her brother, but evidently speaking to Levin, now, when I so need some occupation, I can't do it. And with a sudden frown, Levin understood that she was frowning at herself for having spoken about herself. She changed the subject. "I have heard it said of you," said she to Levin, "that you are a bad citizen, and I have defended you as best I could." "How did you defend me?" "Well, that varied with the attacks. However, won't you come and have some tea?" She rose and took up a book bound in Morocco leather. "Let me have it, Anna Arkadyevna," said Vorkuyev, pointing to the book. "It is well worth it." "Oh, no, it is so unfinished." "I have told him about it," remarked Vronsky to his sister, indicating Levin. "You should not have done so. My writings are something like those little baskets and carvings made in prisons which Lisa Merkalova used to sell to me. She used to preside over the prison department of a society," she added, turning to Levin, "and those unfortunate people achieved miracles of patience." And Levin perceived yet another feature in this woman whom he already liked so much. In addition to her intelligence, grace, and beauty, she also possessed sincerity. She did not wish to hide from him the hardships of her position. When she had finished speaking, she sighed, and all at once her face assumed a stern expression and became rigid. With that expression, her face seemed even more beautiful than before. But it was a novel look. It was outside the circle of expressions radiating happiness and creating happiness, which the artist had caught when painting her portrait. Levin again looked at the portrait and at her figure as, arm in arm with her brother, she passed through the lofty doorway, and he felt a tenderness and pity for her which surprised him. She asked Levin and Vorkuyev to pass on into the drawing-room, and herself remained behind to speak to her brother. About the divorce? About Vronsky? About what he was doing at the club? About me? Levin wondered. and he was so excited about what she might be saying to Oblonsky that he hardly listened to what Vorkuyev was telling him about the merits of Anna's story for children. Over their tea they continued the same kind of pleasant and interesting talk. There was not a single moment when it was necessary to seek for a subject of conversation. On the contrary, one felt that there was not time enough to say what one wanted to say, but willingly refrained in order to hear what she was saying. It seemed to Lievin that all that was said, not only by her, but also by Vorkuyev and Oblonsky, assumed a special importance owing to her attention and remarks. While following this interesting conversation, Lievin all the time continued to admire her beauty, her cleverness, her good education, together with her simplicity and sincerity. He listened and talked, and all the time thought of her inner life, tried to guess her feelings. And he, who had formerly judged her so severely, now by some strange process of reasoning justified her and at the same time pitied her and feared that Vronsky did not fully understand her. Toward 11, when Oblonsky rose to leave, Vorkuyev had already gone. Lievin felt as if he had only just arrived. He got up, regretfully. "Goodbye," she said, retaining his hand, and gazing at him with a look that drew him to her. "I am very pleased pour la glace un peu." She let go his hand and screwed up her eyes. "Tell your wife that I am just as fond of her as ever, and that if she cannot forgive me my situation, I wish her never to forgive me. To forgive, she would have to live through what I have lived through, and may God preserve her from that." "Certainly. Yes. I will tell her," said Lievin, blushing. Chapter 11. What a wonderful, sweet, pathetic woman, he thought as he and Oblonsky went out into the frosty air. "Well, didn't I tell you?" said Oblonsky, who saw that Lievin had been entirely vanquished. "Yes," responded Lievin pensively. "An extraordinary woman. Not on account of her intellect, but her wonderful sincerity. I'm dreadfully sorry for her. Oh, God willing, everything will now soon be settled." "Well, another time, don't judge in advance," said Oblonsky, opening the door of his carriage. "Goodbye. We're not going the same way." Without ceasing to think of Anna and of all the words, simple in the extreme, which they had interchanged, recalling every detail of the expressions of her face, entering more and more into her situation and feeling more and more sorry for her, Lievin reached home. At home he heard from Kuzma that Kitty was well and that her sisters had not long been gone, and he was given 2 letters. These he read in the anteroom so as not to let them divert his attention later on. One was from his steward, Sokolov, who wrote that the wheat could not be sold, because only 5.5 rubles a chetvert was bid, and added that there was no other source from which to get money. The other letter was from his sister, who reproached him for not having settled her business yet. "Well, we'll sell it at 5.5 if they won't give more." Lievin promptly settled the first matter with great ease, though it had previously appeared to him so difficult. "It's surprising how all one's time gets taken up here," he thought, with reference to the second letter. He felt himself to blame because he had not yet done what his sister asked of him. "Today again I did not go to the court, but today I really had no time." And resolving that he would attend to it next day without fail, he went to his wife. On his way he ran over in his mind the whole of the past day. All the events had consisted of conversations to which he had listened or in which he had taken part. All these conversations were about matters he would never have occupied himself with had he been in the country, but here they were very interesting. All of them had been good, and only 2 things were not quite pleasant. One was what he had said about the pike. and the other was that there was something not quite right about his tender pity for Anna. Yevin found his wife sad and depressed. The three sisters' dinner party would have gone off very well, except that he did not come in as they expected, and they all became dull. Then the sisters left, and she remained alone. "Well, and what have you been doing?" she asked, looking him in the eyes, which had a suspicious glitter in them. But, not to hinder his relating everything, she masked her observation and listened with an appreciative smile while he told her how he had spent the evening. "I was very pleased to meet Vronsky. I felt quite at ease and quite natural with him. You see, I shall now try to avoid meeting him again, but the constraint will no longer exist," said he, and remembering that, whilst trying to avoid meeting him again, he had gone straight to Anna's, he blushed. "There now, we say the people drink, but I don't know who drinks most, the common people or our own class. The common people drink on holidays, but Kitty was not interested in the question of how the people drink. She had seen his blush and wanted to know the reason. "Well, and where did you go then?" "Stiva particularly begged me to call on Anna Arkadyevna." On saying this, Levin blushed still more, and his doubts as to whether he had done right or wrong in going to see Anna were finally solved. He now knew that he should not have gone there. Kitty's eyes opened in a peculiar manner and flashed at the mention of Anna's name, but making an effort she hid her agitation and so deceived him. "Ah," was all she said. "I'm sure you won't be angry with me for going. Stiva asked me to, and Dolly wished it," continued Levin. "Oh no," she said, but he saw by her eyes the effort she made to control herself, and it boded him no good. "She's very charming, very, very much to be pitied, and a good woman," he said, telling her about Anna and her occupations and the message she had sent. "Yes, of course she is much to be pitied," said Kitty when he had finished. "From whom were your letters?" He told her, and misled by her quiet manner, went to undress. When he returned, he found Kitty still sitting in the chair where he had left her. When he drew near, she looked at him and burst into sobs. "What is it? What is it?" he asked, well aware what it was. "You have fallen in love with that horrid woman. She has bewitched you. I saw it in your eyes. Yes, yes. What can come off in it? You were at the club, drinking, gambling, and then you went—" "To whom? Oh, no. Let's go away. I will leave tomorrow." It was long before Levin could pacify his wife. At last he managed it, but only by acknowledging that a sense of pity after the wine he had drunk had misled him, that he had yielded to Anna's artful influence, and he would avoid her in future. One thing that he sincerely confessed was that living so long in Moscow was nothing but talk and food and drink. He was going silly. They talked till 3 in the morning, and only then were they sufficiently reconciled to fall asleep. Chapter 12. When her visitors had taken their leave, Anna did not sit down, but began pacing up and down the room. Though she had involuntarily done all in her power to awaken love in Levin, as at that time she always did to all the young men she met, and though she knew she had succeeded in as far as was possible with an honourable married man in one evening, and though she had liked him very much, despite the marked difference between Vronsky and Levin from a man's point of view, she, as a woman, saw in them that common trait which had caused Kitty to fall in love with them both. Yet as soon as he had left the room, she ceased to think about him. One thought, and only one, pursued her remorselessly in different forms. If I produce such an effect on others, on this married man who loves his wife, why is he so cold toward me? And it's not coldness, for I know he loves me, but something fresh now divides us. Why has he been away all the evening? He sent word by Stiva that he could not leave Yashvin, but must keep an eye on his play. Is Yashvin such a child? But admitting that it's true, he never tells lies. Then behind that truth there is something else. He is glad of a chance to show me that he has other obligations. I know he has, I agree to that. But why prove it to me? He wishes to give me proofs that his love of me must not interfere with his freedom, but I don't need proofs. I need love. He ought to understand the hardship of my life here in Moscow. Is it life? I do not live, but only wait for a solution which is deferred and still deferred. Again, no answer. And Stiva says he can't go to see Alexei Alexandrovich, and I can't write again. I can't do anything, begin anything, change anything. I restrain myself, wait, invent occupations for myself, the English family, writing, reading, but all that is only deception. It is all a kind of morphia. He ought to pity me, said she, feeling tears of self-compassion rising to her eyes. She heard Vronsky's vehement ring at the front door and quickly dried her eyes. She even sat down near the lamp and opened a book, pretending to be tranquil. She must let him see that she was displeased that he had not returned when he had promised. Displeased. That should be all. She would on no account show him her grief, and still less her self-compassion. She might pity herself, but he must not pity her. She did not want strife, and blamed him for wanting to fight, but yet she involuntarily took up a fighting attitude. "Well, you've not been down?" he asked cheerfully and with animation, coming up to her. "What a terrible passion gambling is!" "No, I have not been dull. I have long ago learnt not to feel dull. Stiva and Lievin were here. Yes, I knew they were coming to see you. And how did you like Lievin?" he asked, taking a seat beside her. "Very much. They only left a short while ago." "What did Yashvin do?" "It was lucky and won 17,000. I called him away and very nearly got him to come, but he went back and now has lost more than he had won." "Then what was the good of your staying with him?" she said, suddenly raising her eyes to his face. Her look was cold and hostile. "You told Stiva you were staying to bring Yashvin away, but you have left him." A similar cold expression of readiness for strife appeared on his face. "For one thing, I did not give him any message for you, and for another, I never say what is not true. But chiefly, I wanted to stay, so I stayed," he replied with a frown. "Anna, why? Why?" he asked after a short pause, bending toward her and opening his hand, hoping that she would place hers in it. She was pleased by this appeal to tenderness, but some strange, evil power prevented her from yielding to her impulse, as if the conditions of the struggle did not allow her to submit. "Of course you wished to stay, and stayed. You always do what you wish. But why tell me? Why?" she said, becoming more and more agitated. "Does anyone dispute your right? But you want to be in the right, so in the right you must be." His hand closed. He leant back, and his face assumed a still more stubborn look. "For you, it's a matter of obstinacy," she said, after gazing intently at him, and suddenly finding a name for that look that irritated her so. "Just obstinacy. For you it is a question whether you will conquer me, and for me, Again she felt sorry for herself and nearly burst into tears. "If you only knew what it means to me. When I feel as I do now, that you are hostile toward me, hostile is the right word. If you only knew what that means to me. If you knew how near I am to a catastrophe in such moments, how afraid I am, afraid of myself." And she turned away to hide her sobs. "But what is it all about?" he said, horrified at her expression of despair, and again leaning toward her, he took her hand and kissed it. "What have I done? Do I seek amusement outside our home? Do I not avoid the society of women?" "I should hope so," she said. "Well then, tell me what I should do to make you easy. I am ready to do anything to make you happy," he went on, touched by her despair. "What would I not do to spare you such grief as this about I know not what?" "Anna, nothing, nothing," she replied. "I don't know myself whether it is this lonely life or nerves. But let's talk about it. What about the races? You haven't told me about them." And she tried to hide her triumph at her victory. For the victory was hers, after all. He asked for supper and began telling her about the races. But by his tone and by his looks, which grew colder and colder, she saw that he had not forgiven her her victory, and that the obstinacy against which she had fought had again taken possession of him. He was colder to her than before, as if he repented of having submitted, and remembering the words which had given her the victory, "I am near a catastrophe and afraid of myself," she realized that they were a dangerous weapon and must not be used a second time. She felt that side by side with the love that united them, there had grown up some evil spirit of strife, which she could not cast out of his heart, and still less out of her own. Chapter 13. There are no conditions of life to which a man cannot accustom himself, especially if he sees that everyone around him lives in the same way. 3 months previously, Levin would not have believed that he could quietly fall asleep under the circumstances in which he now found himself. That while leading an aimless, senseless life, one moreover that was above his means, after tippling, he could call what had happened in the club by no other name, after showing unsuitable friendship to the man with whom his wife had once been in love, and after a still more unsuitable visit to a woman who could only be called a fallen woman, and after being allured by her and having grieved his wife, that in such circumstances he could quietly fall asleep. But under the influence of weariness, a sleepless night, and the wine he had drunk, he slept soundly and peacefully. At 5 in the morning, the creak of an opening door woke him. He jumped up and looked round. Kitty was not in the bed beside him, but on the other side of the partition a light was moving, and he heard her step. "What is it? What is it?" he muttered, not yet quite awake. "Kitty, what is it?" "Nothing," said she, coming candle in hand from beyond the partition. "I only felt a little unwell," she added with a peculiarly sweet and significant smile. "What? Has it begun? Has it?" he asked in a frightened voice. "We must send—" and he began to dress hurriedly. "No, no," she said, smiling, holding him back with her hand. "I'm sure it's nothing. I only felt slightly unwell. But it is over now." She came back to her bed, put out the candle, lay down and remained quiet. Though that quietness, as if she were holding her breath, and especially the peculiar tenderness and animation with which, returning from the other side of the partition, she had said nothing, seemed to him suspicious, yet he was so sleepy that he fell asleep at once. Only afterwards he remembered that bated breath and realized all that had passed in her dear, sweet soul while she lay motionless by his side, awaiting the greatest event of a woman's life. At 7 o'clock he was awakened by her touch on his shoulder and a soft whisper. She seemed to hesitate between regret at waking him and a desire to speak to him. "Kostya, don't be frightened. It's nothing, but I think we must send for Maria Vlasievna." The candle was burning again. She was sitting on the bed, holding in her hands some knitting she had lately been doing. "Please don't be frightened. It's nothing. I'm not a bit afraid," she said on seeing his alarmed face, and she pressed his hand to her breast, and then to her lips. He jumped up hastily, hardly aware of himself, and without taking his eyes off her, put on his dressing gown and stood still, gazing at her. It was necessary for him to go, but he could not tear himself away from the sight of her. He had loved that face and known all its expressions and looks, but he had never seen her as she was now. How vile and despicable he appeared to himself before her she now was when he recollected the grief he had caused her yesterday. Her flushed face, surrounded with soft hair that had escaped from beneath her nightcap, shone with joy and resolution. Little as there was of affectation and conventionality in Kitty's general character, yet Levin was astonished at what was revealed to him now that every veil had fallen, and the very kernel of her soul shone through her eyes. And in this simplicity, this nakedness of soul, she whom he loved was more apparent than ever. She looked at him smilingly, but suddenly her eyebrows twitched. She raised her head, and coming quickly to him, she took hold of his hand, and clinging close, she enveloped him in her hot breath. She was suffering, and seemed to be complaining to him of her pain, and for a moment, from force of habit, he felt as if he were in fault. But her look expressed a tenderness which told him that she not only did not blame him, but loved him because of those sufferings. "If I am not to blame for it, who is?" he thought, involuntarily seeking a culprit to punish for these sufferings. But there was no culprit. She suffered, complained, triumphed in her sufferings, rejoiced in them, and loved them. He saw that something beautiful was taking place in her soul, but what it was he could not understand. It was above his comprehension. "I have sent for Mamma, and you, go quickly and fetch Maria Vlasievna. Kostya, no, it's nothing. It's past." She moved away from him and rang. "Well, go now. Pasha is coming. I'm all right." And Levin saw with amazement that she again took up the knitting which she had fetched in the night, and recommenced work. As Levin went out at one door, he heard the maid enter at the other. He stopped at the door and heard Kitty give detailed instructions to the maid, and with her help herself move the bed. He dressed, and while the horse was being harnessed, for it was early and no izvozchiks were about yet, he ran back to the bedroom, not on tiptoe, but, as it seemed to him, on wings. Two maids were busy moving something in the bedroom. Kitty was walking up and down and knitting, rapidly throwing the thread over the needle and giving orders. "I'm going straight to the doctor's. They have already gone for Maria Vlasievna, but I will call there too. Is anything else wanted? Oh, yes, to Dolly." She looked at him, evidently not listening to what he was saying. Yes, go," she said rapidly, frowning and motioning him away with her hand. He was already on his way through the drawing-room when suddenly a piteous moan that lasted only a moment reached him from the bedroom. He stopped, and for a moment could not understand it. "Yes, it was she," he said, and clasping his head with his hands, he ran downstairs. "Lord have mercy, pardon and help us," he repeated the words that suddenly and unexpectedly sprang to his lips. And he, an unbeliever, repeated those words not with his lips only. At that instant he knew that neither his doubts nor the impossibility of believing with his reason, of which he was conscious, at all prevented his appealing to God. It all flew off like dust. To whom should he appeal, if not to him in whose hands he felt himself, his soul, and his love to be? The horse was not yet ready, but feeling particularly energetic, physically strong, and alert to meet what lay before him, so as not to lose a moment, he did not wait for it, but started off on foot, telling Kuzma to catch him up. At the corner he encountered a night izvozchik hurrying along. In the little sledge sat Marya Vlasyevna in a velvet cloak with a shawl over her head. "Thank God," he muttered, recognizing with delight her little blonde face, which now wore a particularly serious and even severe expression. Without stopping the izvozchik, he ran back beside her. "So it began about 2 hours ago, not more?" she asked. "You will find the doctor, but don't hurry him. And get some opium at the chemist's." "So, you think it may go all right? God have mercy and help us," said Lievin as he saw his horse coming out of the gateway. Jumping into the sledge beside Kuzma, he ordered him to drive to the doctor's. Chapter 14. The doctor was not yet up, and his footman said he had gone to bed late and given orders that he was not to be called, but the footman added that he would be up soon. The man was cleaning lamp glasses and seemed quite absorbed in his task. This attention to his glasses and indifference to what was taking place at the Lievins astonished Lievin at first, but he immediately recollected himself and realized that no one knew or was bound to know his feelings, and that it was therefore all the more necessary to act calmly, deliberately, and firmly in order to break through this wall of indifference and to attain his aim. "Do not hurry, and do not omit anything," he said to himself, conscious of an increasing uplift of his physical powers and of his attention to all that lay before him. Having learnt that the doctor was not up yet, Lievin, out of the many plans that occurred to him, decided on the following. Kuzma should go with a note to another doctor, while he himself would go to the chemist for the opium. And if the doctor was not up when he returned, he would bribe the footman, or, if that was impossible, he would enter by force and wake the doctor at all costs. At the chemist's, a skinny dispenser, with the same indifference with which the footman had cleaned his lamp glasses, closed with a wafer a packet of powders for which a coachman was waiting, and refused to let Lievin have any opium. Trying not to hurry and not to get excited, Lievin gave the names of the doctor and of the midwife, explained why the opium was wanted, and tried to persuade the dispenser to let him have it. The dispenser asked in German whether he might sell it, and receiving permission from someone behind a screen, took out a bottle and a funnel, slowly poured it from a large bottle into a small one, stuck on a label, and, in spite of Lievin's request that he should not do so, sealed up the bottle and was about to wrap it up. This was more than Lievin could stand. He resolutely snatched the bottle out of the man's hands and rushed out at the big glass door. The doctor was not up yet, and the footman, now busy putting down a carpet, refused to wake him. Lievin deliberately took out a 10-ruble note, and speaking slowly but without losing time, handed him the note and explained that Dr. Pyotr Dmitritch, how great and important this Pyotr Dmitritch, formerly so insignificant, now appeared to Lievin, had promised to come at any time, and that he would certainly not be angry, and must therefore be called at once. The footman consented and went upstairs, asking Levin to step into the waiting room. Levin could hear the doctor at the other side of the door, coughing, walking about, washing and speaking. Some 3 minutes elapsed. To Levin they seemed more than an hour. He could not wait any longer. "Pyotr Dmitritch! Pyotr Dmitritch!" he called out in a tone of entreaty through the open door. "For heaven's sake, forgive me. Receive me as you are. It's over 2 hours. Immediately, immediately," answered a voice, and Levin was astounded to detect that the doctor was smiling as he said it. "Just for 1 moment, immediately." 2 minutes more passed while the doctor put on his boots, and 2 more while he put on his clothes and brushed his hair. "Pyotr Dmitritch," Levin again began in a piteous voice. But at that instant the doctor came out, dressed and with his hair brushed. "These people have no conscience," thought Levin, "brushing their hair while we are perishing." "Good morning," said the doctor, holding out his hand, and, as it seemed to Levin, teasing him by his calm manner. "Don't hurry." "Well?" Trying to be as exact as possible, Levin began recounting every unnecessary detail of his wife's position, continually interrupting himself to beg the doctor to accompany him at once. "Don't be in such a hurry. You see, you are inexperienced. I'm sure I shall not be needed. But I promised, and if you like, I will come. But there is no hurry. Please, sit down. Won't you have a cup of coffee?" Levin gave the doctor a look which asked whether he was not laughing at him. But the doctor had no idea of laughing. I know," he said with a smile. "I am a family man myself. We husbands are the most miserable of creatures at those times. I have a patient whose husband always runs away into the stable on such occasions. But what is your opinion, Pyotr Dmitritch? Do you think it may go all right?" "All the symptoms are favourable." "Then you will come at once?" said Levin, looking angrily at the servant who brought in the coffee. "In an hour's time." "No, for heaven's sake." "Well, only let me finish my coffee." The doctor began on his coffee. Both kept silence. "Well, the Turks are being seriously beaten. Did you read yesterday's telegram?" asked the doctor, chewing a piece of roll. "Oh, I can't stand it," said Levin, jumping up. "So you will come in a quarter of an hour?" "In half an hour." "On your honour?" Levin got home just as the princess arrived, and they met at the bedroom door. There were tears in the princess's eyes, and her hands shook. When she saw Levin, she embraced him and began to cry. "Well, Maria Vlasyevna, darling?" she asked, seizing the hand of the midwife, who came toward them with a beaming but preoccupied expression. "It's going all right," she said. "Persuade her to lie down. It will be easier for her." From the moment when he woke up and understood what was the matter, Levin had braced himself to endure what might await him without reasoning and without anticipating anything, firmly suppressing all his thoughts and feelings, determined not to upset his wife, but on the contrary to calm and support her. Not allowing himself even to think of what was about to happen and how it would end, judging by inquiries he had made as to the time such affairs usually lasted, Levin mentally prepared himself to endure and to keep his heart under restraint for something like 5 hours, which seemed to him within his power. But when he returned from the doctor's and again saw her sufferings, he began repeating more and more often, "God pardon and help us," sighing and lifting his head, afraid lest he should not be able to bear the strain and should either burst into tears or run away, so tormenting was it for him. And only 1 hour had passed. But after that hour another passed, a second, a third, and all the 5 hours that he had set himself as the longest term of possible endurance, and still the situation was unchanged. And he went on enduring, for there was nothing else to do but to endure, thinking every moment that he had reached the utmost limit of endurance, and that in a moment his heart would burst with pity. But the minutes went by, and the hours, and other hours, and his suffering and terror and strain grew tenser. The ordinary conditions of life, without which nothing can be imagined, no longer existed for Levin. He lost the sense of time. Sometimes minutes, those minutes when she called him to her and he held her moist hand, now pressing his with extraordinary strength and now pushing him away, seemed to him like hours, and then again hours seemed but minutes. He was surprised when Maria Vlasyevna asked him to light a candle behind the partition, and he learnt that it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. Had he been told it was 10 in the morning, he would not have been more astonished. He had just as little idea of where he was at that time as he had of when it all took place. He saw her burning face, now bewildered and full of suffering, and now smiling and soothing him. He saw the princess, red, overwrought, her grey hair out of curl, and with tears which she energetically swallowed, biting her lips. He saw Dolly. He saw the doctor smoking thick cigarettes, and Maria Vlasyevna with a firm, resolute and tranquilizing look on her face, and the old prince pacing up and down the ballroom and frowning. But he did not know how they came and went, nor where they were. The princess was one moment in the bedroom with the doctor, and the next in the study, where a table laid for a meal had made its appearance. And next it was not the princess, but Dolly. Afterwards Levin remembered being sent somewhere. Once he was told to fetch a table and a sofa. He did it with zeal, believing that it was necessary for her sake, and only later discovered that he had been preparing a sleeping place for himself. Then he was sent to the study to ask the doctor about something. The doctor answered him, and then began talking about the scenes in the city Duma. Then he was sent to fetch an icon with silver gilt mounts from the princess's bedroom, and he and the princess's old lady's maid climbed on a cupboard to get down the icon, and he broke the little lamp that burned before it, and the old servant tried to comfort him about his wife and about the lamp. He brought the icon back with him and put it at the head of Kitty's bed, carefully pushing it in behind the pillows. But where, when, and why all this was done, he did not know. Nor did he understand why the princess took his hand, and looking pitifully at him, entreated him to be calm. Nor why Dolly tried to persuade him to eat something and led him out of the room. Nor why even the doctor looked seriously and sympathizingly at him, offering him some drops. He only knew and felt that what was happening was similar to what had happened the year before in the hotel of the provincial town, on the deathbed of his brother Nikolai. Only that was sorrow, and this was joy. But that sorrow and this joy were equally beyond the usual conditions of life. They were like openings in that usual life, through which something higher became visible. And, as in that case, what was now being accomplished came harshly, painfully, incomprehensibly. And while watching it, the soul soared, as then, to heights it had never known before, at which reason could not keep up with it. "Lord, pardon and help us," he kept repeating incessantly to himself, appealing to God, in spite of a long period of apparently complete estrangement, just as trustingly and simply as in the days of childhood and early youth. During the whole of that time he was alternately in two different moods. One mood when not in her presence, when with the doctor who smoked one thick cigarette after another and extinguished them against the rim of the overflowing ashpan, when with Dolly and the prince where they talked about dinner, politics, or Maria Petrovna's illness, and when Levin suddenly quite forgot for an instant what was happening and felt just as if he was waking up. And the other was in her presence, by her pillow, where his heart was ready to burst with pity and yet did not burst. And there he prayed unceasingly to God. And every time when the screams that came from the bedroom roused him from momentary forgetfulness, he succumbed to the same strange error that had possessed him in the first moments. Every time, on hearing the scream, he jumped up and ran to justify himself, but recollected on the way that he was not to blame and that he longed to protect and help her. But when, looking at her, he again saw that to help was impossible, he was seized with horror and said, "Lord, pardon and help us," and the longer it lasted, the stronger grew both his moods. Out of her presence he became calmer, quite forgetting her, and at the same time both her sufferings and his feeling of the impossibility of helping her became more and more poignant. He would jump up, wishing to run away somewhere, but ran to her instead. Sometimes when she had called him again and again, he was half inclined to blame her. But seeing her meek, smiling face and hearing her say, "I have worn you out," he blamed God. But the thought of God made him at once pray for forgiveness and mercy. Chapter 15. He did not know whether it was late or early. The candles were all burning low. Dolly had just entered the study and suggested that the doctor should lie down. Levin sat listening to the doctor's stories of a quack magnetizer and staring at the ash of the doctor's cigarette. It was an interval of rest and oblivion. He had quite forgotten what was going on. He listened to the doctor's tale and understood it. Suddenly there was a scream unlike anything he had ever heard. The scream was so terrible that Levin did not even jump up, but looked breathlessly with a frightened and inquiring glance at the doctor, who bent his head on one side to listen and smiled approvingly. Everything was so out of the ordinary that nothing any longer surprised Levin. Probably it had to be so, thought he, and remained sitting still. But who was it screaming? He jumped up and rushed into the bedroom on tiptoe, past Marya Vlasyevna and the princess, and stopped at his place at the head of the bed. The screaming had ceased, but there was a change. What it was he could not make out or understand, nor did he want to understand it, but he read it in Marya Vlasyevna's face. She looked pale and stern, and as resolute as before, though her jaw trembled a little and her eyes were fixed intently on Kitty. Kitty's burning face, worn with suffering, with a lock of hair clinging to her clammy forehead, was turned toward him, trying to catch his eye. Her raised hands asked for his. Seizing his cold hands in her perspiring ones, she pressed them to her face. "Don't go. Don't go. I am not afraid. I am not afraid," she said rapidly. "Mamma, take off my earrings. They're in the way. You are not afraid?" "Soon, Marya Vlasyevna. Soon." She spoke very rapidly and tried to smile, but all at once her face became distorted and she pushed him away. "No, this is awful. I shall die. Die. Go. Go," she cried. And again he heard that scream unlike any other cry. Levin cast his head in his hands and ran out of the room. "It's all right. It's all right. All goes well," Dolly called after him. But say what they might, he knew that now all was lost. Leaning his head against the doorpost, he stood in the next room and heard someone shrieking and moaning in a way he had never heard till then, and he knew that these sounds were produced by what once was Kitty. He had long ceased wishing for a child, and now he hated that child. He did not now even wish her to live, but only longed that these terrible sufferings should end. "Doctor, what is it? What is it? Oh, my God!" he cried, grasping the hand of the doctor who had just entered. "It's coming to an end," said the doctor, with a face so serious that Levin thought that end meant death. Quite beside himself, he rushed into her room. The first thing he saw was Maria Vlasyevna's face. It was still more frowning and stern. Kitty's face did not exist. In its place was something terrible, both because of its strained expression and because of the sounds which proceeded from it. He let his head drop upon the wood of the bedstead, feeling that his heart was breaking. The terrible screaming did not cease, but grew yet more awful until, as if it had reached the utmost limit of horror, it suddenly ceased. Levin could scarcely believe his ears, but there was no room for doubt. The screaming had ceased, and he heard a sound of movement, of rustling, of accelerated breathing, and her voice, faltering, living, tender, and happy, as it said, "It's over." He raised his head. With her arms helplessly outstretched upon the quilt, unusually beautiful and calm, she lay, gazing silently at him, trying unsuccessfully to smile. And suddenly, out of the mysterious, terrible, and unearthly world in which he had been living for the last 22 hours, Levin felt himself instantaneously transported back to the old, everyday world, but now radiant with the light of such new joy that it was insupportable. The taut strings snapped, and sobs and tears of joy that he had not in the least anticipated arose within him with such force that they shook his whole body and long prevented his speaking. Falling on his knees by her bedside, he held his wife's hand to his lips, kissing it, and that hand, by a feeble movement of the fingers, replied to the kisses. And meanwhile, at the foot of the bed, like a flame above a lamp, flickered in Maria Vlasyevna's skillful hands the life of a human being who had never before existed, a human being who, with the same right and the same importance to himself, would live and would procreate others like himself. "Alive! Alive! And a boy! Don't be anxious," Levin heard Maria Vlasyevna say as she slapped the baby's back with a shaking hand. "Mamma, is it true?" asked Kitty. The princess could only sob in reply. And amid the silence, as a positive answer to the mother's question, a voice, quite unlike all the restrained voices that had been speaking in the room, made itself heard. It was a bold, insolent voice that had no consideration for anything. It was the cry of the new human being who had so incomprehensibly appeared from some unknown realm. Before that, if Levin had been told that Kitty was dead and that he had died with her, that they had angel children and that God was there present with them, he would not have been astonished. But now, having returned to the world of actuality, he had to make great efforts to understand that she was alive and well, and that the creature that was yelling so desperately was his son. Kitty was alive, her sufferings were over, and he was full of unspeakable bliss. This he comprehended, and it rendered him entirely happy. But the child? Whence and why had he come? Who was he? He could not at all accustom himself to the idea. It seemed something superfluous, something overflowing, and for a long time he was unable to get used to it. Chapter 16. Toward 10 o'clock, the old prince, Koznishev, and Oblonsky were with Levin, and having talked about the young mother, they had begun discussing other matters. Levin listened to them, and at the same time involuntarily thought of the past and of what had been going on before that morning, remembering himself as he had been yesterday before this event. 100 years seemed to have elapsed since then. He felt as if he were on some unattainable height, from which he painstakingly descended in order not to hurt the feelings of those with whom he was conversing. He talked, but never ceased thinking of his wife, of the details of her present condition, and of his son, to the idea of whose existence he painstakingly tried to accustom himself. That feminine world which, since his marriage, had received a new and unsuspected significance for him, now rose so high in his estimation that his imagination could not grasp it. He heard a conversation about yesterday's dinner at the club and thought, "What is happening to her now? Is she asleep? How is she? What is she thinking about? Is our son, Dmitri, crying?" And in the middle of the conversation, in the middle of a phrase, he suddenly jumped up and left the room. "Send and let me know whether I may see her," said the old prince. "All right, directly," answered Levin, and without pausing went to her room. She was not asleep, but was talking quietly with her mother, making plans for the christening. Made neat, her hair brushed, a smart cap trimmed with something blue on her head, she lay on her back with her arms outside the quilt, and met his look with a look which drew him toward her. That look, already bright, grew still brighter as he approached. On her face was the same change from the earthly to that which was beyond earth, as is seen on the faces of the dead. But in their case it is a farewell. In hers it was a welcome. Again an agitation, similar to that which he had felt at the moment of the birth, gripped his heart. She took his hand and asked whether he had slept. He could not answer, and conscious of his weakness, turned away. "And I have been dozing, Kostya," she said, "and now I feel so comfortable." She was gazing at him, but suddenly her face changed. "Let me have him," said she, hearing the baby's cry. "Let me have him, Maria Vassilyevna, and he will see him too." "Well then, we'll let Papa have a look," said Maria Vassilyevna, lifting something red, strange and quivering, and bringing it nearer. "But wait a bit, let's first get dressed." And Maria Vassilyevna put the quivering red object on the bed and began unwrapping it, and then swaddling it again, raising and turning it with one finger, and powdering it with something. Levin, gazing at this tiny, piteous being, vainly searched his soul for some indications of paternal feeling. He felt nothing for it but repulsion. But when it was stripped and he caught a glimpse of thin little arms and legs, saffron-coloured, but with fingers and toes, and even with thumbs distinguishable from the rest, and when he saw how, as though they were soft springs, Maria Vassilyevna bent those little arms which stuck up and encased them in linen garments, he was so filled with pity for that being, and so alarmed lest she should hurt it, that he tried to restrain her hand. Maria Vassilyevna laughed. "Don't be afraid! Don't be afraid!" When the baby had been swaddled and made into a firm doll, Maria Vassilyevna turned it over as if proud of her work, and stepped aside that Levin might see his son in all his beauty. Kitty turned her eyes and gazed fixedly in the same direction. "Let me have him, let me have him," she said, and was even going to raise herself. "What are you doing, Katerina Alexandrovna? You must not move like that. Wait a moment, I'll give him to you. Let's show Papa what a fine fellow we are." And Maria Vassilyevna held out to Levin on one hand the other merely supporting the nape of the shaky head, this strange, limp, red creature that hid its head in its swaddling clothes. But there was also a nose, blinking eyes, and smacking lips. "A beautiful baby," said Maria Vlasyevna. Levin sighed bitterly. This beautiful baby only inspired him with a sense of repulsion and pity. These were not at all the feelings he had expected. He turned away while Maria Vlasyevna laid the child to the unaccustomed breast. Suddenly a laugh made him lift his head. It was Kitty laughing. The baby had taken the breast. "Well, that's enough, said Maria Vlasyevna, but Kitty would not part with the baby. He fell asleep in her arms. "Now look at him," said Kitty, turning him so that Levin could see him. The odd-looking little face wrinkled up still more, and the baby sneezed. Smiling, and hardly able to keep back tears of tenderness, Levin kissed his wife and quitted the darkened room. What he felt toward this little creature was not at all what he had anticipated. There was nothing merry or joyful in it. On the contrary, there was a new and distressing sense of fear. It was the consciousness of another vulnerable region. And this consciousness was at first so painful, the fear lest that helpless being should suffer was so strong, that it quite hid the strange feeling of unreasoning joy and even pride which he experienced when the baby sneezed. Chapter 17. Oblonsky's affairs were in a bad state. 2/3 of the money for the forest had already been spent, and by allowing a discount of 10%, he had obtained from the merchant almost the whole of the last third. But the latter would not advance any more of the money, especially as Dolly, who had that winter for the first time plainly claimed a right to her own property, had refused to endorse the contract with a receipt for the last third of the payment. Oblonsky's whole salary went for household expenses and the liquidation of small, pressing bills. He had no money at all. This was unpleasant, inconvenient, and in Oblonsky's opinion ought not to continue. The cause, as he understood it, was that he received too small a salary. The position had certainly been a very good one a few years ago, but it was so no longer. Petrov, the bank director, got 12,000 rubles. Sventitsky, director of a company, got 17,000 rubles, and Mitin, having founded a bank, got 50,000 rubles. "Evidently I have been asleep and have been forgotten," thought Oblonsky. And he began pricking up his ears and looking around, and by the end of the winter he had discovered a very good post and begun an attack on it, first from Moscow through aunts, uncles and friends, and then in the spring, when the matter had ripened, he himself went to Petersburg. This post was one of those, now far more numerous than formerly, carrying salaries from 1,000 to 50,000 rubles a year, soft, profitable jobs. It was a membership of the committee of the joint agency of the mutual credit balance of southern railways and banking houses. Like all such posts, it required such immense knowledge and activity as could hardly be united in one man. And as there was no one found who united those qualities, it was at any rate better for the post to be filled by an honest rather than a dishonest man. Oblonsky was not only an honest man, placing no special emphasis on the word, but he was an honest man with an emphasis, in the special sense attaching to the word in Moscow, where they say an honest worker, an honest writer, an honest journalist, an honest institution, an honest tendency, meaning not only that the man or the institution are not dishonest, but also that they are capable on occasion of being objectionable to the government. Oblonsky moved in those Moscow circles where that word was used, and was there considered an honest man, so that he had a better claim to the post than other people. The post carried a salary of from 7,000 to 10,000 rubles a year, and Oblonsky could hold it without resigning his official position. It depended on 2 ministers, 1 lady, and 2 Jews. and though they had already been prepared, it was necessary for Oblonsky to see all these people in Petersburg. Moreover, he had promised his sister Anna to obtain a decisive answer about the divorce from Karenin. So, having got 50 rubles from Dolly, he went to Petersburg. Sitting in Karenin's study and listening to his article on the causes of the bad state of Russian finance, Oblonsky only waited for him to conclude to speak about his own affairs and about Anna. "Yes, it is very true," Oblonsky agreed, when Karenin, taking off the pince-nez without which he could no longer read, looked up inquiringly at his former brother-in-law. "It is very true in detail, but all the same the principle of today is freedom." "Yes, but I bring forward another principle which embraces the principle of freedom," said Karenin, accentuating the word embraces, and putting his pince-nez on again to reread the part where this was said. Turning over the beautifully written, very broad-margined manuscript, Karenin reread the convincing passage. "I do not want protection for the benefit of private individuals, but for the common good, for the lowest and for the highest classes equally," he said, looking at Oblonsky over his pince-nez. "But they cannot understand this. They are concerned only with their private interests and are carried away by phrases." Oblonsky knew that when Karenin began talking about what they did and thought, they being those who did not wish to accept his projects and were the cause of all the evil in Russia, the end of the subject was near at hand, and he therefore willingly abandoned the principle of freedom and agreed entirely. Karenin was silent, thoughtfully turning over the leaves of his manuscript. "Oh, by the way," said Oblonsky, "I wanted to ask you to take an opportunity when you see Pomorsky to put in a word for me, and to tell him that I should very much like to get the vacant post of member of the committee of the joint agency of the mutual credit balance of Southern Railways." The name of the post that was so near his heart was already familiar to Oblonsky, and he pronounced it rapidly without any blunder. Karenin inquired what was the work of this new committee, and pondered. He was considering whether in the activity of this committee there was not something at variance with his own projects. But as the work of the new institution was very complicated and his project covered a very extensive domain, he could not decide this immediately, and taking off his pince-nez said, "Certainly I could speak to him, but really, why do you want the post?" "The salary is good, up to 9,000, and my means—" "9,000?" repeated Karenin, and frowned. The large figure of the salary reminded him that, in that respect, the post Oblonsky was aspiring to was opposed to the main idea of his projects, which always tended toward economy. "I consider, and I have written an article on the point, that the enormous salaries paid nowadays are a symptom of the false economic position of our administration." "Yes, but what would you have?" said Oblonsky. "Oh, let's say a bank director gets 10,000. He's worth it, you know. Or an engineer gets 20,000. It's a live business anyway." "I consider that a salary is payment for value received and should be subject to the law of supply and demand. If that law is ignored when fixing a salary, as for instance when I see that of 2 engineers who have passed through the same institute and are equally well instructed and capable, one receives 40,000 and the other is satisfied with 2,000, or when lawyers or hussars who have no special knowledge are appointed directors of banks or companies and receive gigantic salaries, I conclude that these salaries are not fixed by the law of supply and demand, but by personal influence. This is an abuse, important in itself, which has a bad effect on the state service. I consider—" Oblonsky hastened to interrupt his brother-in-law. "Yes," said he, "but you will agree that a new and unquestionably useful institution is being started. Anyway, it is a live business. It is particularly desired that the work should be managed honestly," concluded Oblonsky, with an emphasis on the word. But the Moscow meaning of honest was unintelligible to Karenin. "Honesty is only a negative quality," said he, "but you would greatly oblige me all the same if you would put in a word when you happen to see Pomorsky," said Oblonsky. "But it depends chiefly on Bulgarinov, I think," said Karenin. Bulgarinov quite agrees as far as he's concerned, returned Oblonsky with a blush. He blushed at the mention of Bulgarinov because he had that morning been to see the Jew, and the visit had left an unpleasant impression on his mind. Oblonsky was firmly convinced that the business he wished to serve was new, alive, and honest. But that morning, when Bulgarinov, with obvious intention, made him wait 2 hours in his waiting room with other petitioners, he had suddenly felt uncomfortable. Whether it was that he, Prince Oblonsky, a descendant of Rorik, was waiting 2 hours in a Jew's waiting room, or that, for the first time in his life, he was departing from the example set by his ancestors of serving the state only and was entering on a new field, at any rate he felt uncomfortable. During those 2 hours in Bulgarinov's waiting room, he had walked about boldly, smoothing his whiskers, entering into conversation with other applicants, inventing a joke to tell of how he had waited at the Jew's, carefully concealing his feelings from others and even from himself. But all the time he felt uncomfortable and vexed without knowing why. Was it that nothing would come of his pun, "I had business with a Jew, but could not get at him even to say adieu, adieu," or was it something else? And when Bulgarinov at length received him with extreme politeness, evidently triumphing in his humiliation, and very nearly refused his request, Oblonsky hastened to forget it as quickly as he could, and only now, on recollecting it, blushed. Chapter 18. Now, there's another matter. You know what it is? About Anna, said Oblonsky after a short pause when he had shaken off the unpleasant recollection. Directly Oblonsky mentioned Anna's name, Karenin's face entirely changed. Instead of its former animation, it expressed weariness and lifelessness. "What is it you wish of me?" Karenin said, turning round in his chair and folding his pince-nez. "A decision. Some decision, Alexei Alexandrovitch. I address myself to you not as," he was going to say, "as an offended husband," but afraid of injuring his case thereby, he changed the expression to "not as a statesman," this sounded inappropriate, "but simply as a man, a kind man and a Christian. You should have pity on her." "What do you mean exactly?" asked Karenin in a low tone. "Why, pity her. If you had seen her as I have, who have spent the whole winter with her, you would pity her. Her position is awful, literally awful." "It seems to me," returned Karenin in a more high-pitched, almost squeaky voice, "that Anna Arkadyevna has everything she herself desired. Oh, Alexei Alexandrovitch, for God's sake, don't let us have any recriminations. What is past is past. You know what she wants and is waiting for, the divorce. But I understood that Anna Arkadyevna declined the divorce if I insisted on keeping my son. I answered in that sense and thought the matter was closed. I consider it closed," shrieked Karenin. "For heaven's sake, don't excite yourself," said Oblonsky, touching his brother-in-law's knee. "The matter is not closed. If you will let me recapitulate, this is how matters stood. When you parted, you were great, as magnanimous as a man can possibly be. You consented to everything, her freedom and even a divorce. She appreciated that. Yes, don't think otherwise. She really appreciated it. She appreciated it to such a degree that, at the moment, feeling herself to blame toward you, she did not consider and could not consider everything. She renounced everything. But facts and time have shown that her situation is tormenting and impossible." "Anna Arkadyevna's life cannot interest me," interposed Karenin, lifting his brows. "Allow me not to believe that," Oblonsky rejoined gently. "Her situation is tormenting to her and does not benefit anyone. She has deserved it, you may say. She knows that, and does not ask you for anything. She says plainly that she dare not ask anything. But I, and all her relatives who all love her, beg and implore you. Why should she be so tormented? Who gains by it? Excuse me, you seem to be placing me in the position of defendant, Karenin remonstrated. Oh, no, not at all. Understand me, said Oblonsky, now touching Karenin's hand as if he were sure that the contact would soften his brother-in-law. All I say is that her position is tormenting and could be made easier by you without any detriment to yourself. I would arrange everything for you so that you would not be bothered. You see, you promised. A promise was given before, and I thought the question about my son had settled the matter. Besides, I hoped that Anna Arkadyevna would have generosity enough, uttered Karenin with difficulty, his lips trembling and his face turning pale. She leaves everything to your generosity. She asks, she pleads for one thing only. Help her out of the intolerable position she is in. She no longer asks for her son. Alexei Alexandrovich, you are a good man. Enter for a moment into her situation. The question of a divorce is for her, in her position, one of life and death. If you had not promised before, she would have grown reconciled to her position and have gone on living in the country. But as you had promised, she wrote to you and moved to Moscow, and now in Moscow, where every time she meets anyone it is like a knife in her heart, she has been living for 6 months every day expecting your decision. Why, it's like keeping a man condemned to death with the halter round his neck for months, promising him either death or a reprieve. Have pity on her, and I undertake to arrange. Your scruples— I am not speaking of that. Karenin interrupted him in a disgusted tone. But perhaps I promised something I had no right to promise. Then you refuse what you promised? I have never refused to do what is possible. But I want time to consider in how far what was promised is possible. No, Alexei Alexandrovich, said Oblonsky, jumping to his feet, I will not believe that. She is as wretched as a woman can be, and you cannot refuse such a— as far as what I promised is possible. Vous professez d'être un libre penseur, but I, as a believer, in so important a matter, cannot act contrary to the Christian law. But in Christian communities, and in ours too, as far as I know, divorce is permitted, said Oblonsky. Divorce is also permitted by our church, and we see it is permitted, but not in that sense. Alexei Alexandrovich, I don't recognize you, said Oblonsky after a pause. Was it not you, and did we not appreciate it, who forgave everything and, moved just by Christian feeling, were ready to sacrifice everything? You yourself said, give your coat when they would take your cloak. And now, I beg, began Karenin in a shrill voice, suddenly rising to his feet, pale and with trembling jaw, I beg you to stop this conversation. Oh, no. Well, then, forgive me. Forgive me, if I have pained you, said Oblonsky with an embarrassed smile, holding out his hand. I only delivered my message as an envoy. Karenin gave him his hand, reflected, and then said, I must think it over and seek for guidance. The day after tomorrow, I will give you a final answer, he added, after consideration. Chapter 19. Oblonsky was just leaving when Kornei entered and announced, "Sergei Alexeevich." "Who is Sergei Alexeevich?" Oblonsky was about to ask, but immediately recollected. "Oh, Tsaritsa," he said. "Sergei Alexeevich! Why, I thought it was the director of the department." And he remembered that Anna had asked him to see the boy. He recalled the timid, pathetic look with which Anna, at parting from him, had said, "Anyhow, you will see him, find out everything, where he is, who is with him, and, Stiva, if it is possible." Isn't it possible? He had understood what "if it is possible" meant. It meant, if it is possible to arrange the divorce so that she should have her son. But now Oblonsky saw that it was useless even to think of that. He was, however, glad to see his nephew. Karenin reminded his brother-in-law that they never mentioned his mother to the boy and asked him not to say a word about her. "He was very ill after that unexpected interview with his mother," remarked Karenin. "We even feared for his life. But sensible treatment and sea bathing in the summer have restored his health, and now, on doctor's advice, I send him to school. The influence of his schoolfellows has really had a good effect on him, and he is quite well and learns well." "Hullo! What a fine fellow! True enough, it's not little Tsaritsa now, but a complete Sergei Alexeevich," said Oblonsky, smiling as he looked at a handsome boy in a blue jacket and long trousers, who entered the room boldly and confidently. The lad looked healthy and bright. He bowed to his uncle as to a stranger, but recognizing him, he blushed and turned away from him quickly, as if offended and angry about something. The boy came up to his father and handed him his school report. "Well, that's pretty good," said his father. "You may go now." "He has grown thin and tall, and is no longer a child, but a regular boy," said Oblonsky. "I like it. Do you remember me?" The boy glanced swiftly at his father. "I do, mon oncle," he answered, looking at his uncle, and then again lowering his eyes. His uncle called him nearer and took his hand. "Well, how are things?" said he, wishing to start a conversation, but not knowing what to say. The boy, blushing and not answering, gently withdrew his hand from his uncle's grasp. As soon as Oblonsky released it, after a questioning glance at his father, he hastily left the room like a bird let out of its cage. A year had passed since Tsaritsa last saw his mother. Since then he had not heard any more of her. During this year he had been sent to school and had learnt to know his schoolmates and to like them. The dreams and memories of his mother, which, after their interview, had made him ill, no longer occupied him. When they rose in his memory, he took pains to drive them away, considering them shameful and fit only for girls, but not for a boy and a chum. He knew that his father and mother had had a quarrel which separated them, knew that it was his fate to remain with his father, and he tried to accustom himself to that thought. He felt uncomfortable at meeting his uncle, who resembled his mother, because it awakened those very memories which he considered shameful. It was the more disagreeable because from some words he had overheard while waiting outside the study door, and especially from his father's and uncle's faces, he guessed that they had been talking about his mother. And in order not to blame the father with whom he lived and upon whom he depended, and above all not to give way to the sensibility which he considered so degrading, Tsaritsa tried not to look at that uncle who had come to upset his peace of mind, and not to think of what was called to mind by the sight of him. But when Oblonsky, who had come out after him, saw him on the stairs and called him and asked how he spent his time between lessons at school, Tsaritsa, in his father's absence, got into conversation with him. "We play at railways now," he said, answering the question. "You see, it's this way. Two sit down on a form, they are passengers. One stands on the same form. The others all harness themselves to it. They may do it with their hands or their belts, and then off they go through all the rooms. The doors are opened beforehand. It's not easy to be the guard." "As the one who stands up?" asked Oblonsky with a smile. "Yes, it needs courage and quickness, especially if they stop suddenly or if somebody falls down." "Yes, that's no joke," said Oblonsky, looking sadly into those animated eyes so like the mother's, an infant's eyes no longer, and no longer altogether innocent. And, in spite of his promise to Karenin, he could not refrain from speaking of Anna. "Do you remember your mother?" he suddenly asked. "No, I don't," hurriedly replied Tseretsa, and blushing scarlet he hung down his head. His uncle could get nothing more out of him. Half an hour later the Slav tutor found his pupil on the stairs, and for a long while could not make out whether he was in a temper or simply crying. "I expect you hurt yourself when you fell down," said the tutor. "I told you it was a dangerous game. I should have to tell your headmaster about if I hadn't hurt myself. No one would have known it. That is quite certain." "Well then, what is it?" "Leave me alone. If I do remember, or if I don't. What business is it of his? Why should I remember? Leave me alone," he said, now addressing not his tutor, but the world in general. Chapter 20. As was his wont, Oblonsky did not spend his time idly while in Petersburg. Besides business, his sister's divorce and his post, it was as usual necessary for him, as he said, to refresh himself in Petersburg after the mustiness of Moscow. Moscow, despite its café chateaux and its omnibuses, was still a stagnant pool. Oblonsky always felt this. After living in Moscow, especially in the bosom of his family, Oblonsky always felt his spirits flag. When he had spent a long time in Moscow without a break, he reached a state in which he began to be upset by his wife's ill humour and reproaches, by the health and education of the children, and the petty details of his work. Even the fact that he was in debt worried him then. But he only needed to spend some time in Petersburg among the set in which he moved, where people lived, really lived, instead of vegetating as in Moscow, and at once all these cares vanished and melted away like wax before a fire. His wife? Only that day he had been talking to Prince Tchetchensky. He had a wife and family with grown-up sons who were pages at court, and another family, an illegitimate one, in which there were other children. Though the first family was all right, Prince Tchetchensky felt happier with the second family. He took his eldest son to visit the second family, and told Oblonsky that he considered it developed his son and was good for him. What would they say to that in Moscow? Children? In Petersburg, children did not hinder their father's living. Children were brought up in educational establishments, and there were none of those barbaric views that were becoming so prevalent in Moscow. Lyovov's was a case in point, that the children should have every luxury and the parents nothing but work and worry. Here people understood that a man must live his own life like a civilized being. The service. Service, too, was not here that strained, hopeless drudgery that it was in Moscow. Here there was an interest in the service. Meeting the right person, a service rendered, a felicitous remark, the ability to perform certain tricks, made a man's career in a moment, as was the case with Bryantsov, whom Oblonsky had met the day before, and who was now a great dignitary. Service of that kind had an interest. But it was the Petersburg outlook on money matters that had a particularly soothing effect on Oblonsky. Bartnyansky, who spent at least 50,000 rubles a year at the rate he was living, had the day before made a notable remark to him on the point. As they were having a chat before dinner, Oblonsky had said to Bartnyansky, "You are, I think, intimate with Modvinsky. You could do me a good turn if you would put in a word for me. There is a post I should like to get, member of the agency—" "Never mind the name, I shouldn't remember it. But why do you want to mix in those railway concerns with Jews? Look at it how you like, it's horrid." Oblonsky did not tell him that it was a live business. Bartnyansky would not have understood that. "I am hard up, have nothing to live on." "But you do live?" Yes, but in debt. Really? Is he much? Asked Bartnyansky sympathetically. Very much. About 20,000 roubles. Bartnyansky burst into merry laughter. "Oh, you lucky fellow!" he cried. "My debts amount to 1.5 million, and I have nothing. But, as you see, I still find it possible to live." Oblonsky knew this to be true, not only from hearsay, but from actual fact. Zviakov, whose debts amounted to 300,000 roubles, didn't possess a penny, and yet he lived, and how he lived. Count Krivtsov, whose case had long been considered hopeless, still kept 2 mistresses. Petrovsky had run through 5 millions, continued living in just the same style, and even directed the finance department and received a salary of 20,000. But apart from that, Petersburg acted pleasantly on Oblonsky physically. It made him younger. In Moscow he sometimes noticed some grey hairs, fell asleep after dinner, stretched himself, walked slowly upstairs, breathing heavily, felt dull among young women, and did not dance at balls. In Petersburg he always felt that he had shaken off 10 years. In Petersburg he felt what the 60-year-old Prince Pyotr Oblonsky, who had just returned from abroad, had described to him only the day before. "Here we don't know how to live," Pyotr Oblonsky had said. "Would you believe it, I spent the summer in Baden and really felt quite like a young man. I see a young woman and my fancy, I dine, drink a little, and feel strong and full of spirits. I returned to Russia and had to be with my wife, and in the country besides, and in a fortnight I took to a dressing gown and gave up dressing for dinner. And as to thinking about young women, why, I had turned into quite an old man. There was nothing left for me but to think of saving my soul. Then I went to Paris and again recovered." Stepan experienced just the same difference as Pyotr Oblonsky. In Moscow he let himself go to such an extent that, had he continued to live there long, he might even have come to the soul-saving stage. But in Petersburg he again felt quite a smart fellow. Between the Princess Betsy Tverskaya and Oblonsky there existed long-established and very peculiar relations. Oblonsky in fun always paid court to her and told her the most indecent things, also in fun, knowing that she liked that more than anything. The day after his interview with Karenin, Oblonsky, calling on her, felt so useful that he went accidentally to such lengths in this bantering courtship and humbug that he did not know how to get out of it. For unfortunately she was not merely unattractive, but actually repulsive to him. This tone had sprung up between them because he was very attractive to her. So he had been very pleased when the Princess Myakaya turned up and put an end to their tête-à-tête. "Ah, so you are here," she said on seeing him. "Well, how is your poor sister? Don't look at me like that," she added. "Since everyone has been attacking her, all those who are 100,000 times worse than she, I have thought she has acted splendidly. I can't forgive Vronsky for not letting me know when she was in Petersburg. I would have gone to her and with her everywhere. Please, give her my love. Well, tell me about her." "Yes, her situation is a hard one," Oblonsky began, in the simplicity of his heart, taking the Princess Myakaya's words for genuine coin when she said, "Tell me about her." But the Princess Myakaya immediately interrupted him, as was her habit, and commenced telling her own tale. "She has done what everybody, except myself, does secretly, and she would not deceive, and has acted splendidly. And the best thing she did was to leave that half-witted brother-in-law of yours. Excuse me. Everyone used to say, 'He is so clever, so clever.' I alone said that he was stupid. Now that he's got so chummy with Lydia Ivanovna and Landau, everyone says he is half-witted. And I should be glad not to agree with everybody, but this time I can't help it." "But do explain to me what it means," said Oblonsky. "Yesterday I called on him about my sister's affair and asked him for a definite answer. He did not give me an answer, but said he must think it over. And this morning, instead of an answer, I have received an invitation for this evening to go to the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's." "Ah, that's it, Princess Myakaya began joyfully. "They will ask Landau and see what he says." "Ask Landau? Why? Who is Landau?" "What? You don't know Jules Landau, le fameux Jules Landau, le clairvoyant? He also is half-witted, but your sister's fate depends on him. See what comes of living in the provinces. You know nothing. Landau, you see, was a commis in Paris and went to see a doctor. He fell asleep in the doctor's waiting room, and while asleep began giving advice to all the patients, and very strange advice too. Afterwards, Yuri Melodinsky's wife, the invalid's wife, you know, heard of that Landau and took him to see her husband. He is treating her husband. No good has been done, in my opinion, for he is still just as weak, but they believe in him and take him about with them. So they brought him to Russia. Here, everyone rushed at him, and he began treating everybody. He cured the Countess Betsubova, and she took such a fancy to him that she adopted him. Adopted? How? Simply adopted him. He is now no longer Landau, but Count Betsubov. However, that's not to the point. But Lydia, I am very fond of her, but her head is not screwed on right, naturally has rushed at this Landau, and now nothing is settled either by her or by Karenin without him. So your sister's fate is now in the hands of this Landau, alias Count Betsubov." Chapter 21. After an excellent dinner and a large quantity of brandy at Bartnyansky's, Vronsky, only a little after the appointed time, entered the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's house. "Who is with the Countess? The Frenchman?" Vronsky asked the hall porter, noticing on the hall stand Karenin's overcoat, which he recognized, and a strange, absurd-looking palto with clasps. "Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin and Count Betsubov," the hall porter replied severely. The Princess Myakaya guessed correctly, thought Vronsky as he ascended the stairs. Strange, but it would be just as well to make friends with her. She has tremendous influence. If she would say a word to Pomorsky, the job is done. It was still quite light out of doors, but in the Countess Lydia Ivanovna's small drawing-room the blinds were down and the lamp alight. At the round table beneath a lamp sat the Countess and Karenin, conversing in low tones. A short, lean man, with hips like a woman's, knock-kneed, very pale, handsome, with beautiful shining eyes and long hair that hung over the collar of his frock coat, stood at the opposite end of the room, looking at the portraits on the wall. After greeting the hostess and Karenin, Vronsky involuntarily glanced at the stranger once more. "Monsieur Landau." The Countess addressed him with a softness and caution but struck Vronsky, and she introduced them. Landau hurriedly looked round, approached smilingly, laid upon Vronsky's outstretched hand his own moist and motionless one, went back, and continued looking at the portraits. The Countess and Karenin glanced at each other significantly. "I am very pleased to see you, especially today," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, pointing to a seat beside Karenin. "I introduced him to you as Landau," she said softly, glancing at the Frenchman and then back at Vronsky. "But really he is Count Betsubov, as you probably know. But he does not like that title." "Yes, I have heard," replied Vronsky. "They say he has completely cured the Countess Betsubov." "She called on me today and was so pathetic," said the Countess, turning to Karenin. "This separation is dreadful for her. It is such a blow to her." "Is he going, definitely?" inquired Karenin. "Yes, he's going to Paris." "He heard a voice yesterday," said the Countess with a look at Vronsky. "Ah, a voice," Vronsky remarked, feeling that he must be as careful as possible in this company where something peculiar occurred or was supposed to occur to which he as yet lacked a clue. After a momentary pause, the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, as if coming to the important point, turned with a subtle smile to Oblonsky. "I have known you a long time, and am very pleased to know you more intimately. Les amis de nos amis sont nos amis. But to be a friend, one must enter into the state of the friend's soul, and I fear you will not do so in relation to Alexei Alexandrovitch. You understand what I am speaking about?" she said, lifting her beautiful, dreamy eyes. "To some extent, Countess. I understand that Alexei Alexandrovitch's position," said Oblonsky, not quite grasping what it was all about, and therefore wishing to keep to generalities. "The change is not in his external position," Lydia Ivanovna said severely as her enamoured eyes followed Karenin, who had risen and joined Landau. "His heart is changed. He has been given a new heart, and I fear that you may not have realized fully that change which has been accomplished within him." "Well, broadly speaking, I can picture to myself the change. We have always been friendly, and now," Oblonsky said, answering her look with a tender gaze, while he considered with which of two ministers she was the more closely connected, so as to judge which of them he should ask her to influence on his behalf. "The change that has taken place in him cannot weaken his love for his neighbour. On the contrary, that change must strengthen his love. But I fear you don't understand me. Won't you have some tea?" she said, indicating with her eyes the footman who was handing tea round on a tray. "Not quite, Countess. Of course his misfortune—" "Yes, a misfortune which has turned into a great blessing because his heart became new and is filled with him," she said, glancing at Oblonsky with lovesick eyes. "I think I might ask her to mention me to both," thought he. "Oh, certainly, Countess," he said, "but I think such changes are so very intimate that nobody, not even the closest friend, cares to speak about them. On the contrary, we must speak and so help one another. Oh, yes, of course, but there are such differences of conviction, and besides," said Oblonsky with a gentle smile, "there cannot be any differences in what concerns the holy truth." "Oh, no, of course not, but—" And becoming embarrassed, Oblonsky stopped short. He realized that it was a question of religion. "It seems to me he will fall asleep directly," said Karenin in a significant whisper, approaching Lydia Ivanovna. Oblonsky turned. Landau was sitting by the window, leaning against the arm and back of an easy-chair, with his head hanging down. Noticing the looks directed toward him, he smiled a childishly naive smile. "Take no notice of him," said Lydia Ivanovna, and with an agile movement she pushed forward a chair for Karenin. "I have noticed," she began when a footman entered with a note. Lydia Ivanovna rapidly read the note and, excusing herself with extreme rapidity, wrote and dispatched the answer and returned to the table. "I have noticed," she continued her interrupted sentence, "that Muscovites, men especially, are most indifferent to religion." "Oh, no, Countess. I think Muscovites have the reputation of being the most steadfast believers," replied Oblonsky. "But as far as I know, you unfortunately are one of the indifferent," Karenin remarked to him with a weary smile. "How can one be indifferent?" said Lydia Ivanovna. "I am in this respect not precisely indifferent, but rather expectant," said Oblonsky with his most mollifying smile. "I do not think that for me the time for those questions has yet come." Karenin and Lydia Ivanovna exchanged looks. "We never know whether our time has come or not," Karenin said sternly. "We should not consider whether we are ready or not. Grace is not influenced by human calculations. Sometimes it does not descend on those who seek it, but descends on the unprepared, as on Saul." "No, not yet, I think," said Lydia Ivanovna, who was watching the Frenchman's movements. Landau rose and came up to them. "You will allow me to listen?" he asked. "Oh, yes, I did not wish to disturb you," said Lydia, looking tenderly at him. "Sit down beside us." "Only one must not shut one's eyes so as to deprive oneself of light," Karenin continued. "Oh, if you only knew the happiness we experience feeling his continual presence in our souls," cried the Countess Lydia Ivanovna with a beatific smile. "But one may sometimes feel incapable of ascending to such heights," remarked Vronsky, conscious that he was not quite honest in acknowledging the existence of religious heights, yet not venturing to confess his skepticism in the presence of one who, by a single word to Pomorsky, might secure him the desired post. "You mean to say he is prevented by sin?" said Lydia Ivanovna. "But that is a false view. Sin does not exist for a believer. Sin has already been atoned for. Excuse me," she added, glancing at the footman, who entered with another note. She read it and answered by word of mouth. "Tell him tomorrow at the Grand Duchess's. For those who believe, there is no sin," she went on. "Yes, but faith without works is dead," said Oblonsky, recalling that sentence from the Catechism, and only by a smile maintaining his independence. "It is, from the Epistle of St. James," said Karenin, addressing Lydia Ivanovna in a somewhat reproachful tone. Evidently this was a point they had discussed more than once. How much harm has been done by a false interpretation of that passage? Nothing turns so many from the faith as that interpretation, "I have no works, and therefore cannot have faith." Yet it is not so said anywhere. Just the contrary is said. To labor for God with works, to save one's soul by fasting, said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna with fastidious disdain. Those are the barbarous opinions of our monks, yet it is not so said anywhere. It is much simpler and easier, she added, looking at Oblonsky with the same encouraging smile with which at court she encouraged young maids of honor who were confused by their new surroundings. We are saved by Christ, who suffered for us. We are saved by faith. Karenin chimed in, showing his approval of her remark by a look. "Vous comprenez l'anglais?" asked Lydia Ivanovna, and having received an affirmative answer, she rose and began looking among the books on a shelf. "I want to read Safe and Happy or Under the Wing," she said with a questioning look at Karenin. And having found the book and sat down again, she opened it. It is quite short. It describes the way to acquire faith and the joy, higher than anything else on earth, with which it fills the soul. A believer cannot be unhappy because he is not alone. But you will see. She was about to begin reading when the footman came in again. "Borodina? Say tomorrow at 2. "Yes," she went on, keeping her finger in the book to mark the place, and sighed, looking with her beautiful, dreamy eyes straight before her. "This is how true faith acts. You know Maria Sanina. You have heard of her misfortune. She lost her only child. She was in despair. Well, and what happened? She found this friend. And now she thanks God for her child's death. That is the happiness faith gives." "Oh, yes, it is very," began Oblonsky, glad that she was going to read and give him time to get his ideas together. "No, evidently it will be better not to ask anything tonight," he reflected. "Only let me get away from here without making a mess of things." "It will be dull for you," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, turning to Landau, "as you don't understand English. But it is quite short." "Oh, I shall understand," replied Landau with the same smile, and closed his eyes. Karenin and Lydia Ivanovna exchanged significant looks, and the reading began. Chapter 22. Vronsky felt completely puzzled by the strange and novel language she was listening to. Generally, the complications of Petersburg life had an exhilarating effect on him, lifting him out of the Moscow stagnation. But he liked and understood complications in spheres congenial and familiar to him. In these strange surroundings, he felt puzzled and dazed and could not take it all in. Listening to the Countess Lydia Ivanovna and feeling the fine eyes, naive or roguish, he did not know which, of Landau fixed upon him, Vronsky began to be conscious of a peculiar sort of heaviness in his head. The most varied ideas were mixed up in his mind. Maria Sanina is glad that her child is dead. I should like to have a smoke. To be saved, one need only have faith. The monks don't know how to do it, but the Countess Lydia Ivanovna knows. And what is so heavy in my head? Is it the brandy, or is it because all this is so very strange? All the same, I think I have not done anything to shock them up till now, but still it won't do to ask her help now. I have heard that they make one pray. Making me pray, that would be too stupid. And what nonsense she is reading, but her enunciation is good. Landau Bitsubov. Why is he Bitsubov? Suddenly, Vronsky felt his nether jaw dropping irresistibly for a yawn. He smoothed his whiskers to hide the yawn and gave himself a shake. But then he felt himself falling asleep and nearly snored. He roused himself just when the Countess Lydia Ivanovna uttered the words, "He is asleep." Vronsky awoke in a fright, feeling guilty and detected. But he was immediately comforted by noticing that the words, "he is asleep," did not apply to him, but to Landau. The Frenchman had fallen asleep just as Vronsky had done. But whereas Vronsky's sleep would, he imagined, have offended them, he did not really even think this, for everything seemed so strange. Landau's sleep delighted them extremely, especially Lydia Ivanovna. "Mon ami," said she, carefully holding the folds of her silk dress to prevent its rustling, and in her excitement calling Karenin not Alexei Alexandrovitch, but mon ami. "Donnez-lui la main. Vous voyez?" "Hush," she said to the footman, who came in again. "I am not receiving." The Frenchman slept, or pretended to sleep, leaning his head against the back of the chair, and his moist hand, lying on his knee, moved feebly, as if catching something. Karenin rose, and though he tried to be cautious, he caught against the table. He went up to the Frenchman and placed his hand in his. Vronsky also rose, and opening his eyes wide to wake himself up in case he was asleep, looked first at one and then at the other. It was all quite real, and Vronsky felt his head getting worse and worse. "Que la personne qui est arrivée la dernière, celle qui demande, qu'elle sorte, qu'elle sorte," the Frenchman said, without opening his eyes. "Vous m'excuserez, mais vous voyez, revenez vers 10 heures, encore mieux demain." "Qu'elle sorte," repeated the Frenchman impatiently. "C'est moi, n'est-ce pas?" And having received an answer in the affirmative, Vronsky, forgetting the request he had wanted to make to Lydia Ivanovna, forgetting his sister's affairs, and with the one desire to get away from there as quickly as possible, went out on tiptoe and ran out into the street as from an infected house. After which he talked and joked for a long time with an izvozchik, trying to regain his senses as soon as possible. At the French theatre, where he arrived in time for the last act, and afterwards at the Tartar restaurant, where he had some champagne, Vronsky was able to some extent to breathe again in an atmosphere congenial to him. But nevertheless he was not at all himself that evening. When he returned to Pyotr Vronsky's house where he was staying, he found a note from Betsy. She wrote that she greatly wished to finish the conversation they had begun and asked him to call next day. Scarcely had he finished reading the note and made a wry face over it, when he heard downstairs the heavy steps of men carrying something heavy. He went down to see what it was. It was Pyotr Oblonsky, grown young again. He was so drunk that he could not get up the stairs, but on seeing Oblonsky he ordered the men to put him on his feet, and clinging to Stepan, he went with him to his room, began relating how he had spent the evening, and fell asleep there. Oblonsky was in low spirits, a thing that rarely happened to him, and could not fall asleep for a long time. Everything he recalled was nauseous, but most repulsive of all, like something shameful, was the memory of the evening at Lydia Ivanovna's. Next day he received from Karenin a definite refusal to divorce Anna, and understood that this decision was based on what the Frenchman had said the evening before in his real or pretended sleep. Chapter 23. Before any definite step can be taken in a household, there must be either complete division or loving accord between husband and wife. When their relations are indefinite, it is impossible for them to make any move. Many families continue for years in their old ruts, hated by both husband and wife, merely because there is neither complete discord nor harmony. Both for Vronsky and for Anna, life in Moscow in the heat and dust, when the sun no longer shone as in spring but burned as in summer, when all the trees on the boulevards had long been in leaf and the leaves were already covered with dust, was intolerable. Nevertheless, they did not move to Vozdvizhenskoye as they had long ago decided to do, but stayed in Moscow, which had become obnoxious to them both, because of late there had not been harmony between them. The irritation which divided them had no tangible cause, and all attempts at an explanation not only failed to clear it away, but increased it. It was an inner irritation, caused on her side by a diminution of his love for her, and on his by regret that for her sake he had placed himself in a distressing situation which she, instead of trying to alleviate, made still harder. Neither of them spoke of the cause of their irritation, but each thought the other in the wrong, and at every opportunity tried to prove that this was so. For her, he, with all his habits, thoughts, wishes, mental and physical faculties, the whole of his nature, consisted of one thing only: love for women, and this love she felt ought to be wholly concentrated on her alone. This love was diminishing, therefore in her judgment part of his love must have been transferred to other women or to one other woman. She was jealous not of any one woman but of the diminution of his love. Not having as yet an object for her jealousy, she sought one. At the slightest hint she transferred her jealousy from one object to another. Now she was jealous of the coarse women with whom, through his bachelor connections, he might so easily have intercourse. Now of the society women whom he might meet. Now of some imaginary girl whom he might marry after repudiating her. This last jealousy tormented her more than anything else, especially since, in an expansive moment, he had carelessly told her that his mother understood him so little that she had tried to persuade him to marry the young Princess Sorokina. And being jealous, Anna was indignant with him and constantly sought reasons to justify her indignation. She blamed him for everything that was hard in her situation. The torture of expectation, living betwixt heaven and earth, which she endured there in Moscow, Karenin's dilatoriness and indecision, her loneliness, she attributed all to him. If he loved her, he would fully understand the difficulty of her situation and would deliver her from it. That they were living in Moscow instead of in the country was also his fault. He could not live buried in the country as she desired. He needed society, and so he had placed her in this terrible position, the misery of which she would not understand. And it was likewise his fault that she was forever parted from her son. Even the rare moments of tenderness which occurred between them did not pacify her. In his tenderness she now saw a tinge of calm assurance which had not been there before, and irritated her. It was growing dusk. Anna, all alone, awaiting his return from a bachelor dinner party, paced up and down his study, which was the room in which the street noises were least audible, recalling in detail every word of their yesterday's quarrel. Passing ever backwards from the memorably offensive words of the quarrel to their cause, she at last got back to the beginning of their conversation. For a long time she could not believe that the dispute had begun from a perfectly inoffensive conversation about a matter that did not touch the hearts of either. Yet it was so. It had all begun by his laughing at high schools for girls, which she considered unnecessary, and she defended. He spoke disrespectfully of the education of women in general, and said that Hannah, her little English protégée, did not at all need to know physics. This provoked Anna. She saw in it a contemptuous allusion to her own knowledge, and she invented and uttered a phrase in retaliation which should revenge the pain he had caused her. "I don't expect you to understand me and my feelings as an affectionate man would, but I did expect ordinary delicacy," she said. And he really had flushed with vexation and had said something disagreeable. She did not remember her reply to it, but remembered that in answer he had said with obvious intent to hurt her too, "I can take no interest in your partiality for that little girl because I can see that it is unnatural." The cruelty with which she annihilated the world which she had so painfully constructed for herself to be able to endure her hard life, the injustice of his accusation that she was dissembling and unnatural, roused her indignation. "I am very sorry that only what is coarse and material is comprehensible and natural to you," she retorted, and left the room. When he came to her in the evening, they did not refer to the quarrel, but both felt that it was only smoothed over, not settled. Today he had been away from home all day, and she had felt so lonely, and it was so painful to feel herself at discord with him, that she wished to forget it all, to forgive and make it up with him. Wishing even to blame herself and to justify him, she said to herself, "I am to blame. I am irritable and unreasonably jealous. I will make it up with him, and we will go back to the country. There I shall be calmer." Unnatural! She suddenly remembered the word that had hurt her most, though it was not so much the word as his intention to pain her. I know what he wanted to say. He wanted to say that it is unnatural not to love one's own daughter and yet to love another's child. What does he know of love for children, of my love for Tseretsa, whom I have given up for his sake, and that desire to hurt me? Now, it must be in love with some other woman. It can't be anything else. Then, realizing that in her attempt to quiet herself she had again completed the circle she had already gone round so often, and had returned to her former cause of irritation, she was horror-struck at herself. Is it possible that I can't? Is it possible that I can't take it on myself? She wondered, and began again from the beginning. He is truthful. He is honest. He loves me, I love him. In a few days I shall get my divorce. What more do I need? I need calm and confidence, and I will take the blame on myself. Yes. Now, as soon as he comes back, I will tell him I was to blame, though in fact I was not, and we will go away. And not to continue thinking, and not to yield to irritation, she rang and ordered her trunks to be brought, to pack their things for the country. At 10 o'clock, Vronsky returned. Chapter 24. "Well, have you had a good time?" she asked, coming out to meet him with a meek and repentant look on her face. "Just as usual," he answered, perceiving at a glance that she was in one of her pleasant moods. He was already accustomed to these transitions, and today was specially glad because he himself was in the best of spirits. "What do I see?" "Ah, that's right," he said, pointing to the trunks in the anteroom. "Yes, we must go away. I went for a drive, and it was so lovely that I longed to be in the country." "There isn't anything to keep you, is there?" "Why, 'tis my only wish. I'll come in a moment and we'll have a talk. I will only go and change. Order tea." And he went to his room. There was something offensive in his saying, "Ah, that's right," as one speaks to a child when it stops being capricious, and still more offensive was the contrast between her guilty tone and his self-confident one. For a moment she felt a desire to fight rising within her, but with an effort she mastered it and met him with her former cheerfulness. When he returned, she told him, partly repeating words she had prepared, how she had spent the day and her plans for the move to the country. "Do you know, it came to me almost like an inspiration," said she. "Why must we wait here for the divorce? Won't it do just as well in the country? I can't wait any longer. I don't want to hope. I don't want to hear anything about the divorce. I have made up my mind that it shall not influence my life any more. Do you agree?" "Oh, yes," he answered, looking uneasily at her excited face. "Well, and what have you been doing? Who was there?" she asked after a pause. Vronsky named the guests. "The dinner was capital, the boat races and everything quite nice, but in Moscow they can't get on without doing something ridiculous. Some sort of a lady turned up, the Queen of Sweden's swimming instructress, and displayed her art." "What? She swam?" asked Anna with a frown. "Yes, in some sort of red costume de natation. Hideous old creature." "Well then, when are we to be off? What an absurd fancy." "And did she swim in some particular way?" asked Anna, without answering his question. "Well, nothing particular at all. I said it was awfully absurd." "Well, when do you think of going?" Anna shook her head as though driving away an unpleasant thought. "When are we going? Why, the sooner the better. We can't get ready by tomorrow, but the day after?" "Yes. No, wait a bit. The day after tomorrow is Sunday, and I must go and see Maman," said Vronsky, and became confused, because as soon as he had mentioned his mother, he felt an intent and suspicious gaze fixed upon him. His embarrassment confirmed her suspicions. She flushed and moved away from him. It was no longer the Queen of Sweden's instructress, but the Princess Sorokina, who lived in the country near Moscow with the Countess Vronskaya, who presented herself to Anna's imagination. "You could go there tomorrow," she said. "No, I tell you. The things about which I have to go, to fetch a power of attorney and some money, will not have arrived by tomorrow," he replied. "If that's so, then we won't go at all." "Why not? I won't go any later, Monday or not at all." "Why is that?" said Vronsky, as if in surprise. "There's no sense in that. You see no sense in it because you don't care at all about me. You don't want to understand what my life is. The one person I was interested in here was Hannah. You say that is all pretense. You said yesterday that I don't love my daughter, but pretend to love that English girl, and that it is unnatural. I should like to know what sort of life can be natural for me here." For a moment she recollected herself and was horrified at having broken her resolution. Yet, though she knew she was ruining her cause, she could not restrain herself, could not forbear pointing out to him how wrong he was, and could not submit to him. "I never said that. I only said that I do not sympathize with that sudden affection. Why do you, who boast of your truthfulness, not speak the truth? I never boast and never tell untruths," he said softly, restraining his rising anger. "It is a great pity if you don't respect. Respect was invented to fill the empty place where love ought to be. But if you no longer love me, it would be better and more honourable to say so." "Dear me, this is becoming unbearable," exclaimed Vronsky, rising from his chair, and standing before her he slowly brought out, "Why are you testing my patience?" He looked as if he could have said much more, but restrained himself. "It has its limits." What do you mean by that?" she cried, glancing with terror at the definite expression of hatred on his whole face, and especially in the cruel, menacing eyes. "I mean to say," he began, but stopped. "I must ask what you want of me." "What can I want?" "I can only want you not to abandon me, as you are thinking of doing," she said, having understood all that he had left unsaid. "But I don't want that. That is secondary. What I want is love, and it is lacking. Therefore all is finished." She moved toward the door. "Stop. Stop," said Vronsky, his brow still knit, but holding her back by the hand. "What is the matter? I said we must put off our departure for 3 days, and you replied that I lie and am not an honorable man." "Yes, and I repeat that a man who reproaches me because he has given up everything for my sake," said she, recalling the words of a still earlier quarrel, "is worse than a dishonorable man. He is a heartless man." "No, there are limits to one's endurance," he exclaimed, and quickly let go her hand. "He hates me, that is clear," thought she, and silently, without looking round and with faltering steps, she left the room. "He loves another woman, that is clearer still," she said to herself as she entered her own room. "I want love, and it is lacking, so everything is finished." She repeated her own words, "and it must be finished." "But how?" she asked herself, and sat down in the armchair before the looking-glass. Thoughts of where she would now go, to the aunt who had brought her up, to Dolly, or simply abroad by herself, of what he was now doing alone in the study, of whether this quarrel was final or whether a reconciliation was still possible, of what all her former Petersburg acquaintances would say of her now, how Karenin would regard it, and many other thoughts about what would happen now after the rupture passed through her mind. But she did not give herself up entirely to these thoughts. In her soul there was another vague idea which alone interested her, but of which she could not get hold. Again remembering Karenin, she also remembered her illness after her confinement and the feeling that never left her at that time. She remembered her words, "Why did I not die?" and her feelings then. And suddenly she understood what was in her soul. Yes, that was the thought which would solve everything. Yes, to die. Alexei Alexandrovitch's shame and disgrace, and Tseretsa's and my own terrible shame, all will be saved by my death. If I die, he too will repent, will pity me, will love me, and will suffer on my account. With a fixed smile of self-pity on her lips, she sat in the chair, taking off and putting on the rings on her left hand, and vividly picturing to herself from various points of view his feelings after she was dead. Sounds of approaching steps, his steps, distracted her thoughts. Pretending to be putting away her rings, she did not even turn round. He came up to her, and taking her hand, said softly, "Anna, let us go the day after tomorrow if you wish it. I will agree to anything." She remained silent. "What is it?" he asked. "You know yourself," said she, and at the same moment, unable to restrain herself any longer, she burst into tears. "Abandon me, abandon me," she murmured between her sobs. "I will go away tomorrow. I will do more. What am I? A depraved woman, a stone round your neck. I don't wish to torment you. I don't. I will set you free. You don't love me. You will have someone else." Vronsky implored her to be calm and assured her that there was not an atom of foundation for her jealousy, that he never had ceased and never would cease to love her, that he loved her more than ever. "Anna, why torture yourself and me like this?" he said, kissing her hands. His face now wore a tender expression, and she thought she detected in his voice the sound of tears and their moisture on her hand. And instantly her despairing jealousy changed into desperate, passionate tenderness. She embraced him and covered his head, his neck, and his hands with kisses. Chapter 25. Feeling that they were entirely reconciled, next morning Anna began actively to make preparations for their move. Though it was not settled whether they would go on the Monday or on the Tuesday, as each the night before had yielded to the other's wish, Anna made all ready for their start, feeling now quite indifferent whether they went a day sooner or later. She stood in her room before an open trunk, sorting clothes, when he came in earlier than usual and ready dressed. "I will go to Maman at once. She can send me the money through Egorov, and I shall be ready to go tomorrow," said he. Good as the mood she was in might be, the reference to the move to the country pricked her. "Oh no, I shall not be ready myself," she said, and immediately thought, so it was possible to arrange things as I wished. "No, do as you wish to. Go to the dining room. I will come directly. I will only sort out these things that are not wanted," she said, placing some more articles on the heap of old clothes already piled up on Anoshka's arms. Vronsky was eating his beefsteak when she entered the dining room. "You would hardly believe how disgusting these rooms have become to me," she said, sitting down to her coffee beside him. "There is nothing worse than these furnished apartments. They are expressionless and soulless. This clock, the curtains, and above all, the wallpapers are a nightmare. I think of Vozdvizhenskoye as of a promised land. You are not sending off the horses yet?" "No, they will follow us." "Are you driving out anywhere?" "I wanted to go to the Wilsons to take her address." "So it is decided that we go tomorrow?" she said in a cheerful voice. But suddenly her face changed. Vronsky's valet came in to fetch a receipt for a telegram from Petersburg. There was nothing odd in his receiving a telegram, but as if wishing to hide something from her, he told the man that the receipt was in his study, and hastily turned to her, saying, "I shall certainly get everything ready tomorrow." "From whom was the telegram?" she asked, not listening to him. "From Stiva," he replied reluctantly. "Why didn't you show it me? What secret can Stiva have from me?" Vronsky called back the valet and told him to bring the telegram. "I did not wish to show it you because Stiva has a passion for telegraphing. Oh, what is the use of telegraphing when nothing has been settled?" "About the divorce?" "Yes, but he wires, 'Could get no answer, promises a decisive answer soon.' But read it yourself." Anna took the telegram with trembling hands and saw exactly what Vronsky had said, but at the end were added the words, "Little hope, but I'll do everything possible and impossible." "I said yesterday that it is all the same to me when I get the divorce, or even whether I get it at all," she said, flushing. "There was no need at all to conceal it from me." And she thought, in the same way he may hide and is hiding from me his correspondence with women. "Oh, Yoshvin wanted to come this morning with Voitov," said Vronsky. "It seems he's won from Pevtsov all and even more than Pevtsov can pay, about 60,000 roubles. "But why do you imagine," said she, irritated at his intimating to her so obviously by this change of subject that he saw she was losing her temper, "that this news interests me so much that it is necessary to conceal it? I said that I don't want to think about it, and I wish that you were as little interested in it as I am." "It interests me because I like definiteness," he replied. "Definiteness depends not on forms, but on love," she said, growing more and more irritated, not at his words, but at the tone of cold tranquillity with which he spoke. "Why do you want it?" "Oh, God, again about love," he thought, with a wry face. "Don't you know why?" "For your own sake, and for that of the children we may have," said he. "We shan't have any." "That's a great pity," he said. "You want it for the children, but you don't think of me," she pursued, quite forgetting or not hearing that he said, "for your own sake and for the children." The possibility of having children had long been a subject of dispute, and it irritated her. She explained his desire to have children as showing that he did not value her beauty. "Oh, I said for your sake. Most of all for your sake," he repeated, his face contorted as with pain. "Because I am convinced that a great deal of your irritability is due to our indefinite position." Yes, there it is. Now he has stopped pretending, and all his cold hatred for me is apparent, she thought, not listening to his words, but gazing with horror at the cold and cruel judge who looked out of his eyes provokingly. "That is not the reason," she said, "and I can't even understand how what you call my irritability can be caused by that. I am entirely in your power." "What indefiniteness of position is there? Quite the contrary." "I'm very sorry. You don't wish to understand me," he interrupted, stubbornly intent on expressing his thought. "The indefiniteness consists in your imagining that I am free." "You may be perfectly at rest on that matter," she rejoined, and turning away she began to drink her coffee. She took her cup, sticking out her little finger, and raised it to her mouth. After a few sips she glanced at him, and from the expression of his face clearly realized that her hand, her movement, and the sound made by her lips were repulsive to him. "It is perfectly indifferent to me what your mother thinks, and whom she wishes to marry you to," she went on, putting down her cup with a trembling hand. "But we're not talking about that. Yes, about that very thing. And believe me, a heartless woman, be she old or young, your mother or a stranger, does not interest me, and I don't want to have anything to do with her. Anna, I beg you not to speak disrespectfully of my mother. A woman whose heart has not divined wherein her son's happiness and honour lies has no heart. I repeat my request that you should not speak disrespectfully of my mother, whom I respect," said he, raising his voice and looking sternly at her. She did not reply. Looking intently at his face and hands, she remembered their reconciliation the day before, and his passionate caresses in all their details. Just such caresses he has lavished and wants to lavish on other women, she thought. "You don't love your mother. It's all words, words, words," she said, looking at him with hatred. "If that's so, we must decide." "And I have decided," she said, and was about to go away, but just then Yashvin entered. Anna said good morning, and stopped. Why, when a storm was raging within her, and she felt that she was at a turning point which might lead to terrible consequences, why she need at that moment dissemble before a stranger who sooner or later would know all about it, she did not know. But immediately calming the storm within her, she sat down again and began talking to the visitor. "Well, how are your affairs? Has the money been paid?" she asked Yashvin. "Oh, I don't know. I don't think I shall get it all, and on Wednesday I must go." "And you?" asked Yashvin, looking at Vronsky with half-closed eyes and evidently divining that there had been a quarrel. "The day after tomorrow, I believe," replied Vronsky. "But you have been meaning to go for a long time past." "Yes, but now it's decided," said Anna, looking straight into Vronsky's eyes, with an expression that told him he must not think of the possibility of a reconciliation. "Is it possible you are not sorry for that unfortunate Pevtsov?" she said, continuing her conversation with Yashvin. "I never asked myself, Anna Arkadyevna, whether I am sorry or not. You see, my whole fortune is here," and he pointed to a side pocket, "and now I am a rich man. But I shall go to the club tonight, and shall perhaps leave it a beggar. You see, he who sits down to play against me wishes to leave me without a shirt, and I treat him the same. So we struggle, and therein lies the pleasure." "But supposing you were married, how would your wife feel about it?" asked Anna. Yashvin laughed. "That's pretty much why I never married and never meant to. How about Helsingfors?" said Vronsky, joining in the conversation, and he glanced at Anna, who had smiled. Meeting his look, her face suddenly assumed a coldly severe expression, as if to say, "It is not forgotten. It is still the same." "Is it possible you were ever in love?" she asked Yashvin. "Oh, heavens, how many times! But you see, some men find it possible to sit down to cards and yet to be able always to leave when the time comes for an assignation. Now, I can engage in love-making, but always so as not to be late for cards in the evening. That's how I manage." "No, I'm not asking about that, but about the real thing." She was going to say Helsingfors, but did not want to repeat the word Vronsky had used. Voitov, who was buying a horse from Vronsky, arrived, and Anna rose and left the room. Before leaving the house, Vronsky came to her room. She wished to pretend to be looking for something on the table, but feeling ashamed of the pretense, looked straight into his face with a cold expression. "What do you want?" she asked in French. "Gambetta's certificate. I have sold him," he replied in a tone which said more clearly than words, "I have no time for explanations, and they would lead to nothing." "I am not at all in the wrong toward her," he thought. "If she wants to punish herself, tant pis pour elle." But as he was going out, he thought she said something, and suddenly his heart ached with pity for her. "What, Anna?" "Nothing," she answered in the same cold, quiet manner. If it's nothing, then tant pis, he thought, again chilled. Turning away, he went out. As he was going, he caught sight in a looking-glass of her pale face and trembling lips. He even wished to stop and say a comforting word to her, but his legs carried him out of the room before he had thought of anything to say. All that day he spent away from home. And when he returned late at night, the maid told him that Anna Arkadyevna had a headache, and asked him not to go to her room. Chapter 26. Never before had they been at enmity for a whole day. This was the first time it had been so, and this was not even a quarrel. It was an evident acknowledgment of complete estrangement. How could he look at her as he had looked when he came into the room for the certificate? Look at her, see that her heart was torn by despair, and go out in silence with that calmly indifferent look. Not only had he called toward her, but he hated her because he loved another woman. That was clear. And recalling all the cruel words he had uttered, Anna invented other words, which he evidently had wished to say and could have said to her, and she grew more and more exasperated. "I do not hold you," he might have said. "You may go where you please. You probably did not wish to be divorced from your husband so that you could go back to him. Go back. If you need money, I will give you some. How many rubles do you want?" All the cruelest words that a coarse man could say, he, in her imagination, said to her, and she did not forgive him for them any more than if he had really said them. "Was it not last night that he, an honorable and truthful man, swore he loved me? Have I not often before despaired needlessly?" she said to herself immediately after. All that day, except when she went to the Wilsons', which took her about 2 hours, Anna passed in doubting whether all was over, or whether there was still hope of a reconciliation, and whether she ought to leave at once or to see him again. She waited for him all day, and in the evening when she went to her room, having left word for him that she had a headache, she thought, "If he comes in spite of the maid's message, it means that he still loves me. If not, it means that all is over. And then I will decide what I am to do." At night she heard his carriage stop, heard him ring, heard his steps and his voice talking to the maid. He believed what he was told, did not want to learn more, and went to his room. So all was over. And death, as the sole means of reviving love for herself in his heart, of punishing him, and of gaining the victory in that contest which an evil spirit in her heart was waging against him, presented itself clearly and vividly to her. Now it was all the same whether they went to Vodzvidzenskoy or not, whether she got a divorce or not. It was all useless. All she wanted was to punish him. When she poured out her usual dose of opium and thought that she need only drink the whole phial in order to die, it seemed to her so easy and simple that she again began thinking with pleasure of how he would suffer, repent, and love her memory when it was too late. She lay in bed with open eyes, looking at the stucco cornice under the ceiling by the light of a single burnt-down candle, and of the shadow of the screen which fell on it, and she vividly imagined what he would feel when she was no more, when she was for him nothing but a memory. "How could I say those cruel words to her?" he would say. "How could I leave the room without saying anything? But now she is no more. She has gone from us forever. She is there." Suddenly the shadow of the screen began to move and spread over the whole of the cornice, the whole ceiling. Other shadows rushed toward it from another side. For an instant they rushed together. But then again they spread with renewed swiftness, flickered, and all was darkness. Death, she thought. And such terror came upon her that it was long before she could realize where she was, and with trembling hand could find the matches to light another candle in the place of the one that had burnt down and gone out. No. Anything, only to live. Why, I love him, and he loves me. All this has been, but will pass, she said, feeling that tears of joy at this return to life were running down her cheeks. And, to escape from her fears, she hastily went to him in his study. He was sleeping in the study and was sound asleep. She came up, and holding the light above him, looked at him long. Now, when he was asleep, she loved him so that she could not restrain tears of tenderness while looking at him. But she knew that if he were to wake, he would look at her with a cold expression, conscious of his own integrity, and that before telling him of her love, she must prove to him that he was to blame toward her. Without waking him, she returned to her room, and after a second dose of opium toward morning, she fell into a heavy but troubled sleep, without ever ceasing to be conscious of herself. In the morning, a terrible nightmare, which had come to her several times even before her union with Vronsky, repeated itself and woke her. An old man with a tangled beard was leaning over some iron and doing something while muttering senseless words in French. And, as always in that nightmare, this was what made it terrible. She felt this peasant was paying no attention to her, but was doing something dreadful to her with the iron. And she awoke in a cold perspiration. When she got up, the previous day appeared in her memory as in a fog. There had been a quarrel. It was what had happened several times before. I said I had a headache, and he did not come to see me. Tomorrow we shall leave. I must see him and get ready for the move, she thought. And hearing that he was in the study, she went to him. As she passed through the drawing-room, she heard a vehicle stop at the front door, and, looking out of the window, she saw a young girl in a lilac hat leaning out of the carriage window and giving an order to the footman who was ringing at the front door. After some talking in the hall, someone came upstairs, and she heard Vronsky's step outside the drawing-room. He was going quickly downstairs. Again Anna went to the window. There he was on the steps, without a hat, going down to the carriage. The young girl in the lilac hat handed him a parcel. Vronsky said something to her and smiled. The carriage rolled away. He ran rapidly upstairs again. The fog that had obscured everything within her was suddenly dissipated. Yesterday's feelings wrung her aching heart with fresh pain. She could not now understand how she could have humiliated herself so as to remain a whole day with him in his house. She went to his study to announce to him her decision. It was the Princess Sorotina with her daughter who came to bring me the money and documents from Mamor. I could not get them yesterday. How is your head? Better? He said quietly, not wishing to see or understand the gloomy and sullen look on her face. She stood silent in the middle of the room, looking at him intently. He glanced at her, frowned for an instant, and continued to read a letter. She turned and slowly moved from the room. He could still call her back, but she reached the door and he remained silent, and only the rustle of the paper as he turned a page was heard. "Oh, by the way," he said when she was already in the doorway, "we are definitely going tomorrow, aren't we?" "You. But not I," she said, turning round toward him. "Anna, it is impossible to live like this. You, but not I," she repeated. "This is becoming intolerable. You, well, repent of this," she said, and left him. Alarmed by the despairing look with which she had said these words, he jumped up intending to run after her, but, recollecting himself, he sat down again, tightly clenching his teeth and frowning. This, as it seemed to him, unbecoming and indefinite threat irritated him. "I have tried everything," he thought. "The only thing left is to pay no attention." And he began getting ready to drive to town and to go again to his mother's to obtain her signature to a power of attorney. She heard the sound of his steps in the study and dining room. He paused at the drawing-room door, but he did not return to her. He only gave an order that they should let Voitov have the horse in his absence. Then she heard the carriage drive up and the door open, and he went out again. But now he re-entered the hall, and someone ran upstairs. It was his valet, who had come for the gloves his master had forgotten. She went back to the window and saw him take the gloves without looking, and having touched the coachman's back with his hand, say something to him. Then, without turning to look up at the window, he sat down in the carriage in his usual posture, crossing one leg over the other and, putting on a glove, disappeared round the corner. Chapter 27. Gone. "Is it finished?" said Anna to herself as she stood by the window. And in answer to that question, the impressions left by the darkness when her candle went out and by the terrible dream merging into one filled her heart with icy horror. "No, it is impossible," she exclaimed, and, crossing the room, she rang loudly. She was so terrified of being alone that she did not wait for the servant but went out to meet him. "Find out where the Count has gone," she said. The man replied that the Count had gone to the stables. "The Count told me to let you know that, in case you should wish to go out, the carriage will return very soon." "Very well. Wait a moment. I will just write a note. Send Mikhail with it to the stables at once. Quickly." She sat down and wrote. "I was to blame. Come home. We must talk it over. For God's sake, come. I am frightened." She stuck it down and gave it to the man. Then, afraid to remain alone now, she followed him out of the room and went to the nursery. "How is this? Oh, that's not it. This is not he. Where are his blue eyes and his sweet, timid smile?" was her first thought on seeing her plump, rosy little girl with curly black hair instead of Tseretsa, whom, in the disorder of her mind, she had expected to find in the nursery. The little girl, sitting at the table, persistently and firmly hammered on it with the stopper of a bottle, gazing blankly at her mother with her two black currants of eyes. Having, in answer to the questions of the English nurse, said that she was quite well and that they were going to the country next day, Anna sat down beside the child and began twirling the stopper round in front of her. But the child's loud, ringing laughter and a movement of her eyebrows reminded Anna so vividly of Vronsky that, Repressing her sobs, she rose hurriedly and left the room. Is it really all over? No, it cannot be, she thought. He will come back. But how will he explain to me that smile and his animation after he had spoken to her? But even if he does not explain it, I will believe him all the same. If I don't believe him, there is only one way left for me, and I don't want that. She looked at the clock. 12 minutes had passed. Now he has received my note and is on his way back. It won't be long. Another 10 minutes. But supposing he does not come? No, that's impossible. He must not find me with red eyes. I'll go and wash them. Oh, and did I brush my hair or not? She asked herself, but could not remember. She felt her head with her hand. Yes, my hair was done, but I don't in the least remember when. She did not even trust her hand and went up to the mirror to see whether her hair really was done or not. It was, but she could not remember doing it. Who is that? She thought, gazing in the mirror at the feverish, frightened face with the strangely brilliant eyes looking at her. Yes, that is I, she suddenly realized, and looking at her whole figure, she suddenly felt his kisses, shuddered, and moved her shoulders. Then she raised her hand to her lips and kissed it. What is it? Am I going mad? And she went to her bedroom where Annushka was tidying up. Annushka, she said, stopping before the maid and looking at her without knowing what she would say to her. You wish to go to see the Princess Oblonskaya, said the maid, apparently understanding her. Daria Alexandrovna? Yes, I will go. A quarter of an hour there, a quarter of an hour back. He is already on the way. He will be here in a minute. She looked at her watch. But how could he go away, leaving me in this commission? How can he go on living without having made it up with me? She went to the window and looked out into the street. He might have got back by this time, but her calculations might be incorrect, and again she began trying to remember when he had left and reckoning the minutes. Just as she was going to compare her watch with the large clock, someone drove up. Glancing out of the window, she saw his calèche. But no one came upstairs, and she heard voices below. Her messenger had returned in the carriage. She went down to him. I did not find the Count. He had gone to the Nizhny railway station, he said. What do you want? What is this? She asked the rosy, jolly-looking Mikhail as he handed her back her note. Oh, of course, he did not receive it, she remembered. Go with this note to the Countess Vronskaya's country house. Do you know it? And bring back an answer at once, she told the man. What shall I do myself? She thought. Yes, I will go to Dolly's, of course, or else I shall go out of my mind, and I can telegraph as well. And she wrote out a telegram. I must speak to you. Come at once. Having sent off the telegram, she went to dress. Ready dressed and with her bonnet on, she again looked at Annushka's placid and now still rounder face. Evident compassion showed plainly in those kindly little grey eyes. Annushka, my dear, what am I dreadful? Muttered Anna, sobbing, as she sank helplessly into an armchair. Why take it so to heart, Anna Arkadyevna? Such things will happen. Go out and get it off your mind, advised the maid. Yes, I will go, said Anna, recovering and rousing herself. And if a telegram comes during my absence, send it to Daria Alexandrovna's. No, I'll come back myself. I must not think. I must do something. Go away, get out of this house at any rate, she said to herself, listening with horror to the terrible beating of her heart, and she hurriedly went out and got into the calèche. Where to, Ma? Asked Pyotr before getting onto the box. To the Oblonskys, on the Znamenka. Chapter 28. The weather was bright. All the morning there had been a fine drizzling rain, but it had now just cleared up. The iron roofs, the pavement flagstones, the cobbles of the road, the wheels, the leather, brass and tin of the carriages, all shone brightly in the May sunshine. It was 3 o'clock, the busiest time in the streets. Sitting in the corner of the comfortable calèche which rocked gently on its elastic springs to the rapid trot of the pair of greys, Anna, amid the incessant rattle of wheels and the rapidly changing impressions in the open air, again going over the events of the last days, saw her position quite differently from what it had seemed at home. Now the idea of death no longer seemed so terrible and clear, and death itself no longer seemed inevitable. She reproached herself now with the humiliation to which she had descended. I entreated him to forgive me. I have surrendered to him. I have confessed that I am to blame. Why? Can I not live without him? She began reading the signboards. Office and stores, dental surgeon. Yes, I will tell Dolly everything. She is not fond of Vronsky. It will be humiliating and painful, but I will tell her everything. She is fond of me, and I will follow her advice. I won't submit to him. I won't let him educate me. Philippov, bakery. It is said that they send dough to Petersburg. The Moscow water is so good. Oh, and the wells in Mutishi, and the pancakes. And she remembered how, long, long ago, when she was only 17, she visited the Troitsa monastery with her aunt. We drove with horses, for there was then no railway. Can it really have been I, that girl with the red hands? How many things that then seemed to me excellent and unattainable have since become insignificant, and things that then existed are now forever unattainable. Should I then have believed that I should descend to such humiliation? How proud and satisfied he would be to get my note, but I will show him how nasty that paint smells. Why are they always painting and building, dressmaking and millinery? She read. A man bowed to her. It was Annushka's husband. Our parasite, she remembered how Vronsky had said the words. Our? Why ours? Dreadful that one cannot tear out the past by the roots. We cannot tear it out, but we can hide the memory of it. I will hide it. At this point she recollected her past with Karenin and how she had effaced the memory of him. Dolly will think I am leaving a second husband, and that I am therefore certainly unjustifiable. Do I want to be justified? I can't, she said to herself, and wished to cry. But she immediately began to wonder what those two young girls could be smiling at. Love, probably. They don't know how far from joyous it is, how low. The boulevard and children, 3 boys running about playing at horses. Forever. And I shall lose everything and shan't get him back. Yes, I shall lose everything if he does not return. May have missed the train and be back already. Wanting to humiliate yourself again, she said to herself. No, I shall go to Dolly's and will tell her frankly I am unhappy. I deserve it. I am guilty, but all the same I am unhappy. Oh, me. His horses, this carriage. How horrid it is of me to be in this carriage. They are all his. But I shall not see them any more. Is anyone here? She asked in the anteroom. Katerina Alexandrovna Yovina, answered the footman. Kitty. That same Kitty with whom Vronsky was in love, thought Anna. She whom he remembered affectionately. He regrets not having married her, and of me he thinks with hate, and regrets having joined himself to me. When Anna arrived, the 2 sisters were consulting about feeding the baby. Dolly went out alone to meet the visitor who at that moment had come to interrupt their talk. So, you have not left yet? I was myself coming to see you, said Dolly. I had a letter from Stiva today. We also had a telegram from him, replied Anna, looking round for Kitty. He writes that he cannot understand what Alexei Alexandrovich really wants, but that he won't leave without getting an answer. I thought you had a visitor. May I see the letter? Yes. Kitty, answered Dolly with embarrassment. She is in the nursery. She has been very ill. I heard about it. May I see the letter? I will fetch it at once. But he is not refused. On the contrary, Stiva is hopeful, added Dolly, pausing at the door. I have no hope, and don't even desire it, said Anna. What does it mean? Kitty considers it humiliating to meet me, thought Anna when she was left alone. Maybe she is right. But it is not for her who was in love with Vronsky. It is not for her to let me feel it, even if it is true. I know that no respectable woman can receive me in my position. I knew that from the first moment I sacrificed everything for him, and this is the reward. Oh, how I hate him, and why have I come here? It is still worse for me. It is harder than ever. She heard the voices of the sisters conferring together in the next room. And am I going to tell Dolly now? Console Kitty by letting her see that I am unhappy and letting her patronize me? No, and even Dolly would not understand. It is no use speaking to her, but it would be interesting to see Kitty and show her how I despise everybody, everything, how different everything is to me. Dolly came back with a letter. Anna read and silently returned it. I knew it all, she said, and it does not interest me in the least. But why? I, on the contrary, am hopeful, said Dolly, looking at Anna with curiosity. She had never seen her in such a strange and irritable mood. When are you leaving? She asked. Anna, screwing up her eyes, gazed straight before her without answering. Is Kitty hiding from me, then? She asked, looking toward the door and blushing. Oh, what nonsense! She is nursing her baby and has difficulty with it, and I was advising her. She is very pleased. She will come directly, Dolly said awkwardly, not knowing how to tell an untruth. Oh, yes, she is. When she heard that Anna had come, Kitty did not wish to appear, but Dolly persuaded her. Having mustered up her courage, Kitty came in and, blushing, went up to Anna and held out her hand. I am very pleased, she began in a trembling voice. Kitty was confused by the struggle within her between hostility toward this bad woman and a desire to be tolerant to her. But as soon as she saw Anna's lovely and attractive face, all the hostility vanished at once. I should not have been surprised if you had not wanted to see me. I have got used to everything. You have been ill? Yes, you are changed, said Anna. Kitty felt that Anna looked at her with animosity. She attributed that animosity to the awkward position Anna, who had formerly patronized her, now felt herself to be in, and she was sorry for her. They talked about Kitty's illness, about the baby, and about Stiva, but evidently nothing interested Anna. I came to say goodbye to you, she said, rising. When are you leaving? But Anna, again, without replying, turned to Kitty. Yes, I am very glad to have seen you, she said with a smile. I have heard so much about you from everybody, and even from your husband. He called on me, and I liked him very much, she added with obvious ill intent. Where is he? He's gone to the country, answered Kitty, blushing. Remember me to him. Be sure you do. I will be sure to, repeated Kitty naively, looking compassionately into her eyes. Well then, goodbye, Dolly. And kissing Dolly and pressing Kitty's hand, Anna hurried away. She's still the same, and as attractive as ever. Charming, said Kitty when she was once more alone with her sister. But there is something pathetic about her. terribly pathetic. Yes, but today there is something peculiar about her, said Dolly. When I was seeing her out, there in the anteroom, I thought she was going to cry. Chapter 29. Anna reseated herself in the calèche in a state of mind even worse than when she left home. To her former torments was now added a feeling of being affronted and repudiated, of which she had been clearly sensible during the meeting with Kitty. "Where to, Mom? Home?" asked Pyotr. "Yes, home," she said, now not even thinking of where she was going. How they looked at me, as at something dreadful, incomprehensible, and strange. What can he be telling that other man so warmly, she thought, glancing at two pedestrians. How is it possible to tell another what one feels? I meant to tell Dolly, but it's a good thing I didn't. How glad she would have been at my misfortune. She would have concealed it, but her chief feeling would have been joy that I am punished for the pleasures she has envied me. Or Kitty would have been still more pleased. How well I can read her. She knows I was more than usually amiable to her husband. She is jealous of me and hates me, and she also despises me. In her eyes I am an immoral woman. If I were immoral, I could make her husband fall in love with me, if I wanted to. And I did want to. There is someone satisfied with himself, she thought, seeing a fat, ruddy man who was driving past in the opposite direction, and who, taking her for an acquaintance, lifted his shiny hat above his bald and shiny head, but then discovered that he was mistaken. He thought he knew me, but he knows me as little as does anyone else in the world. I don't even know myself. I know my appetites, as the French say. Those boys want some of that dirty ice cream. They know that for a certainty, she thought as she saw two boys stopping an ice cream vendor, who lifted down a tub from his head and wiped his perspiring face with the end of the cloth. We all want something sweet and tasty. If we can get no bonbon, then dirty ice creams. Kitty is just the same. If not Vronsky, then Levin. And she envies and hates me. And we all hate one another. Kitty, me, and I, Kitty. Now that is true. Kyutkin koffer. Je me fais koffer par Kyutkin. I shall tell him that when he comes back, she thought, and smiled. But just then she recollected that now she had no one to tell anything funny to. Besides, there is nothing amusing or merry. Everything is nasty. They're ringing for vespers, and how carefully that tradesman is crossing himself, as if he were afraid of dropping something. What are those churches, that ringing, and these lies for? Only to conceal the fact that we all hate each other, like those cabmen who are so angrily swearing at one another. Yashvin says he wants to leave me without a shirt, and I him. Now that's true. With these thoughts, which occupied her so that she even forgot to think of her troubles, she arrived at the porch of their house. Only when she saw the hall porter coming out to meet her did she remember that she had sent the note and the telegram. "Is there an answer?" she asked. "I will look," he replied, and glancing at his desk he took up and handed her the thin, square envelope of a telegram. "I cannot return before 10, Vronsky," she read. "And the man has not yet returned?" "No, ma'am," answered the hall porter. "Well, in that case, I know what I must do," said she to herself, and conscious of a vague sense of wrath and a desire for vengeance rising within her, she ran upstairs. "I shall go to him myself. Before quitting him forever, I will tell him everything. I never hated anyone as I hate that man," thought she. Seeing his hat on the hat-rail, she shuddered with aversion. She did not realize that his telegram was in answer to hers and that he had not yet received her note. She imagined him now calmly conversing with his mother, the Princess Sorokina, and rejoicing at her sufferings. Yes, I must go at once, she thought, not yet sure where to go to. She wished to get away as soon as possible from the feelings she experienced in that terrible house. The servants, the walls, the things in the house all repelled and angered her and oppressed her like a weight. Yes, I must go to the railway station, and if I don't find him, I must go there and expose him. She looked at the timetable published in the daily paper. The train left at 8:02 p.m. I shall have time. She gave the order to harness another pair of horses and busied herself packing her handbag with things necessary for a few days. She knew she would not return. She vaguely resolved on one of the plans that passed through her mind. After what would occur at the railway station or at the Countess's estate, she would go on by the Nizhny railway to the first town and remain there. Dinner was served. She went to the table, smelt the bread and cheese, and as the smell of everything eatable revolted her, she sent for the carriage and went out. The house already threw a shadow right across the street. The evening was bright and the sun still warm. Anushka, who came out with Anna's things, and Pyotr, who put them into the carriage, and the coachman, who was evidently dissatisfied, were all objectionable to her and irritated her by their words and movements. "I shan't need you, Pyotr." "But how about your ticket?" "Well, as you like, I don't care," she replied with annoyance. Peter jumped up on the box and, with his arms akimbo, told the coachman to drive to the station. Chapter 30. There. Again it is that girl. Again I understand it all, Anna said to herself as soon as the carriage started and, rocking slightly, rattled over the stones. And again different impressions succeeded one another in her brain. What was the last thing I thought of that was so good? She tried to remember it. Kyukin coiffeur? No, not that. Oh, yes, what Yashvin said. The struggle for existence and hatred are the only things that unite people. No, you are going in vain, she mentally addressed a company of people in a caleche with 4 horses, who evidently going out of town on a spree. And the dog you have with you won't help you. You can't escape from yourselves. Glancing in the direction in which Pyotr was looking, she saw a workman, nearly dead drunk, with his head swaying about, who was being led off somewhere by a policeman. That one is more likely to, she thought. Count Vronsky and I have also been unable to find that pleasure from which we expected so much. And now, for the first time, Anna turned the bright light in which she saw everything upon her relations with him, about which she had always avoided thinking. What did he look for in me? Not so much love as the satisfaction of his vanity. She remembered his words, the expression of his face, suggestive of a faithful setter's in the early days of their union. Everything now confirmed her view. Yes, there was in him the triumph of successful vanity. Of course there was love, too, but the greater part was pride in his success. He boasted of me. Now that is past. There's nothing to be proud of, not to be proud, but to be ashamed. He has taken from me all he could, and now he does not need me. He is weary of me, and is trying not to act dishonorably toward me. Yesterday, he betrayed himself. He wants the divorce and a marriage in order to burn his boats. He loves me. But how? The zest is gone, she said to herself in English. That man wants to astonish everybody and is very well satisfied with himself, she thought, glancing at a rosy-faced shop assistant who was riding a hired horse. No, I have no longer the right flavour for him. If I go away, he will, at the bottom of his heart, be pleased. That was not a surmise. She saw it clearly in the piercing light which now revealed to her the meaning of life and of human relations. My love grows more and more passionate and egotistic, and his dwindles and dwindles, and that is why we are separating, she went on thinking. And there's no remedy. For me, everything centres in him, and I demand that he should give himself up to me more and more completely. But he wants more and more to get away from me. Before we were united, we rarely drew together, but now we are irresistibly drifting apart, and it cannot be altered. He tells me I am unreasonably jealous, and I have told myself that I am unreasonably jealous, but it is not true. I am not jealous, but dissatisfied. But she opened her mouth and changed her place in the carriage from agitation produced by a sudden thought. If I could be anything but his mistress, passionately loving nothing but his caresses. But I cannot and do not want to be anything else. And this desire awakens disgust in him, and that arouses anger in me, and it cannot be otherwise. Don't I know that he would not deceive me, that he has no designs on that Sorotina, that he is not in love with Kitty, and will not be unfaithful to me? I know all that. But that does not make it easier for me. If, without loving me, he is kind and tender to me from a sense of duty, but what I desire is lacking, that would be 1,000 times worse than anger. It would be hell. That is just how it is. He has long ceased to love me, and where love ceases, there hate begins. I don't know these streets at all. Here is a hill, and houses, but in the houses are people, and more people. There is no end to them, and they all hate one another. Well, supposing I picture to myself what I want in order to be happy. Well, I get divorced, and Alexei Alexandrovich gives me Tseretsa, and I marry Vronsky. Remembering Karenin, she pictured him to herself with extraordinary vividness, as if he stood before her with his mild, dull, lifeless eyes, the blue veins of his white hands, his intonations, his cracking fingers, and remembering the feeling that had once existed between them, and which had also been called love, she shuddered with revulsion. Well, I get divorced and become Vronsky's wife. Will Kitty cease looking at me as she did this afternoon? No. Will Tseretsa stop asking and wondering about my 2 husbands? And between Vronsky and myself, what new feeling can I invent? Is any kind, not of happiness even, but of absence of torture, possible? No, no, she now answered herself without the least hesitation. It is impossible. Life is sundering us, and I am the cause of his unhappiness and he of mine, and neither he nor I can be made different. Every effort has been made, but the screws have given way. A beggar woman with a baby. She thinks I pity her. Are we not all flung into the world only to hate each other and therefore to torment ourselves and others? There go schoolboys. They are laughing. Tseretsa, she remembered. I thought I loved him, too, and was touched at my own tenderness for him. Yet I lived without him and exchanged his love for another's, and did not complain of the change as long as the other love satisfied me. And she thought with disgust of what she called the other love. The clearness with which she now saw her own and everyone else's life pleased her. It's the same with me, and Piotr, and Theodore the coachman, and with that tradesman, and with all the people that live away there by the Volga, where those advertisements invite one to go, and everywhere, and always. She thought as she drove up to the low building of the Nijivny station, where the porters ran out to meet her. "Shall I take a ticket to Obirolovka?" asked Piotr. She had quite forgotten where and why she was going, and only understood the question by a great effort. "Yes," she said, giving him her purse, and hanging her little red handbag on her arm, she descended from the carriage. As she moved among the crowd toward the first-class waiting room, she gradually recalled all the details of her position and the resolutions between which she vacillated. And again hope and despair, alternately chafing the old sores, lacerated the wounds of her tortured and violently fluttering heart. Sitting on the star-shaped couch, waiting for her train, she looked with repulsion at those who passed in and out. They were all objectionable to her. She thought now of how she would reach the station and would write him a note, and of what she would write, and of how he was now, without understanding her sufferings, complaining of his position to his mother, and of how she would enter the room and what she would say to him. And then, she thought, how happy life might still be, and how tormentingly she loved and hated him, and how dreadfully her heart was beating. Chapter 31. The bell rang. Some young men, ugly and bold-faced, passed by hurriedly and yet attentive to the impression they created. Pyotr, in his livery and gaiters with his dull animal face, also crossed the room and came to her to see her into the train. Two noisy men became quiet as she passed them on the platform, and one of them whispered to the other something about her. Something nasty, of course. She mounted the high step of the railway carriage and seated herself in an empty compartment on the dirty, though once white, cover of the spring seat. Pyotr, with a stupid smile, raised his gold-braided hat to take leave of her. An insolent guard slammed the door and drew the latch. A misshapen lady with a bustle. Anna mentally stripped that woman and was horrified at her deformity, and a girl, laughing affectedly, ran past outside. "Katerina Andreevna has everything, ma tante," cried the little girl. Quite a child, and yet already affected and putting faces, thought Anna. In order not to see anyone, she rose quickly and sat down at the opposite window of the empty compartment. A grimy, misshaped peasant in a cap from under which his tousled hair stuck out passed that window, stooping over the carriage wheels. There is something familiar about that misshaped peasant, she thought. And remembering her dream, she went to the opposite door, trembling with fright. The guard opened it to let in a husband and wife. "Do you wish to get out?" Anna did not answer. Neither the guard nor those entering noticed the horror on her face beneath the veil. She went back to her corner and sat down. The couple sat down opposite her, attentively but stealthily examining her dress. Both the husband and the wife seemed to Anna disgusting. The husband asked if she would allow him to smoke, evidently not because he wanted to, but to enter into conversation with her. Having received her permission, he began speaking to his wife in French about things he wanted to speak about still less than he wanted to smoke. They talked nonsense, insincerely, only in order that she should hear them. Anna saw distinctly how weary they were of one another and how they hated each other. And it was impossible not to hate such ugly wretches. She heard the second bell ring, and then a moving of luggage, noise, shouting, and laughter. It was so clear to Anna that no one had any cause for joy, that this laughter jarred on her painfully, and she wished to stop her ears, not to hear it. At last the third bell rang, the engine whistled and creaked, the coupling chains gave a jerk, and the husband crossed himself. It would be interesting to ask him what he means by it, thought Anna, regarding him spitefully. She looked out of the window, past the lady, and the people on the platform who had been seeing the train off, and who appeared to be gliding backward. With rhythmic jerks over the joints of the rails, the carriage in which Anna sat rattled past the platform and a brick wall, past the signals and some other carriages, The sound of wheels slightly ringing against the rails became more rhythmical and smooth. The bright evening sunshine shone through the window, and a breeze moved the blind. Anna forgot her fellow travellers. Softly rocked by the motion of the carriage and inhaling the fresh air, she again began to think. Where did I leave off? At the point that I cannot imagine a situation in which life would not be a torment, that we all have been created in order to suffer, and that we all know this and all try to invent means of deceiving ourselves. But when you see the truth, what are you to do? Reason has been given to man to enable him to escape from his troubles, said the lady in French, evidently pleased with her phrase and mincing with her tongue. These words seemed to answer Anna's thought. To escape from his trouble, Anna mentally repeated. And glancing at the red-cheeked husband and his thin wife, she saw that the sickly wife considered herself misunderstood, and that the husband deceived her and encouraged her in her opinion of herself. Directing her searchlight upon them, Anna thought she saw their story and all the hidden recesses of their souls. But there was nothing of interest there, and she continued her reflections. Yes, it troubles me very much, and reason was given us to enable us to escape. Therefore, I must escape. Why not put out the candle if there is nothing more to look at? If everything is repulsive to look at? But how? Why did the guard run past holding the handrail? Why are those young men in the next carriage shouting? Why are they talking and laughing? It's all untrue, all lies, all deception, all evil. When the train stopped at the station, Anna got out with the crowd of passengers, and shunning them as if they were lepers, stopped on the platform, tried to remember why she had come there and what she had intended to do. Everything that had appeared possible before was now so difficult to grasp, especially in this noisy crowd of odious people who would not leave her in peace. Porters rushed up, offering their services. Young men passed along the platform, clattering their heels on the planks, talking loudly and gazing at her, and people she met tried to get out of her way on the wrong side. Recollecting that she meant to go on if there was no reply, she stopped a porter and asked him whether there was not a coachman bringing a note from Count Vronsky there. Count Vronsky? Someone from there was here just now to meet the Princess Sorokina and her daughter. What is the coachman like? While she was talking to the porter, Mikhail, the coachman, rosy and cheerful, came up in his smart blue coat with a watch chain, evidently proud of having carried out his errand so well, and handed her a note. She opened it, and her heart sank even before she read it. Very sorry the note did not catch me. I shall be back at 10, Vronsky wrote in a careless hand. Yes, I expected it, she said to herself with a malicious smile. All right. You may go home, she said softly to Mikhail. She spoke softly because the rapid beating of her heart impeded her breathing. Oh, I will not let you torture me, she thought, addressing her threat not to him nor to herself, but to that which forced her to suffer, and she walked along the platform past the station buildings. Two maidservants, strolling about on the platform, turned their heads to look at her and made some audible remarks about her dress. It's real, they said of the lace she was wearing. The young men did not leave her in peace. Gazing into her face and laughing and shouting unnaturally, they again passed by. The station-master asked her in passing whether she was going on. A boy selling kvass fixed his eyes on her. Oh, God, where am I to go? She thought, walking further and further along the platform. She stopped at the end of it. Some ladies and children who had come to meet a spectacled gentleman and were laughing and talking noisily became silent and gazed at her as she passed them. She walked faster away from them to the very end of the platform. A goods train was approaching. The platform shook, and it seemed to her as if she were again in the train. Suddenly remembering the man who had been run over the day she first met Vronsky, she realized what she had to do. Quickly and lightly descending the steps that led from the water tank to the rails, she stopped close to the passing train. She looked at the bottom of the trucks, at the bolts and chains and large iron wheels of the slowly moving front truck, and tried to estimate the middle point between the front and back wheels and the moment when that point would be opposite her. There, she said to herself, looking at the shadow of the truck on the mingled sand and coal dust which covered the sleepers. There, into the very middle, and I shall punish him and escape from everybody and from myself. She wanted to fall halfway between the wheels of the front truck, which was drawing level with her, but the little red handbag which she began to take off her arm delayed her, and then it was too late. The middle had passed her. She was obliged to wait for the next truck. A feeling seized her like that she had experienced when preparing to enter the water in bathing, and she crossed herself. The familiar gesture of making the sign of the cross called up a whole series of girlish and childish memories, and suddenly the darkness that obscured everything for her broke, and life showed itself to her for an instant with all its bright past joys. But she did not take her eyes off the wheels of the approaching second truck, and at the very moment when the midway point between the wheels drew level, she threw away her red bag, and drawing her head down between her shoulders, threw herself forward on her hands under the truck, and with a light movement as if preparing to rise again, immediately dropped on her knees. And at the same moment she was horror-struck at what she was doing. Where am I? What am I doing? Why? She wished to rise, to throw herself back, but something huge and relentless struck her on the head and dragged her down. God forgive me everything, she said, feeling the impossibility of struggling. A little peasant, muttering something, was working at the rails. The candle, by the light of which she had been reading that book filled with anxieties, deceptions, grief, and evil, flared up with a brighter light, lit up for her all that had before been dark, crackled, began to flicker, and went out forever. Part 8. Chapter 1. Nearly 2 months had gone by. It was already the middle of the hot summer, but Sergei Ivanitch Koznishev was only now preparing to leave Moscow. In Koznichev's life during that time, events of importance for him had taken place. His book, the result of 6 years' labour, entitled An Attempt to Review the Foundations and Forms of Government of Europe and Russia, had been finished a year ago. Some parts of it and the introduction had appeared in periodicals, and other parts had been read by Koznishev to people of his set, so that the ideas of the work could not be very novel to the public. But all the same, Koznishev expected that the publication of the book would create a serious impression on society, and if not a revolution in science, at any rate a strong agitation in the scientific world. The book had been issued last year after careful revision, and had been sent out to the booksellers. Not asking anyone about it, reluctantly and with feigned indifference replying to his friends' inquiries as to how it was going, and not even asking the booksellers how it was selling, Koznishev watched keenly and with strained attention for the first impression his book would produce in society and in literature. But a week passed, and another, and a third, and no impression was noticeable in society. His friends, the specialists and the scholars, sometimes, from politeness, mentioned it. His other acquaintances, not interested in learned works, did not mention it to him at all. In society, now particularly occupied with something else, absolute indifference reigned. In the periodicals also, for a whole month, there had not been any mention of the book. Koznishev had calculated exactly the time necessary for a review to be written, but a month passed and another, and the silence continued. Only in the Northern Beetle, in a facetious feuilleton about the singer Drabanti who had lost his voice, were a few contemptuous remarks interpolated about Koznichev's book, indicating that it had long ago been condemned by everybody and consigned to general ridicule. At last, in the third month, a criticism appeared in a serious magazine. Koznichev knew the author of the article. He had met him once at Golubkov's. The author was a very young and sickly journalist, very bold as a writer, but extremely uneducated and shy in personal intercourse. Despite his entire contempt for this man, Koznishev began reading the review most respectfully. The article was horrible. The critic had evidently understood the book in an impossible way, but he had so adroitly selected his quotations that to those who had not read the book, and evidently hardly anyone had read it, it would appear quite clear that the whole book was nothing but a collection of high-sounding words, not even used appropriately, as was indicated by notes of interrogation, and that its author was a totally ignorant man. All this was put with so much wit that Koznishev himself would not have been averse to wielding it, and that was what was dreadful. Notwithstanding the thorough conscientiousness with which Koznishev verified the correctness of the critic's arguments, he did not dwell for a moment on the deficiencies and mistakes which were ridiculed, but at once involuntarily began to recall his meeting and conversation with the author of the review down to the minutest details. Did not I offend him in some way? He asked himself. And remembering how, when he met him, he had corrected the young man's use of a word that betrayed ignorance, Koznishev found an explanation of the article. That review was followed by dead silence both in print and in conversation concerning the book, and Koznishev saw that his 6 years' work, carried out with so much devotion and labour, was entirely thrown away. His position was the more painful because, having finished his book, he no longer had any literary work such as had previously occupied the greater part of his time. He was intelligent, well-educated, healthy and active, but did not know how to employ his energy. Discussions in drawing-rooms, at meetings, at assemblies, in committees, and everywhere where one could speak, took up part of his time. But, as an habitual town-dweller, he did not allow himself to be entirely absorbed by discussions, as his inexperienced brother did when he was in Moscow, so he had much superfluous leisure and mental energy. Fortunately for him, at this most trying time after the failure of his book, in place of the questions of dissent, our American friends, the Samara famine, the exhibitions, and spiritualism, the Slavonic question, which had previously only smouldered in society, came to the front, and Koznishev, who had previously been one of the promoters of that cause, devoted himself to it entirely. Among the people to whom he belonged, nothing was written or talked about at that time except the Serbian War. Everything that the idle crowd usually does to kill time, it now did for the benefit of the Slavs. Balls, concerts, dinners, speeches, ladies' dresses, beer, restaurants, all bore witness to our sympathy with the Slavs. With much that was spoken and written on the subject, Koznishev did not agree in detail. He saw that the Slav question had become one of those fashionable diversions which, ever succeeding one another, served to occupy society. He saw that too many people took up the question from interested motives. He admitted that the papers published much that was unnecessary and exaggerated with the sole aim of drawing attention to themselves, each outcrying the other. He saw that amid this general elation in society, those who were unsuccessful or discontented leapt to the front and shouted louder than anyone else. Commanders-in-chief without armies, ministers without portfolios, journalists without papers, and party leaders without followers. He saw there was much that was frivolous and ridiculous, but he also saw and admitted the unquestionable and ever-growing enthusiasm which was uniting all classes of society, and with which one could not help sympathizing. The massacre of our co-religionists and brother Slavs evoked sympathy for the sufferers and indignation against their oppressors, and the heroism of the Serbs and Montenegrins fighting for a great cause aroused in the whole nation a desire to help their brothers not only with words but by deeds. Also, there was an accompanying fact that pleased Koznishev. It was the manifestation of public opinion. The nation had definitely expressed its wishes. As Koznishev put it, the soul of the nation had become articulate. The more he went into this question, the clearer it seemed to him that it was a matter which would attain enormous proportions and become epoch-making. He devoted himself completely to the service of that great movement and forgot to think about his book. His whole time was now so taken up that he was unable to answer all the letters and demands addressed to him. After working all through the spring and part of the summer, it was not till July that he prepared to go to his brothers in the country. He went, both to enjoy a fortnight's rest and, in that holy of holies of the people, the very heart of the country, to enjoy the sight of that uplift of the national spirit of which he and all the town-dwellers were fully convinced. Katavasov, who had promised Yevin to visit him and had long been meaning to keep that promise, accompanied Koznishev. Chapter 2. Hardly had Koznishev and Katavasov reached the station, got out of their carriage and looked for the footman who had followed with their luggage, before some volunteers drove up with 4 izvozchiks. The volunteers were met by ladies who brought them nosegays, and who, with the crowd that rushed after them, accompanied them into the station. One of the ladies who had met the volunteers spoke to Koznishev at the exit from the waiting room. "You too have come to see them off?" she asked in French. "No, Princess, I am going to my brother's for a rest." "And do you always come to see them off?" he asked with a slight smile. "How can one help it?" replied the princess. "Is it true that 800 have already gone from here? Malvinsky would not believe me." "More than 800. Counting those who did not go from Moscow direct, more than 1,000, said Koznishev. "There now, I said so," the lady said, joyfully. "And isn't it true that about 1,000,000 rubles have been collected?" "More than that, Princess." "And what a telegram there is today! They have beaten the Turks again." "Yes, I read it," he answered. They were talking of the latest telegram, confirming the report that for 3 consecutive days the Turks had been beaten at all points and were in flight, and that a decisive battle was expected next day. "Oh, I say, there is a splendid young man who wants to go. I don't know why they are making difficulties. I wish to speak to you about him. I know him. Please write a note for him. He was sent by the Countess Lydia Ivanovna." Having obtained such details as the princess could give about the young petitioner, Koznishev went into the first-class waiting-room, wrote a note to the person on whom the decision depended, and gave it to the princess. "Do you know that the well-known Count Vronsky is going by this train?" remarked the princess, with a triumphant and significant smile, when Koznishev had found her again and given her the note. "I heard he was going, but did not know when." "Going by this train?" "I have seen him. He is here. Only his mother is seeing him off. After all, it is the best thing he could do." "Oh yes, certainly." While they were speaking, the crowd rushed past them toward the dining table. They too moved on, and heard the loud voice of a man who, with a glass in his hand, was making a speech to the volunteers. "To serve the faith, humanity, and our brothers," said the gentleman, raising his voice more and more. "Mother Moscow blesses you in the great undertaking. Shivio," he concluded in a loud and tearful voice. Everyone shouted, "Shivio," and a fresh crowd surged into the refreshment room, nearly knocking the princess off her feet. "Ah, Princess, what do you think of that?" said Oblonsky, beaming with a joyous smile as he suddenly appeared in the midst of the crowd. "Wasn't it finely and cordially expressed? Bravo! And Sergei Ivanitch, now you should say something, so that, just a few words, of encouragement. You do it so well," he added, with an affectionate, respectful, and solicitous smile. gently pushing Koznishev forward by the arm. "No, I am just going." "Where to?" "To my brother's in the country," answered Koznishev. "Oh, then you'll see my wife." "I have written to her, but you'll see her sooner. Please tell her you have seen me, and it's all right. She will understand. However, tell her, if you'll be so kind, that I am appointed member of the committee of the but she will understand. You know, les petites miserables humaines," he said to the princess, as if to excuse himself. "And the Princess Myakaya, not Lisa, but Bibish, is really sending 1,000 rifles and 12 nurses. Did I tell you?" "Yes, I have heard," replied Koznishev reluctantly. "What a pity you're going away," said Vronsky. "Tomorrow we're giving a dinner to 2 of those who are going to the war, Dmitri Bartnyansky from Petersburg and our Vasenka. They are both going. Veslovsky married recently, a fine fellow. Isn't he, Princess?" he added, turning to the lady. The princess, without replying, glanced at Koznishev. But the fact that Koznishev and the princess seemed to wish to get rid of him did not abash Vronsky in the least. He looked smilingly, now at the feather on the princess's bonnet, and now about him, as if trying to remember something. Noticing a lady with a collecting box, he beckoned to her and put in a 5-ruble note. "I can't look calmly at those collecting boxes while I have any money," he remarked. "And what a telegram that was today! Fine fellows, those Montenegrins." "You don't say so!" he exclaimed, when the princess told him that Vronsky was going by that train. For a moment Oblonsky's face looked sad. But a minute later, when, with a slight spring in his step and smoothing his whiskers, he entered the waiting room where Vronsky was, Oblonsky had quite forgotten how he had sobbed with despair over his sister's corpse, and he saw in Vronsky only a hero and an old friend. "With all his faults, one must do him justice," the princess said to Koznishev as soon as Oblonsky had left them. "His is a thoroughly Russian, Slavonic nature. Only I'm afraid it will be painful for Vronsky to see him. Say what you will, that man's fate touches me." "Have a talk with him on the journey," said the princess. "Yes, I might, if opportunity offers. I never liked him, but this atones for much. Not only is he going himself, but he is taking a whole squadron at his own expense." "So I heard." The bell rang. Everybody thronged toward the door. "There he is," said the princess, pointing to Vronsky, who, in a long overcoat and a black, broad-brimmed hat, was passing with his mother on his arm. Oblonsky walked beside him, talking with animation. Vronsky was frowning and looking straight before him, as if not hearing what Oblonsky was saying. Probably at Oblonsky's indication, he looked round to where Koznishev and the princess were standing and silently raised his hat. His face, which was aged and full of suffering, seemed petrified. Coming up to the train, Vronsky, letting his mother pass before him, silently disappeared into one of the compartments. On the platform, "God Save the Tsar" was struck up, followed by "Hurrah" and "Shriyo." One of the volunteers, a tall, hollow-chested, very young man, was bowing in a specially noticeable way, waving over his head a felt hat and a bouquet. From behind him, 2 officers and an elderly man with a large beard and a greasy cap thrust their heads out, and also bowed. Chapter 3. Having taken leave of the princess, Koznishev, with Katavasov, who had joined him, entered the very crowded carriage, and the train started. At the Saritsino station, the train was met by a melodious choir of young people singing Slaviya. Again the volunteers bowed and thrust their heads out, but Koznishev did not pay attention to them. He had had so much to do with volunteers that he was already familiar with their general type, and it did not interest him. Katavasov, however, whose scientific occupations had offered him no opportunities of studying the volunteers, was much interested in them and questioned Koznishev about them. Koznishev advised him to go into the second-class carriage and have a talk with some of them. At the next station, Katavasov followed this advice. As soon as the train stopped, he changed carriages and made acquaintance with the volunteers. They were sitting in a corner, talking loudly, evidently aware that the attention of their fellow passengers and of Katavasov, who had just entered, was directed toward them. The tall, hollow-chested young man talked louder than any of them. He was evidently drunk and was speaking of something that had happened at his school. Opposite him sat an officer, no longer young, wearing a military jacket of the Austrian Guards. He listened smilingly to the young man and tried to stop him. The third volunteer, wearing an artillery uniform, sat beside them on a trunk. A fourth one was asleep. Getting into conversation with the young man, Katavasov learnt that he had been a rich Moscow merchant, but had run through a large fortune before he was 22. Katavasov did not like him because he was effeminate, spoilt, and delicate. He was evidently sure, especially now that he was tipsy, that he was performing an heroic deed, and he bragged most unpleasantly. Another, a retired officer, also produced an unpleasant impression on Katavasov. He was, apparently, a man who had tried everything. He had had a post on the railway, been a steward, and had started factories, and he talked about it all quite needlessly, using inappropriate technical terms. But Katavasov liked the third, an artilleryman, very much. He was a modest, quiet man, who evidently deferred to the knowledge of the retired guardsman and to the heroic self-sacrifice of the merchant, and did not talk at all about himself. When Katavasov asked him what prompted him to go to Serbia, he modestly replied, "Well, everybody's going. One must help the Serbs. One's sorry for them." "Yes, it's particularly artillerymen they're short of," said Katavasov. "But I have not served long in the artillery. Perhaps they'll put me in the infantry or cavalry." "Why into the infantry when they need artillerymen most of all?" said Katavasov, concluding from the artilleryman's age that he must have risen to a considerable rank. "I did not serve in the artillery long. I am a retired cadet," he said, and began to explain why he had not passed the examination for a commission. All this put together produced on Katavasov a disagreeable impression, and when the volunteers got out at the station to have a drink, he wished to verify this unfavourable impression by a talk with somebody. One of the passengers, an old man in a military overcoat, had been listening all the time to Katavasov's conversation with the volunteers. When they were left alone together, Katavasov addressed him. "What a variety there is in the positions of all these men who are going there," Katavasov remarked vaguely, wishing to express his own opinion, but at the same time to draw the old man. The old soldier had been through 2 campaigns. He knew what a military man ought to be, and by the appearance and talk of those men, and by the swagger with which they applied themselves to their flasks on the way, he considered them bad soldiers. Besides that, he lived in a provincial town and wanted to speak of a discharged soldier of his town who had volunteered, a drunkard and thief whom no one would employ any longer. But, knowing by experience that in the present state of public feeling it was dangerous to express any opinion contrary to the prevailing one, and especially dangerous to censure the volunteers, he also watched Katavasov. "Well, men are wanted there," he said with laughing eyes, and they began talking about the latest war news, each concealing from the other his perplexity as to whom tomorrow's battle was to be with, since the Turks, according to the latest intelligence, had been beaten at all points. And so they parted without either of them having expressed his opinion. Katavasov, returning to his carriage, involuntarily prevaricated, and in telling Koznishev his observations of the volunteers, let it appear that they were excellent fellows. At the station of a big town, the volunteers were again greeted with songs and cheers. Again women and men turned up with collecting boxes, the provincial ladies presented nosegays and accompanied the volunteers to the refreshment bar. But all this was far feebler and weaker than in Moscow. Chapter 4. When the train stopped at the provincial capital, Koznishev, instead of going to the refreshment room, walked up and down the platform. The first time he passed the Vronskys' compartment, he noticed that the blind was down. But the next time he passed, he saw the old countess at the window. She beckoned to him. "You see, I am going with him as far as Kursk," said she. "Yes, so I heard," replied Koznishev, stopping by her window and glancing inside. "What a fine action this is of his," he added, noticing that Vronsky was not there. Yes, but after his misfortune, what could he do? What a dreadful occurrence, remarked Koznishev. Oh, what I have endured! But come in. Oh, what I have endured, she repeated when Koznishev had entered and taken a seat beside her. You cannot imagine it. For 6 weeks he spoke to no one and ate only when I implored him to. One could not leave him a moment alone. We took away everything that he could kill himself with. We lived on the ground floor, but one could not tell what he might do. You know he had once before shot himself on her account, she said, and the old woman's brows knit at the recollection. Yes, she ended as such a woman deserved to end. Even the death she chose was mean and low. It is not for us to judge, Countess, Koznishev remarked with a sigh. But I understand how distressing it was for you. Oh, don't speak of it. I was living on my estate and he was with me. A note was brought. He wrote an answer and sent it off. He had no idea that she was herself there at the station. In the evening I had only just gone to my room when my Maria told me that at the station a lady had thrown herself under a train. I felt as if I had received a blow. I knew it was she. The first thing I said was, "Don't tell him." But he'd already been told. His coachman had been there and saw it all. When I ran to his room, he was beside himself. It was terrible to see him. He did not say a word, but off he galloped to the station. I don't know what happened there, but they brought him back like a corpse. I should not have known him. Postratio complete, the doctor said. Then came raving madness, almost. Oh, and can't speak of it, exclaimed the Countess with a gesture of her arm. A terrible time. No, say what you will, she was a bad woman. Such desperate passions, only to prove something unusual. Well, she proved it. She ruined herself and 2 splendid men, her husband and my unfortunate son. And how about her husband? Inquired Koznishev. He took her little girl. Alexei at first agreed to everything, but now he is greatly distressed at having given up his daughter to a stranger. But he can't go back on his word. Karenin came to the funeral, but we tried to arrange so that he and Alexei should not meet. For him, the husband, it is better. She has set him free. But my poor son had given himself up to her entirely. He had thrown up everything, his career, me. And then she did not even pity him, but deliberately dealt him a death blow. No, say what you will, her death itself was the death of a horrid woman, without religion. God forgive me. I cannot help hating her memory when I see my son's ruin. But how is he now? It is a God-sent help for us, this Serbian war. I am an old woman and understand nothing about it, but for him it is a godsend. Of course, I, as his mother, fear for him. And above all, I hear that ce n'est pas très bien vu à Petersburg, but can't be helped. It was the only thing that could rouse him. His friend Yashvin had lost everything at cards and was going to Serbia. He came to see him and persuaded him to go. Now it interests him. Please, have a talk with him. I want him to have some distraction. He's so sad. Unluckily, too, his teeth have started aching. But he will be very glad to see you. Please, have a talk with him. He's walking about on the other side. Koznishev said he would be very pleased, and crossed over to the other platform. Chapter 5. In the slanting shadow of a pile of sacks heaped up on the platform, Vronsky, in a long overcoat, his hat pulled down low and his hands in his pockets, was walking up and down like an animal in a cage, turning sharply every 20 paces. To Koznishev, as he approached, it seemed that Vronsky saw, but pretended not to see him. But Koznishev did not care. He was above any personal considerations with Vronsky. In his eyes, Vronsky at that moment seemed an important worker in a great cause, and Koznishev considered it his duty to encourage and cheer him. He went up to him. Vronsky paused, looked at Koznishev, recognized him, and advancing a few steps to meet him, pressed his hand very, very hard. "Perhaps you did not wish to see me," said Koznishev. "But can I not be of some use to you?" "There is no one whom it would be less unpleasant for me to meet than yourself," returned Vronsky. "Excuse me. There is nothing that is pleasant in life for me." "I understand. And I wanted to offer you my services," said Koznishev, gazing into Vronsky's face, which bore evident signs of suffering. "Do you not want a letter to Ristik or to Milan?" "Oh, no," replied Vronsky, as if it cost him an effort to understand. "If you don't mind, let us walk up and down. It is so stuffy in the carriage. A letter? No, thank you. No introductions are needed to enable one to die. Unless, indeed, to the Turks," he added, smiling with his lips only. His eyes retained their expression of angry suffering. "Yes, but it may be easier for you to establish connections, which will be necessary anyway with someone who has been prepared. However, as you please. I was very glad to hear of your decision. The volunteers are being very much attacked, and a man like yourself will raise them in public opinion. As a man, I have this quality, that I do not value my life at all, and that I have physical energy enough to hack my way into a square and slay or fall. That I am sure of. I am glad that there is something for which I can lay down the life which I not only do not want, but of which I am sick. It will be of use to somebody." And he moved his jaw impatiently, because of the incessant, gnawing pain in his tooth, which even prevented him from speaking with the expression he desired. "You will recover, I prophesy it," said Koznishev, feeling touched. "To free one's brothers from oppression is an aim worth both dying and living for. God grant you outward success and inward peace," he added, holding out his hand. Vronsky grasped the hand warmly. "Yes, as a tool I may be of some use. But as a man, I am a ruin," said he, pausing between the words. The acute pain in the strong tooth, filling his mouth with saliva, hindered his speaking. He remained silent, gazing at the wheels of the approaching tender, which was slowly and smoothly gliding over the rails. Suddenly a quite different feeling, not of pain, but of tormenting inward discomfort, made him for a moment forget his toothache. At the sight of the tender and the rails, and under the influence of conversation with someone he had not met since the catastrophe, he suddenly remembered her. That is, remembered what was left of her when, like a madman, he ran into the railway shed where, on a table, stretched out shamelessly before the eyes of strangers, lay the mangled body still warm with recent life. The head, left intact, with its heavy plaits and the curls round the temples, was thrown back, and on the lovely face with its half-open red lips was frozen an expression, pitiful on the lips and horrible in the fixed, open eyes, an expression which repeated, as if in words, the terrible phrase about his repenting it, which she had uttered during their quarrel. He tried to remember her as she was when he had met her the first time, also at a railway station. Mysterious, charming, loving, seeking and giving joy, and not cruelly vindictive as he remembered her at the last. He tried to recall his best moments with her, but they were forever poisoned. He could think of her only as triumphant, having carried out the threat of inflicting on him totally useless but irrevocable remorse. He ceased to feel the pain in his tooth, and sobs distorted his face. Having twice walked past the sacks and mastered himself, he turned calmly to Koznishev. "You have not seen any telegram later than yesterday's?" "Yes, they have been beaten a third time, but a decisive battle is expected tomorrow." And having spoken about the proposed proclamation of Milan as king and of the immense results this might have, they returned to their respective carriages after the second bell had already sounded. Chapter 6. As he had not known when he would be able to leave Moscow, Koznishev had not sent a telegram to his brother asking to be met at the station, and Lievin was not at home when, toward noon, Katavasov and Koznishev, dark as Arabs with the dust in the little tarantass they had hired at the station, drew up at the porch of the Pokrovsk house. Kitty, who was sitting on the balcony with her father and sister, recognized her brother-in-law and ran down to meet him. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself for not letting us know?" she said, holding out her hand to him and offering her forehead for a kiss. "We got here first-rate without troubling you," replied Koznishev. "I am so dusty that I dare not touch you. I was so busy that I did not know when I could tear myself away. And you, as usual," said he, smiling, "are enjoying tranquil happiness outside the currents in your peaceful shallows. And here is our friend, Theodor Vassilievich, who has come at last." "But I am not a Negro. When I have had a wash, I shall look like a human being," Katavasov said, in his usual jesting way, holding out his hand and smiling, his teeth looking particularly bright in contrast with his black face. "Kostya will be so pleased. He has gone to the farm. It is time he was back." "Always busy with his husbandry. In the shallows hits it exactly," remarked Katavasov. "And we in town can see nothing but the Serbian war." "Well, and what does my friend think of it? Surely not the same as other people?" "Oh, nothing in particular. The same as everybody," Kitty answered, rather embarrassed, and glancing round at Koznishev. "Well, I'll send for him. Papa is staying with us. He is not long returned from abroad." And having arranged that Lievin should be sent for and that the dusty visitors should be shown where to wash, one of them in Lievin's study and the other in Dolly's former room, and about lunch for them, Kitty, exercising the right of moving quickly of which she had been deprived during pregnancy, ran up the balcony stairs. "It's Sergei Ivanitch and Katavasov, the professor," said she. "Oh, how trying in this heat," said the prince. "No, Papa, he's very nice, and Kostya is very fond of him," Kitty replied with a smile as of entreaty, having noticed a sarcastic expression on her father's face. "I don't mind." "You go and entertain them, dear," Kitty said to her sister. "They met Stiva at the station. He is quite well, and I will run to Mitya. As ill luck will have it, I have not fed him since breakfast. He'll be awake now and is certainly screaming." And feeling the flow of milk, she went with rapid steps to the nursery. It was not a mere guess. The bond between herself and the baby had not yet been severed, and she knew surely by the flow of milk within herself that he was wanting food. She knew he was screaming before she reached the nursery, and so he was. She heard his voice and increased her speed, but the faster she went, the louder he screamed. It was a fine, healthy voice, only hungry and impatient. "Has he been screaming long, nurse? Long?" she asked hurriedly, sitting down and preparing to nurse the baby. "Be quick and give him to me." "Oh, nurse, how tiresome you are. Come, you can tie up his cap afterwards." The baby was convulsed with hungry yells. "But one must, you know, ma'am," said Agafya Mikhailovna, who was almost always in the nursery. "He must be properly tidied up." "Coo, coo," she cooed to him, paying no attention to the mother. The nurse brought the baby to his mother, and Agafya Mikhailovna followed behind, her face softened with tenderness. "He knows me, he does. It's God's truth, Katerina Alexandrovna dear, he knows me," said Agafya Mikhailovna, raising her voice above the baby's. But Kitty did not listen. Her impatience was increasing with the babies, As a result of their impatience, matters were long in getting settled. The baby got hold in the wrong place and was angry. At last, after desperate screaming and choking, matters went smoothly, and both mother and child felt calmed and were silent. "But he too, poor mite, is all in a perspiration," whispered Kitty, feeling him with her hand. "Why do you think he knows you?" she added, moving her eyes so as to see the baby's. They looked roguishly at her, she thought, from beneath his cap, which had slipped forward, and she watched the rhythmical rise and fall of his cheeks, and the little hand with the rosy palm making circular movements. "It's impossible. If he knew anyone, it would be me," Kitty replied to Agafya Mikhailovna's statement, and smiled. She smiled because, though she said it was impossible for him to know, she was sure in her heart that he not only knew Agafya Mikhailovna, but that he knew and understood everything, even many things that no one else knew, and which she, his mother, had learnt to know and understand through him. For Agafya Mikhailovna, for the nurse, for his grandfather, and even for his father, Mitya was a living being requiring only material care. But for his mother he had already long been a moral being, with whom she had already had a long series of spiritual relations. "Well, wait till he wakes up and you will see for yourself. When I do like that, he quite brightens up, the dear. He brightens up like a sunny morning," said Agafya Mikhailovna. "But all right, we shall see," Kitty whispered. "But now go away. He's falling asleep." Chapter 7. Agafya Mikhailovna went out on tiptoe. The nurse pulled down the blind, drove away the flies from under the muslin curtain of the cot, and also a bumblebee that was buzzing against the window-pane, and sat down, waving a birch branch above the mother and child. "Oh, the heat, the heat! If God would only send a little rain," she said. "Hiss, yes. Hush," was all Kitty answered, as she sat softly rocking herself and tenderly pressing the little plump arm, which looked as if a thread had been tied round the wrist, and was still feebly waving while Mitya kept shutting and opening his eyes. This hand disturbed Kitty. She wanted to kiss it, but was afraid to do so lest she should wake her baby. At last the arm ceased waving, and the eyes closed. Only now and then the baby, continuing his business, lifted his long, curved lashes and looked at his mother with moist eyes that seemed black in the dim light. The nurse stopped waving the branch and began to doze. From upstairs was heard the roll of the prince's voice and of Katavasov's laughter. "I expect they've got into conversation in my absence," thought Kitty. "But all the same it's provoking that Kostya is away. I expect he's gone to the apiary again, though I am sorry that he goes there so often. Yet I am also glad of it. It is a distraction for him. He is more cheerful now than he was in spring. Then he was so gloomy and suffered so much that I was becoming alarmed about him. And how funny he is," she whispered with a smile. She knew what was tormenting her husband. It was his want of faith. Although had she been asked whether she thought that if he did not believe in the future life he would perish, she would have had to acknowledge that he would. Yet his lack of faith did not make her unhappy. And she, who accepted the doctrine that salvation was impossible for an unbeliever, while loving her husband's soul more than anything in the world, smiled when she thought of his disbelief and called him funny. "Why has he been reading those philosophies for a whole year?" she thought. "If it's all written in those books, he can understand it. If what they say is untrue, why read them? He says himself that he would like to believe. Then why does he not believe? It must be because he thinks too much, and he thinks too much because of his solitude. He's always alone, alone. He can't talk to us about everything. I think you will be glad of these visitors, especially of Katavasov. He likes arguing with them," she reflected, and then turned her mind to the problem of where she had better arrange for Katavasov to sleep, in a separate room or with Koznishev. And here a thought suddenly struck her, which made her start with excitement and even disturb Mitya, who gave her a severe look in consequence. "I don't think the laundress has brought the things back, and the spare sheets are all in use. If I don't see to it, Agafya Mikhailovna will give Sergei Ivanitch used bed linen." And the very thought of this sent the blood into Kitty's face. Yes, I must see about it, she decided. And returning to her former train of thought, she remembered that there was something important, something spiritual, that she had not yet thought out, and tried to recollect what it was. Oh, yes, Kostya is an unbeliever, she thought again with a smile. Well, he is an unbeliever. Better let him be that than be like Madame Stahl, or like what I wanted to be when I was abroad. No, he will never pretend. Then a recent proof of his kindness came vividly to her mind. 2 weeks before, Dolly had received a penitent letter from her husband. He implored her to save his honor and to sell her estate to pay his debts. Dolly was in despair. She hated her husband, despised him, pitied him, made up her mind to divorce him and to refuse, but ended by consenting to sell part of her estate. With an involuntary smile of emotion, Kitty remembered her own husband's shamefacedness after that, and his repeated, awkward attempts to approach the subject he had on his mind, and how at length, having discovered the only way of helping Dolly without offending her, he suggested to Kitty that she should give her sister her own part of the estate, a device that had not occurred to her. How can he be an unbeliever with such a heart? And his dread of hurting anybody's feelings, even a child's. Everything for others, nothing for himself. Sergei Ivanitch quite regards it as Kostya's duty to act as his steward, and so does his sister. And now Dolly and her children are his wards. And then there are all those peasants who come to him every day as if it were his business to help them. Yes, only be like your father. Only be like him, she whispered, giving Mitya to the nurse, and touching his cheek with her lips. Chapter 8. Since the moment when, at the sight of his beloved and dying brother, Yevin for the first time looked at the questions of life and death in the light of the new convictions, as he called them, which between the ages of 20 and 34 had imperceptibly replaced the beliefs of his childhood and youth, he had been less horrified by death than by life, without the least knowledge of whence it came, what it is for, why, and what it is. Organisms, their destruction, the indestructibility of matter, the law of the conservation of energy, development, the terms that had superseded these beliefs were very useful for mental purposes, but they gave no guidance for life, and Lievin suddenly felt like a person who has exchanged a thick fur coat for a muslin garment, and who, being out in the frost for the first time, becomes clearly convinced, not by arguments, but with the whole of his being, that he is as good as naked, and that he must inevitably perish miserably. From that moment, without thinking about it, and though he continued living as he had done heretofore, Lievin never ceased to feel afraid of his ignorance. Moreover, he was vaguely conscious that what he had called his convictions were really ignorance, and more than that, were a state of mind which rendered knowledge of what he needed impossible. At the commencement of his married life, the new joys and new duties he experienced completely stifled these thoughts. But lately, since his wife's confinement, while living in Moscow without any occupation, the problem demanding solution had presented itself more and more insistently to him. For him, the problem was this: if I don't accept the replies offered by Christianity to the questions my life presents, what solutions do I accept? And he not only failed to find in the whole arsenal of his convictions any kind of answer, but he could not even find anything resembling an answer. He was in the position of a man seeking for food in a toy shop or at a gunsmith's. Involuntarily and unconsciously, in every book, in every conversation, and in every person he met, he now sought for their relation to those questions and for a solution to them. What astounded and upset him most in this connection was that the majority of those in his set and of his age, having like himself replaced their former beliefs by new convictions like his own, did not see anything to be distressed about and were quite contented and tranquil, so that besides the principal question, Levin was tormented by other questions. Were these people sincere? Were they not pretending? Or did they understand, possibly in some different and clearer way than he, the answers science gives to the questions he was concerned with? And he studied painstakingly both the opinions of those people and the books which contained their answers. One thing he had discovered since these questions had begun to occupy him, namely, that he had been mistaken in imagining from his recollections of his youthful university circle that religion had outlived its day and no longer existed. All those near to him who lived good lives were people who believed. The old prince, Lvov, of whom he had grown so fond, his brother Koznishev, and all the womenfolk. His wife believed as he had done in early childhood, and 99 out of 100 of the Russian people, the whole of the people whose lives he most respected, also believed. Another thing was that, having read a great many books, he became convinced that those who shared his outlook understood only what he had understood, explaining nothing and merely ignoring those problems without a solution to which he felt he could not live, but trying to solve quite other problems which could not interest him, such as, for instance, the development of organisms, a mechanical explanation of the soul, and so on. Besides, during the time of his wife's confinement, an extraordinary thing had happened to him. He, an unbeliever, began to pray, and while praying, believed. But that moment had passed, and he could not allot any place in his life to the state of mind he had then experienced. He could not admit that he had then known the truth and was now making a mistake, because as soon as he reflected calmly about it, it all fell to pieces. Nor could he acknowledge that he had then been mistaken, for he prized the state his soul had then been in, and by acknowledging it to be a result of weakness, he would have defiled those moments. He was painfully out of harmony with himself, and strained all his spiritual powers to escape from this condition. Chapter 9. These thoughts oppressed and tormented him, now more and now less strongly, but never left him. He read and thought, and the more he read and thought, the further he felt from his goal. Latterly, in Moscow and in the country, having convinced himself that he could get no answer from the materialists, he read through and reread Plato, Spinoza, Kant, Schelling, Hegel, and Schopenhauer, those philosophers who explained life otherwise than materialistically. Their thoughts seemed to him fruitful when he read, or was himself devising refutations of other teachings, the materialistic in particular. But as soon as he began reading or himself devised solutions to life's problems, the same thing occurred every time. Following long definitions of vague words such as spirit, will, freedom, substance, and deliberately entering the verbal trap set for him by the philosophers or by himself, he seemed to begin to understand something. But he had only to forget that artificial line of thought and to return direct from real life to what had appeared satisfactory so long as he kept to the given line of thought, and suddenly the whole artificial edifice tumbled down like a house of cards, and it was evident that the edifice had been constructed of those same words differently arranged, and without regard for something in life more important than reason. At one time, while reading Schopenhauer, he replaced the word will by the word love, and this new philosophy comforted him for a day or two, as long as he did not stand aside from it. But it too collapsed when he viewed it in relation to real life, and it turned out to be a muslin garment without warmth. His brother Koznishev advised him to read on Yakov's theological writings. Levin read the second volume of them, and, in spite of its polemical, polished and witty style, which at first repelled him, he was struck by its teaching about the Church. He was struck by the thought that it is not given to isolated man to attain divine truth, but that it is given to a community united by love, the Church. He was pleased by the thought that it was easier to believe in an existing, living Church which compounds all the beliefs of men and has God at its head and is therefore holy and infallible, and from it to accept belief in God, a distant, mysterious God, the creation, and so on. But afterwards, on reading the history of the Church, first by a Roman Catholic and then by a Greek Orthodox writer, and finding that each essentially infallible Church repudiated the other, he became disenchanted with Homyakov's teaching about the Church, and that edifice fell into dust, just as the philosophical structures had done. All that spring he was not himself and experienced terrible moments. Without knowing what I am and why I am here, it is impossible to live. Yet I cannot know that, and therefore I can't live, he said to himself. In an infinity of time and in infinity of matter, in infinite space, a bubble organism separates itself, and that bubble maintains itself a while, and then bursts, and that bubble is I. This was a distressing falsehood, but it was the sole and last result of centuries and the age-long labor of human thought in that direction. It was the latest belief. It was the ruling conviction. And from among all other explanations, Levin, without himself knowing when or how, had involuntarily chosen it as being at any rate the clearest of all. But it was not only false. It was the cruel mockery of some evil power, a wicked and disgusting power, and one to which it was impossible to submit. It was necessary to free oneself from that power. The means of escape were in the hands of every man. An end had to be put to that dependence on an evil power, and there was one means: death. And though he was a happy and healthy family man, Levin was several times so near to suicide that he hid a cord he had lest he should hang himself, and he feared to carry a gun lest he should shoot himself. But he did not hang or shoot himself, and went on living. Chapter 10. When Levin thought about what he was and why he lived, he could find no answer and was driven to despair. But when he left off asking himself those questions, he seemed to know what he was and why he lived, for he acted and lived unfalteringly and definitely. Recently, even more unfalteringly than before. When he returned to the country in June, he went back to his ordinary occupations: husbandry, intercourse with the peasants and with his neighbours, management of his house and of his sisters' and brothers' affairs which were entrusted to him, relations with his wife and relatives, cares about his baby, and a new hobby, beekeeping, which he took up with enthusiasm that spring, occupied all his time. These matters interested him not because he justified them to himself by any general theories as he had done previously. On the contrary, being now on the one hand disenchanted by the ill success of his former occupations for the general welfare, and on the other hand too much occupied with his own thoughts and by the mass of affairs that overwhelmed him from all sides, he quite abandoned all calculation of public utility, and these matters interested him only because it seemed to him that he had to do what he was doing and could not act otherwise. Formerly, it had been so almost from childhood, and increasingly so till his complete maturity, when he tried to do anything for the good of everybody, for humanity, for Russia, for the whole village. He had noticed that the thoughts of it were agreeable, but the activity itself was always unsatisfactory. There was no full assurance that the work was really necessary, and the activity itself, which at first seemed so great, ever lessened and lessened till it vanished. But now, since his marriage, when he began to confine himself more and more to living for himself, though he no longer felt any joy at the thought of his activity, he felt confident that his work was necessary, saw that it progressed far better than formerly, and that it was always growing more and more. Now, as if involuntarily, he cut ever deeper and deeper into the earth, so that he, like a ploughshare, could not get out without turning the sod. For the family to live as their grandfathers and fathers had been accustomed to live, that is, at the same educational level, and so to bring up their children, was undoubtedly necessary. It was just as necessary as to dine when hungry, and therefore, just as it was necessary to prepare dinner, so it was necessary to arrange the husbandry at Pokrovsk in such a way as to derive an income from it. As surely as one must pay one's debts, so surely was it necessary to keep the patrimony in such a state that when his son inherited it, he would thank his father, as Levin thanked his grandfather for all that he had built and planted. To do this, he must not lease the land, but must farm it himself, keep cattle, manure the fields, and plant woods. It was as impossible not to look after his brothers' and sisters' affairs, and those of all the peasants who came for advice and were accustomed to do so, as it is impossible to abandon a baby you are already holding in your arms. It was necessary to look after the comforts of his sister-in-law and her children who had been invited, and of his wife and child, and it was impossible not to pass at least a small portion of each day with them. All this, with game shooting and his new hobby of beekeeping, filled up the whole of that life of his which seemed to him, when he thought about it, to have no meaning. But besides knowing definitely what he had to do, Levin also knew how to do it all, and which affair was the more important of any two. He knew that he must hire labourers as cheaply as possible, but that he must not take them in bondage for less than they were worth by advancing them money, though this would be very profitable. He might sell straw to the peasants in a time of shortage, though he felt sorry for them, but an inn or a public house, although it brought in a revenue, must be done away with. Felling trees must be punished as severely as possible, but if peasants let their cattle stray, he must not exact fines from them. And though it grieved the watchmen and weakened discipline, the strayed cattle must not be detained. He must lend money to Pyotr to liberate him from the usurers to whom he was paying 10% a month, but he must neither reduce nor postpone the payments of rent by the peasants who were in default. The steward must not be excused when the small meadow was not mown and the grass was wasted, but grass must not be mown on the 80 desyatinas which had been planted with young trees. He must not pardon a labourer who went home at a busy time because his father had died. Sorry as he might be for the man, part of his pay had to be deducted for the precious months during which he had been absent. But he could not neglect giving a monthly allowance to old domestic serfs who were of no use at all to him. Levin knew too that on returning home the first thing he must do was to go to his wife, who was unwell, and that the peasants who had been waiting for 3 hours to see him could wait a little longer. And he knew that in spite of all the pleasure of hiving a swarm, he must forego that pleasure, let the old beekeeper hive the swarm without him, and go to talk to the peasants who had found him at the apiary. Whether he was acting well or ill he did not know, and far from laying down the law about it, he now avoided talking or thinking about it. Thinking about it led him into doubts and prevented him from seeing what he should and should not do. But when he did not think, but just lived, he unceasingly felt in his soul the presence of an infallible judge, deciding which of two possible actions was the better and which the worse. And as soon as he did what he should not have done, he immediately felt this. In this way he lived, not knowing or seeing any possibility of knowing what he was or why he lived in the world. And he suffered so much from that ignorance that he was afraid he might commit suicide, while at the same time he was firmly cutting his own particular, definite path through life. Chapter 11. The day when Koznishev arrived at Pokrovsk was one of Levin's most distressing days. It was the most pressingly busy season of the year, when an extraordinary tension of self-sacrificing labour manifests itself among all the peasants, such as is never shown in any other condition of life, and such as would be highly esteemed if the people who exhibit this quality esteemed it themselves, if it were not repeated every year, and if the results of that tension were not so simple. To mow or reap the rye and oats and cart them, to finish mowing the meadows, to replough the fallow land, to thresh the seed corn and sow the winter rye, all this seems simple and ordinary. Yet to get it all done, it is necessary that all the peasants, from the oldest to the youngest, should work unceasingly those 3 or 4 weeks, 3 times as hard as usual, living on kvass, onions, and black bread, threshing and carting the sheaves by night, and sleeping not more than 2 or 3 hours out of the 24. And this is done every year, all over Russia. Having lived most of his life in the country and in close contact with the peasants, Levin always felt at this busy time that this general stimulation of the peasants communicated itself to him. Early in the morning he rode to where the first rye was being sown, then to see the oats carted and stacked, and returning home when his wife and sister-in-law were getting up, he drank coffee with them, and then walked to the farm where the new threshing machine was to be started to thresh the seed corn. All that day, when talking to the steward and the peasants, and at home with his wife, Dolly, her children, and his father-in-law, Levin's thoughts were busy with the one and only subject outside his farming that interested him at this time, and in everything he sought its relation to his questions, what am I, where am I, and why am I here? Standing in the cool shade of the newly thatched barn with its wattle walls of hazel which had not yet shed its scented leaves, pressed against the freshly stripped aspens of the roof-tree under the thatch, he looked now through the open doorway into which the dry and bitter chaff dust rushed and whirled, at the grass round the threshing floor lit up by the hot sunshine, and at the fresh straw that had just been brought out of the barn, now at the bright-headed and white-breasted swallows that flew in, chirping beneath the roof, and, flapping their wings, paused in the light of the doorway, and now at the people who bustled about in the dark and dusty barn. And he thought strange thoughts. Why is all this being done? He wondered. Why am I standing here, obliging them to work? Why do they all make such efforts and try to show me their zeal? Why is my old friend Matryona toiling so? I doctored her after the fire when she was struck by her girder, he thought, looking at a thin peasant woman who pushed the grain along with a rake, her dark, sunburnt, bare feet stepping with effort on the hard, uneven barn floor. She recovered then, but today or tomorrow or in 10 years' time, they will bury her, and nothing will be left of her, nor of that smart girl with the red skirt, who with such dexterous and delicate movements is beating the chaff from the ears. She too will be buried, and that piebald gelding too, and that one, very soon, he reflected, looking at a horse breathing quickly with falling and rising belly and inflated nostrils as he trod on the slanting wheel that moved under it. They will bury her, and so they will Theodore, who is feeding the machine, his curly beard full of chaff, and his shirt torn on his white shoulder. Yet he loosens the sheaves and gives directions, shouts at the women, and quickly puts right the strap on the flywheel. And moreover, not they only, but I too shall be buried, and nothing will be left. What is it all for? He thought this, and at the same time looked at his watch to calculate how much they could thresh in an hour. He had to know this in order to set them their day's task accordingly. They've been nearly an hour, and have only just started on the 3rd heap, thought he, approached the man who was feeding the machine, and shouting above its din told him to put in less at a time. You put in too much at a time, Theodore. Don't you see it gets jammed, and that's why it does not go well? Feed it in evenly. Theodore, black with the dust that stuck to his perspiring face, shouted something in reply, but still did not do as Levin wished. Levin went up to the roller, motioned Theodor aside, and himself began feeding the machine. Having worked till the peasants' dinner hour, which soon came, he left the barn together with Theodor and began chatting, standing beside the neat, yellow, freshly reaped stack of seed rye on the threshing floor. Theodor came from the farther village, the one where Levin had formerly let the land to be worked cooperatively. At present it was let to the innkeeper. Levin got into conversation with Theodor about that land and asked whether Plato, a well-to-do and worthy peasant of that village, would not rent that land next year. "The rent is too high, Konstantin Dmitrich," answered Theodor, picking out the ears of rye from the front of his damp shirt. "But how does Kirillov make it pay?" "Why shouldn't Michuka, as he contemptuously called the innkeeper, make it pay, Konstantin Dmitrich? Oh, that fellow will press hard, but he'll get his own. He will have no pity on a Christian. But as if Daddy Plato would ever skin a man. He'll lend, and sometimes he'll let a man off and so run short himself. It all depends on the sort of man. But why should he let anyone off? Well, you see, people differ. One man lives only for his own needs. Take Michuka, who only stuffs his own belly, but Plato is an upright old man. He lives for his soul and remembers God." "How does he remember God? How does he live for the soul?" Levin almost cried out. "You know how. Rightly, in a godly way. You know, people differ. Take you, for instance. You won't injure anyone either." Yes, goodbye," uttered Levin, gasping with excitement, and turning away, he took his stick and walked quickly away toward home. At the peasant's words about Plato living for his soul, rightly, in a godly way, dim but important thoughts crowded into his mind, as if breaking loose from some place where they had been locked up, and all rushing toward one goal, whirled in his head, dazzling him with their light. Chapter 12. Levin went along the high road with long strides, attending not so much to his thoughts, he could not yet disentangle them, as to a condition of his soul he had never before experienced. The words the peasant had spoken produced in his soul the effect of an electric spark, suddenly transforming and welding into one a whole group of disjointed, impotent, separate ideas which had always interested him. These ideas, though he had been unconscious of them, had been in his mind when he was talking about letting the land. He felt something new in his soul, and probed this something with pleasure, not yet knowing what it was. To live not for one's needs, but for God. For what God? What could be more senseless than what he said? He said we must not live for our needs. That is, we must not live for what we understand and what attracts us, what we wish for, but must live for something incomprehensible, for God, whom nobody can understand or define. Well, and did I not understand those senseless words of Theodor's? And having understood them, did I doubt their justice? Did I find them stupid, vague, or inexact? No, I understand him just as he understands them, understood completely and more clearly than I understand anything in life, and I have never in my life doubted it, and cannot doubt it, and not I alone, but everyone, the whole world, only understands that completely. Nobody is free from doubt about other things, but nobody ever doubts this one thing. Everybody always agrees with it. And I sought for miracles, regretted not to see a miracle that might convince me. A physical miracle would have tempted me. But here is a miracle, the one possible, everlasting miracle, all around me, and I did not notice it. Theodor says that Kirillov, the innkeeper, lives for his belly. Oh, that is intelligible and reasonable. We all, as reasoning creatures, cannot live otherwise. And then that same Theodor says that it is wrong to live for one's belly, and that we must live for truth, for God. And at the first hint, understand him. I, and millions of men who lived centuries ago and those who are living now, peasants, the poor in spirit, and sages who have thought and written about it, saying the same thing in their obscure words, we all agree on that one thing, what we should live for and what is good. I and all other men know only one thing, firmly, clearly, and certainly, and this knowledge cannot be explained by reason. It is outside reason, has no cause, and can have no consequences. If goodness has a cause, it is no longer goodness. If it has a consequence, a reward, it is also not goodness. Therefore, goodness is beyond the chain of cause and effect. It is exactly this that I know and that we all know. What greater miracle could there be than that? Can I possibly have found the solution of everything? Have my sufferings really come to an end? Thought Levin as he strode along the dusty road, oblivious of the heat, of his fatigue, and filled with a sense of relief from long-continued suffering. That feeling was so joyous that it seemed questionable to him. He was breathless with excitement, and incapable of going further, he turned from the road into the wood and sat down on the uncut grass in the shade of the aspens. Taking the hat from his perspiring head, he lay down, leaning his elbow upon the juicy, broad-bladed forest grass. Yes, I must clear it up and understand it, he thought, gazing intently at the untrodden grass before him, and following the movements of a green insect that was crawling up a stalk of couch grass and was hindered in its ascent by a leaf of goutwort. What have I discovered? He asked himself, turning back belief that it should not hinder the insect, and bending another blade for the creature to pass on to. What gladdens me? What have I discovered? I have discovered nothing. I have only perceived what it is that I know. I have understood the power that not only gave me life in the past, but is giving me life now. I have freed myself from deception and learnt to know my master. I used to say that in my body, in this grass, in this insect, there, it did not want to get onto that grass, but has spread its wings and flown away. There takes place, according to physical, chemical, and physiological laws, a change of matter. And in all of us, including the aspens and the clouds and nebulae, evolution is proceeding. Evolution from what into what? Unending evolution and struggle, as if there could be any direction and struggle in infinity. And I was surprised that, in spite of the greatest effort of thought on that path, the meaning of life, the meaning of my impulses and my aspirations was not revealed to me. But now I say that I know the meaning of my life. It is to live for God, for the soul. And that meaning, in spite of its clearness, is mystic and wonderful. And such is the meaning of all existence. Ah, yes. Pride, he said to himself, turning over face downwards and beginning to tie blades of grass into knots, trying not to break them. And not only mental pride, but mental stupidity, and chiefly roguery of mind, precisely roguery. Just mind-swindling, he repeated. He briefly reviewed the whole course of his thoughts during the last 2 years, beginning with the clear and obvious thought of death at the sight of his beloved brother, hopelessly ill. Having then for the first time clearly understood that before every man and before himself there lay only suffering, death, and eternal oblivion, he had concluded that to live under such conditions was impossible. That one must either explain life to oneself so that it does not seem to be an evil mockery by some sort of devil, or one must shoot oneself. But he had done neither the one nor the other. Yet he continued to live, think, and feel, had even at that very time got married, experienced many joys, and been happy whenever he was not thinking of the meaning of his life. What did that show? It showed that he had lived well, but thought bad. He had lived, without being conscious of it, by those spiritual truths which he had imbibed with his mother's milk. But in thought, he had not only not acknowledged those truths, but had studiously evaded them. Now it was clear to him that he was only able to live thanks to the beliefs in which he had been brought up. What should I have been, and how should I have lived my life if I had not had those beliefs, and had not known that one must live for God and not for one's own needs? I should have robbed, lied, and murdered. Nothing of that which constitutes the chief joys of my life would have existed for me. And although he made the greatest efforts of imagination, he could not picture to himself the bestial creature he would have been had he not known what he was living for. I looked for an answer to my question, but reason could not give me an answer. Reason is incommensurable with the question. Life itself has given me the answer in my knowledge of what is good and what is bad. And that knowledge I did not acquire in any way. It was given to me, as to everybody. Given, because I could not take it from anywhere. Where did I get it from? Was it by reason that I attained to the knowledge that I must love my neighbour and not throttle him? They told me so when I was a child, and I gladly believed it because they told me what was already in my soul. But who discovered it? Not reason. Reason has discovered the struggle for existence and the law that I must throttle all those who hinder the satisfaction of my desires. That is the deduction reason makes. But the law of loving others could not be discovered by reason, because it is unreasonable. Chapter 13. Levin remembered a recent scene between Dolly and her children. Left by themselves, the children had started cooking raspberries over a candle and pouring jets of milk into their mouths. When their mother caught them at this pursuit, she began in Levin's presence to impress on them how much trouble what they were wasting had cost grown-up people, that trouble had been taken for them, that if they broke cups they would not have anything to drink tea out of, and if they spilt milk they would not have anything to eat and would die of hunger. And Levin was struck by the quiet, dull disbelief with which the children listened to these remarks from their mother. They were only grieved that their amusing game had been ended, and they did not believe a word of what she was saying. And they could not believe it, because they could not imagine the whole volume of all they consumed, and therefore could not conceive that what they were destroying was the very thing they lived on. That's quite a different matter, they thought, and not in the least interesting or important, because those things always have been and always will be. It is always the same thing, over and over again. There is no need for us to think about that, it's all ready for us. But we want to think out something of our own invention and new. Now we've thought of putting raspberries in a cup and cooking them over a candle, and of pouring milk into each other's mouths like fountains. That is amusing and new, and not at all worse than drinking out of cups. Don't we, and didn't I, do just the same when, intellectually, I sought for the meaning of the forces of nature and the purpose of human life? He went on, thinking. And don't all the philosophic theories do the same, when by ways of thought strange and unnatural to man they lead him to a knowledge of what he knew long ago, and knows so surely that without it he could not live? Is it not evident in the development of every philosopher's theory that he knows in advance, as indubitably as the peasant Theodore, and not a whit more clearly than he, the chief meaning of life, and only wishes, by a questionable intellectual process, to return to what everyone knows? Supposing now that the children were left alone to procure or make cups for themselves, and to milk the cows and so on, would they play tricks? No. They would die of hunger. Suppose we, with our passions and thoughts, were left without the conception of God, a creator, and without a conception of what is good, and without an explanation of moral evil. Try to build up anything without these conceptions. We destroy because we have our fill spiritually. We are children indeed. Whence comes the joyful knowledge I have in common with the peasant, and which alone gives me peace of mind? Where did I get it? I, educated in the conception of God as a Christian, having filled my life with the spiritual blessings Christianity gave me, brimful of these blessings and living by them, I, like a child, not understanding them, destroy them. That is, I wish to destroy that by which I live. But as soon as an important moment of life comes, like children when they are cold and hungry, I go to him, and even less than the children whose mother scolds them for their childish mischief, do I feel that my childish attempts to kick because I am filled should be reckoned against me. Yes, what I know not by my reason, but because it has been given to me, revealed to me, and I know it in my heart, by faith in the chief thing which the Church proclaims. The Church. The Church, Levin repeated to himself. He turned over, and leaning on his elbows began looking at a herd of cattle in the distance approaching the river on the other side. But can I believe in all that the Church professes? He asked himself, testing himself by everything which might destroy his present peace of mind. He purposely thought of those teachings of the Church which always seemed most strange to him and that tried him. The creation. But how do I account for existence? By existence. By nothing. The devil and sin? And how do I explain evil? A saviour? But I know nothing. Nothing. And can know nothing but what is told me and to everybody. And it now seemed to him that there was not one of the dogmas of the Church which could disturb the principal thing, faith in God, in goodness, as the sole vocation of man. Each of the Church's doctrines might be represented by faith in serving truth rather than serving one's personal needs. And each of them not only did not infringe that belief, but was necessary for the fulfillment of the chief miracle ever recurring on earth. The possibility of everyone, millions of most diverse people, sages and idiots, children and old men, peasants, Lyovov, Kitty, beggars and kings, indubitably understanding one and the same thing, and forming that life of the spirit which alone is worth living for, and which alone we prize. Lying on his back, he was now gazing at the high, cloudless sky. Don't I know that that is infinite space, and not a rounded vault? But however I may screw my eyes and strain my sight, I cannot help seeing it round and limited, and despite my knowledge of it as limitless space, I am indubitably right when I see a firm blue vault, and more right than when I strain to see beyond it. Levin ceased to think, and only as it were hearkened to mystic voices that seemed to be joyously and earnestly discussing something. Can this really be faith? He wondered, afraid to believe in his happiness. My God, I thank thee, he uttered, repressing his rising sobs, and wiping away with both hands the tears that filled his eyes. Chapter 14. Levin looked straight before him, and saw the herd of cattle, and then his trap and his horse Raven, and the coachman who, having driven up to the cattle, was speaking to the herdsman. After that, close by, he heard the sound of wheels and the snorting of a well-fed horse, but he was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not wonder why the coachman was coming for him. That occurred to him only when the coachman drove up and called to him. "The mistress has sent me. Your brother and another gentleman have come." Levin got into the trap and took the reins. As if just awakened from a dream, it was long before he could collect his thoughts. He looked at the well-fed horse, lathered between the legs and on its neck where the reins chafed it, looked at Ivan the coachman sitting beside him, and remembered that he had been expecting his brother, that his wife was probably disturbed at his long absence, and he tried to guess who the visitor that had come with his brother might be. His brother, his wife, and the unknown visitor appeared in a different light to him now. It seemed to him that his relations with everyone would now be changed. There will be no disputes. With Kitty, never any quarrels again. With the visitor, whoever he may be, I shall be amiable and kind. And with the servants, with Ivan, everything will be different. Tightly holding in the good horse, who snorted impatiently and pulled at the reins, Levin kept turning to glance at Ivan, who sat beside him, not knowing what to do with his unoccupied hands, and continually pushing down his shirt as the wind blew it out. Levin tried to think of some pretext for beginning a conversation with him. He wanted to say that it was a pity Ivan had pulled the saddle girth so tight, but that would have sounded like a reproof, and Levin desired an amicable conversation. But he could think of nothing else to say. "Bear to the right, sir, there's a stump there," said the coachman, taking hold of the rein. "Please leave it alone, and don't teach me," said Levin, annoyed at the coachman's interference. Just as it always did, interference vexed him, and he immediately felt how wrong had been his conclusion that his spiritual condition could at once alter his manner when confronted with reality. When they were still a quarter of a verst from the house, Levin saw Grisha and Tanya running toward him. "Uncle Kostya, Mama is coming, and Grandpapa, and Sergei Ivanitch, and someone else," they cried, clambering into the trap. "Who else?" "An awfully dreadful man, and he goes like that with his hands," said Tanya, standing up in the trap and mimicking Katavasov. "Young or old?" asked Levin with a laugh, as Tanya's gestures reminded him of someone. "Oh, if only it is not someone disagreeable," he thought. As soon as he had turned the corner of the road and saw those who were approaching, he at once recognized Katavasov in a straw hat, waving his arms, just as Tanya had represented. Katavasov was very fond of talking about philosophy, having a conception of it which he had acquired from naturalists who had never studied it, and in Moscow Levin had latterly had many disputes with him. One of those disputes, in which Katavasov evidently thought he had been the victor, was the first thing Levin remembered when he recognized him. "But I will not now on any account dispute or express my opinions lightly," he thought. After alighting from the trap and welcoming his brother and Katavasov, Levin asked where Kitty was. "She has taken Mitya to Kolok," which was a wood not far from the house. "She wanted to let him sleep there. It's so hot in a house," said Dolly. Levin always advised his wife not to take the child into the wood, considering it dangerous, and this news was disagreeable to him. "She wanders about with him from place to place," said the old prince with a smile. "I advised her to try taking him to the ice cellar." "She meant to come to the apiary. She thought you were there." "We are going there," said Dolly. "Well, and what are you doing?" asked Koznishev, lagging behind with his brother. "Oh, nothing particular. Busy with the estate as usual," answered Levin. "Have you come for a good stay? We expected you long ago." "For about a fortnight. I had a lot to do in Moscow." At these words the brothers' eyes met, and Levin, in spite of the desire he always felt, and now more than ever, for friendly and especially for simple relations with his brother, felt ill at ease while looking at him. He dropped his own eyes, not knowing what to say. Mentally reviewing the subjects that might interest Koznishev and divert him from the Serbian war and the Slavonic question, at which he had hinted when mentioning his work in Moscow, Levin asked about Koznichev's book. "Have any reviews of your book appeared?" he asked. Koznishev smiled at the obvious intent of the question. "No one concerns himself with it, and I least of all," he replied. "Look there, Darya Alexandrovna, it's going to rain," he added, pointing with his umbrella to some white clouds that had appeared above the aspen trees. And those words were enough to re-establish between the brothers the not exactly hostile, but cold relations which Levin so wished to avoid. Levin joined Katavasov. "How right you were to come," he said. "I have long been meaning to. Now we'll have some talks and we'll see. Have you read Spencer?" "No, I have not finished him," replied Levin. "However, I don't need him now." "How's that?" "That's interesting." "Why not?" "Well, I have finally convinced myself that I shan't find solutions of the questions I am concerned about in him or in people of his kind. Now—" But he was suddenly struck by the calm and cheerful expression of Katavasov's face, and felt so sorry to lose the spiritual condition which he was evidently spoiling by his conversation, that, recollecting his resolution, he ceased speaking. "However, we'll have a talk later on," he said. "If we're going to the apiary, it's this way, along this path," he added, addressing the whole party. When, by the narrow footpath, they had reached the unmown glade, covered on one side by a thick growth of bright John and Maries, with tall spreading bushes of dark green sneezewort between them, Levin asked his guests to sit down in the deep, cool shade of the young aspens, upon a bench and some tree stumps specially arranged for visitors to the apiary who might be afraid of bees, while he went to the hut to fetch bread, cucumbers, and fresh honey for the grown-up people as well as for the children. Trying to make as few brusque movements as possible, and listening to the bees that flew past him more and more often, he went along the path to the hut. At the very entrance, a bee became entangled in his beard and began buzzing, but he carefully liberated it. He went into the shady lobby, and from a peg in the wall took down his veil, put it on, and with his hands deep in his pockets entered the fenced-in apiary where, standing in regular rows and tied with bast to stakes, in the middle of a space where the grass had been mown, stood the old beehives, every one familiar to him, and each with a history of its own, while along the wattle fence stood the new hives with the swarms hived that year. In front of the hives, flickering before his eyes, and circling and fluttering over the same spot, played bees and drones, and between them flew the working bees always to or from the wood with the blossoming lime trees, fetching and bringing back their loads. In his ears rang incessantly a variety of sounds, now of a busy working bee flying swiftly past, now of a buzzing idle drone, then of the excited bee sentinels guarding their treasure from a foe and prepared to sting. On the other side of the fence an old man was making a hoop and did not notice Levin, who stopped in the middle of the apiary without calling him. He was glad of this opportunity to be alone and recover from reality which had already so lowered his spiritual condition. He remembered that he had already got angry with Ivan, treated his brother coldly, and spoken heedlessly to Katavasov. Can it possibly have been but a momentary mood that will pass without leaving a trace? He wondered. But at that instant, returning into that mood, he felt with joy that something new and important had occurred within him. Reality had temporarily veiled the spiritual tranquillity he had found, but it remained with him. Just as the bees, now circling round him, threatening him and distracting his attention, deprived him of complete physical calm and forced him to shrink to avoid them, so the cares that had beset him from the moment he got into the trap had deprived him of spiritual freedom. But that continued only so long as they surrounded him, and as, in spite of the bees, his physical powers remained intact, so his newly realized spiritual powers were intact also. Chapter 15. "Kostya, do you know with whom Sergei Ivanitch travelled coming here?" said Dolly, after she had distributed cucumbers and honey among the children. "With Vronsky. He's on his way to Serbia." "Yes, and not alone, but is taking a squadron at his own expense," said Katavasov. "That is like him," said Levin. "But are volunteers really still going?" he added, with a glance at Koznishev. Koznishev did not reply, but with the blunt side of a knife carefully extracted from a bowl in which lay a wedge of white honeycomb, a live bee that had stuck in the running honey. "Yes, I should think so. You should have seen what went on at the station yesterday," said Katavasov, audibly biting into a cucumber. "Now, how is one to understand it? In heaven's name, Sergei Ivanitch, "Explain to me where all these volunteers are going, and whom they are fighting," said the old prince, evidently continuing a conversation that had been started during Levin's absence. "The Turks," answered Koznishev, quietly smiling, having extracted the bee, which, black with honey, moved its legs helplessly as he shifted it from the knife to a firm aspen leaf. "But who has declared war on Turkey? Ivan Ivanitch Ragozov and the Countess Lydia Ivanovna, assisted by Madame Stahl?" "No one has declared war, but people sympathize with their suffering neighbors and wish to help them," replied Koznishev. "But the prince is not talking of help," interposed Levin, taking his father-in-law's side, "but of war. He says that private people cannot take part in war without the consent of the government." "Kostya, look, here's a bee. Really, we shall get stung," cried Dolly, waving away a wasp. "That's not a bee, it's a wasp," said Levin. "Well, and what is your theory?" asked Katavasov with a smile, evidently challenging Levin to a discussion. "Why have private individuals no right?" "My theory is this. On the one hand, war is such a bestial, cruel and terrible affair that no single man, not to speak of a Christian, can take on himself personally the responsibility for beginning a war. It can only be done by a government which is summoned to it and is brought to it inevitably. On the other hand, by law and by common sense, in the affairs of state and especially in the matter of war, citizens renounce their personal will." Koznishev and Katavasov, ready with their rejoinders, began speaking both together. "That's just the point, my dear fellow, that cases may arise when the government does not fulfill the will of its citizens, and then society announces its own will," said Katavasov. But Koznishev evidently did not approve of this reply. He frowned at Katavasov's words and said something different. "It is a pity you put the question that way. There is no declaration of war in this case, but simply an expression of human, Christian feeling. Our brothers by blood and religion are being killed. Well, say they were not even our brothers or co-religionists, but simply children, women, and old people. One's feelings are outraged, and Russians hasten to help to stop those horrors. Imagine that you were going along the street and saw a tipsy man beating a woman or a child. I think you would not stop to ask whether war had or had not been declared against that man, but you would rush at him and defend the victim." "But I would not kill the man," replied Levin. "Yes, you would." "I don't know. If I saw such a thing, I might yield to my instinctive feeling. I can't say beforehand. But there is no such instinctive feeling about the oppression of the Slavs, nor can there be." "Perhaps you have none, but others have," said Koznishev with a dissatisfied frown. "Among the people there live traditions of Orthodox Christians suffering under the yoke of the infidel Mussulman. The people have heard of their brothers' sufferings and have spoken out." "Perhaps," said Levin evasively. "But I don't see it. I myself am one of the people, and I don't feel it." "Nor do I," said the prince. "I was living abroad and read the papers, and must own that I could not at all understand why, even before the Bulgarian atrocities, all Russians suddenly grew so fond of their Slavonic brothers, while I don't feel any love for them. I was much grieved and thought I was a monster, or that the Carlsbad waters had that effect on me, but on getting back I was relieved, for I see that there are others besides me who are only interested in Russia and not in their brother Slavs. Constantine is one." "Personal opinions don't count in this matter," said Koznishev. "It is not an affair of personal opinions when all Russia, the people, has expressed its will." "But, forgive me, I don't see it. The people know nothing about it," said the prince. "Oh, papa, don't they? And on Sunday in church?" remarked Dolly, who had been following the conversation. "Please bring a towel," she said to the old man, who was looking smilingly at the children. "It's impossible that But what was there in church on Sunday?" "The priest was ordered to read it. He did so. The people understood nothing, but they sighed, as they always do during a sermon," continued the prince. "They were told that there would be a collection in the church for a soul-saving object, so they each took out a kopeck and gave it, but what it was for, they did not know." The people can't help knowing. A consciousness of their destiny always exists in the people, and at moments like the present it becomes clear to them, said Koznishev positively, glancing at the old beekeeper. The handsome old man, with a black beard turning grey in places and thick silvery hair, stood motionless with a bowl of honey in his hand, gazing kindly and calmly down from his height at the gentlefolk, clearly neither understanding them nor wishing to understand. "That's just so," he said to Koznishev, and moved his head significantly. "Yes, you'd better ask him. He neither knows nor thinks about it," said Levin. "Have you heard about the war, Mikhailitch?" he asked, addressing the old man. "What they read in the church? What do you think? Ought we to fight for the Christians?" "Why should we think? Alexander Nikolaevich, the Emperor, has thought for us, and will think for us on all matters. He can see better." "Shall I bring some more bread and give the laddie a bit?" he asked Dolly, pointing to Grisha, who was finishing his crust. "I have no need to ask," said Koznishev. "We have seen and still see hundreds and hundreds of men who give up everything to serve the righteous cause, and who come from all ends of Russia and openly and clearly express their thoughts and aims. They bring their mites or go themselves and say straight out why they do it. What does that mean?" "It means, it seems to me," said Levin, beginning to get excited, "that in a nation of 80 millions there can always be found not hundreds, as is now the case, but tens of thousands of men who have lost their social position, happy-go-lucky people who are always ready to go, into Pugachev's robber band, or to Khiva, or to Serbia. I tell you, it's not hundreds, and not the happy-go-lucky people, but the best representatives of the people," said Koznishev, as irritably as if he were defending the last of his possessions. "And the donations? There, at any rate, the whole people directly expresses its will." "The word people is so indefinite," said Levin. "Clerks in district offices, schoolmasters, and 1 out of 1,000 peasants may know what it is all about. The rest of the 80 millions, like Mikhailitch, not only don't express their will, but have not the least idea what it is they have to express it about. What right have we, then, to say it is the will of the people?" Chapter 16. Koznishev, an experienced dialectician, did not rejoin, but immediately turned the conversation into another region. "Well, if you want to gauge the national spirit arithmetically, of course that is very difficult to do. Voting has not been introduced in our country, and cannot be because it does not express the people's will. But there are other means. It is felt in the air. It is felt by the heart. Not to mention the undercurrents that have stirred in the motionless sea of the nation, and which are evident to every unprejudiced person, look at society in the narrower sense. The most divergent parties in the intellectual world, previously so hostile to one another, have all merged into one. All differences are at an end, and all the social organs say one and the same thing. All have felt an elemental force that has seized them and carries them all in one direction." "Yes, all the papers say the same thing," said the prince. "That's true. So much the same that they are just like frogs before a storm. They prevent our hearing anything else." "Frogs or no frogs, I don't publish a newspaper and don't want to defend them, but I'm speaking of the unanimity of the intelligent world," said Koznishev, turning to his brother. Levin was going to reply, but the old prince interrupted him. "About that unanimity something else can be said," rejoined the prince. "There's my son-in-law, Stepan Arkadyevitch, you know him. He has now got the post of member of the committee of a commission of something or other, I don't remember. Anyhow, there's nothing to do there. Well, Dolly, it's no secret, and the salary is 8,000. You just ask him if his work will be any use, and he will prove to you that it is most necessary. And he is a truthful man. But one can't help believing in the usefulness of 8,000 roubles. Yes, he asked me to tell Darya Alexandrovna that he has got the post, said Koznishev discontentedly, considering that what the prince was saying was not to the point. So it is with the unanimity of the press. It has been explained to me. As soon as there is a war, their revenue is doubled. How can they help, considering that the fate of the people and the Slavs and all the rest of it? There are many papers I don't like, but that is unfair, said Koznishev. I would make only one stipulation, continued the prince. Alphonse Karr put it very well before the war with Prussia. You think war unavoidable? Very well. He who preaches war, off with him in a special legion to the assault, to the attack, in front of everybody else. The editors would be fine, remarked Katavasov, laughing loudly, and picturing to himself the editors of his acquaintance in that chosen legion. Oh, but they'd run away, said Dolly, and only be a hindrance. And if they run, put grape shot behind them, or Cossacks with whips, said the prince. That is a joke, and excuse me, prince. Not a good joke, said Koznishev. But I don't see that it is a joke, that, began Levin, but Koznishev interrupted him. Every member of society is called upon to do his proper task, he said, and men of thought perform theirs by expressing public opinion. The unanimous and complete expression of public opinion is a service rendered by the press, and is also a gratifying phenomenon. 20 years ago we should have been silent, but now we hear the voice of the Russian people, who are ready to arise as one man and to sacrifice themselves for their oppressed brethren. That is a great step, and a sign of power. But it's not a question of sacrificing themselves only, but of killing Turks, remarked Levin timidly. The people sacrifice and are ready to sacrifice for the good of their souls, but not for murder, he added, involuntarily connecting the conversation with the thoughts that so engrossed him. What is that? For their souls? You know, that expression is a puzzling one for a naturalist. What is a soul? Katavasov inquired with a smile. Oh, you know. No. I swear I have not the slightest idea, said Katavasov, laughing loudly. I come not to bring peace, but a sword, said Christ, rejoined Koznishev from his own standpoint, quoting quite simply, as if it were quite comprehensible, the very passage from the Gospels that always perplexed Levin more than any other. That's just so, repeated the old man, who was standing nearby, answering a glance that was accidentally thrown at him. No, my dear sir, you are beaten, complete beaten, shouted Katavasov merrily. Levin flushed with annoyance, not at being beaten, but because he had not refrained from the dispute. Now I must not dispute with them, he thought. They are clad in impenetrable armour, and I am naked. He saw that it was not possible to convince his brother and Katavasov, and still less did he see any possibility of himself agreeing with them. What they advocated was that same pride of intellect that had nearly ruined him. He could not agree that some dozen of men, among whom was his brother, had the right to assert, on the strength of what they were told by some hundreds of grandiloquent volunteers who came to the city, that they and the newspapers expressed the will and the opinion of the people, an opinion, moreover, which found expression in vengeance and murder. He could not agree with this, because he neither saw the expression of those thoughts in the people among whom he lived, nor did he find any such thoughts in himself, and he could not consider himself as other than one of those who constituted the Russian people. Above all, he could not agree because he, together with the people, did not know and could not know wherein lay the general welfare, but knew definitely that the attainment of this welfare was only possible by a strict fulfillment of the law of goodness which is revealed to every man, and therefore could not desire or preach war for any kind of general aims. He said the same as Mikhailich and the people who expressed their thought in the legend of the invitation to the Varyags. Come and rule over us, we joyfully promise complete obedience. All labors, all humiliations, all sacrifices we take upon ourselves, but we will not judge or decide." But the people now, according to his brother, were renouncing that exemption they had purchased at so high a price. He wanted to ask why, if public opinion is an infallible judge, is a revolution and a commune not as lawful as the movement in favor of the Slavs? But all these were thoughts that could not decide anything. One thing could be seen indubitably, namely that this dispute was irritating his brother at the moment, and that therefore it was wrong to continue it. So Levin ceased to argue, and drew his visitor's attention to the clouds that were gathering, and to the fact that they had better get home before the rain began. Chapter 17. The prince and Koznishev got into the trap and drove off. The rest of the party, hastening their steps, went home on foot. But the cloud, now whiter, now blacker, approached so rapidly that it was necessary to hurry still more to reach home before the rain came. The forepart of the cloud, low and black like sooty smoke, rushed with unusual swiftness across the sky. When they were still about 200 paces from the house, the wind had already risen, so that at any moment a downpour might be expected. The children, with frightened and joyful yells, ran on in front. Dolly, struggling with difficulty with the skirts that clung to her legs, no longer walked but ran, her eyes fixed on the children. The men, holding their hats, went on with long strides. They were just reaching the porch when a large drop broke against the edge of the iron gutter. The children, followed by the grown-ups, ran, talking merrily under the shelter of the roof. "And Katerina Alexandrovna?" Levin asked Agafya Mikhailovna, who, carrying shawls and plaids, met them in the hall. "We thought she was with you," she answered. "And Mitya?" "In Kolok, I expect, and nurse is with them." Levin snatched up the plaids and rushed to the Kolok. In that short time the centre of the cloud had already so moved over the sun that it was as dark as during an eclipse. The wind, obstinately, as if insisting on having its way, pushed Levin back, and, tearing the leaves and blossoms off the lime trees, and rudely and strangely uncovering the white branches of birches, bent everything in one direction: the acacias, the flowers, the dock leaves, the grass, and the crests of the trees. The girls who had been working in the garden rushed screeching under the roof of the servants' quarters. A white curtain of pouring rain was already descending over the distant wood and half the neighbouring field, and was advancing rapidly toward the Kolok. The moisture of the rain, shattered into minute drops, filled the air. Lowering his head and fighting against the wind which was tearing the plaids out of his hands, Levin had almost reached the Kolok and could see something gleaming white behind an oak, when suddenly everything burst into flame. The earth seemed on fire, and just overhead the vault of heaven seemed to crack. When he opened his dazzled eyes, the first thing Levin saw with horror through the dense curtain of rain that now separated him from the Kolok was the strangely altered position of the green crown of a familiar oak in the middle of the wood. Has he been struck? He had barely time to think when, with quicker and quicker motion, the crown of the oak disappeared behind the other trees, and he heard the crash of a big tree falling onto other trees. The flash of lightning, the sound of thunder, and the sudden cold sensation of his body that was being drenched, merged for Levin into one feeling of horror. "Oh God, oh God, are we not on them?" he said. And though it occurred to him at once how senseless was his prayer that they should not be killed by the oak that had already fallen, he repeated it, knowing that he could do nothing better than utter that senseless prayer. Having run to the spot where they generally went, he did not find them there. They were at the other end of the wood under an old lime tree, and were calling him. Two figures in dark dresses, they had been light-coloured before, stood bending over something. They were Kitty and the nurse. The rain was already passing, and it was growing lighter when Levin reached them. The bottom of the nurse's dress was dry, but Kitty's dress was wet through and clung close to her. Though the rain had stopped, they were still standing in the same postures that they had adopted when the storm began. They stood leaning over a perambulator with a green hood. Alive. Safe. Thank God, he muttered, running up to them and splashing through the puddles with one shoe half off and full of water. Kitty's wet and rosy face was turned to him, timidly smiling beneath her bedraggled hat. "Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself? I don't understand how one can be so imprudent," he reproached his wife in his vexation. "Really, it was not my fault. I was just wishing to go when he became restless. We had to change his things. We had hardly—" Kitty began excusing herself. Mitya was safe and dry and slept undisturbed. "Well, thank God. I don't know what I'm saying." They collected the wet baby things, and the nurse took the baby in her arms and carried him. Lievin walked beside his wife, feeling guilty at having been vexed, and stealthily, so that the nurse should not see, pressing Kitty's hand. Chapter 18. Throughout the whole day, amid most varied conversations in which he took part only with what one may call the external side of his mind, Lievin, despite his disillusionment with the change that should have taken place in him, did not cease to be joyfully aware of the fullness of his heart. After the rain, it was too wet to go out walking, besides which the thunderclouds had not cleared from the horizon, and, now here, now there, passed thundering and darkening along the borders of the sky. So the whole company spent the rest of the day at home. No more disputes arose. On the contrary, after dinner everyone was in the best of spirits. First, Katavasov amused the ladies with his original jokes, which, on first acquaintance with him, always pleased people, and afterwards, encouraged by Koznishev, he recounted his very interesting observations on the differences in character, and even in physiognomy, between male and female houseflies, and on their life. Koznishev, too, was in good spirits, and at tea, led on by his brother, expounded his views of the future of the Eastern question, and did it so simply and well that everyone listened attentively. Only Kitty could not hear him to the end. She was called away to bath Mitya. A few minutes after she had gone, Lievin, too, was called to her in the nursery. Leaving his tea and regretting the interruption in the interesting conversation, yet uneasy as to why he was sent for, as this only happened on important occasions, Lievin went to the nursery. Though Koznichev's plan, which Lievin had not heard to the end, of how a liberated Slavonic world, 40 million strong, should, together with Russia, commence a new epoch in history, interested him very much as something quite new to him, and though he was disturbed by curiosity and anxiety as to why he had been summoned, yet as soon as he had left the drawing-room and was alone, he immediately recollected his thoughts of the morning. And all these considerations of the importance of the Slavonic element in universal history seemed to him so insignificant in comparison with what was going on in his soul, that he immediately forgot them all and returned to the frame of mind he had been in that morning. He did not now recall, as he had done before, the whole course of his thoughts. He did not now need to. He at once returned to the feeling that directed him, which was related to those thoughts, and he found that feeling in his soul yet more powerful and definite than before. Now it was not as it used to be with him when he had invented ways of tranquilizing himself and had been obliged to recapitulate the whole train of reflections in order to arrive at the feeling. Now, on the contrary, the feelings of joy and tranquility were more vivid than before, and his thoughts could not keep pace with them. He went through the veranda and looked at 2 stars that had appeared on the already darkening sky, and suddenly he remembered, yes, as I looked at the sky, I thought that the vault I see is not a delusion. But then there was something I did not think out, something I hid from myself, he thought. But whatever it was, it cannot have been a refutation. I need only think it over, and all will become clear. Just as he was entering the nursery, he remembered what it was he had hidden from himself. It was that, If the principal proof of the existence of a deity is his revelation of what is good, why is that revelation confined to the Christian Church alone? What relation to that revelation had the Buddhist and the Mohammedan faiths, which also teach and do good? It seemed to him that he had a reply to that question, but he had no time to express it to himself before he entered the nursery. Kitty was standing with her sleeves rolled up beside the bath in which the baby was splashing about, and hearing her husband's step, she turned her face toward him, beckoning him with a smile. With one hand supporting the head of the plump, kicking baby who floated on his back, with the other she squeezed the water from a sponge over him, regularly exerting the muscles of her arm. "There, come and look, look," she said when her husband came up. "Agafya Mikhailovna was right. He does recognize." The point was that Mitya had that day obviously and undoubtedly begun to recognize his own people. Directly Levin approached the bath, he was shown an experiment which succeeded perfectly. The cook, who had been called specially for the purpose, bent over him. He frowned and moved his head from side to side in a protesting way. Kitty bent over him, and his face lit up with a smile. He pressed his hand into the sponge and bubbled with his lips, producing such a contented and peculiar sound that not only Kitty and the nurse, but Levin too went into unexpected raptures. The nurse lifted the baby out of the bath with one hand and poured fresh water over him. Then he was wrapped up and dried, and after a penetrating yell he was given to his mother. "Well, I'm glad you are beginning to be fond of him," said Kitty to her husband, when, with the child at her breast, she had sat down in her usual place. "I'm very glad, for I was beginning to be grieved about it. You said you felt nothing for him." "Now, did I say I felt nothing? I only said I was disillusioned." "What? Disillusioned with him?" "Not so much with him as with my own feeling. I had expected more. I had expected that, like a surprise, a new, pleasant feeling would awaken in me, and then, instead of that, nothing but repulsion and pity." She listened attentively, replacing on her slender fingers across the baby the rings she had taken off to bath Mitya. And above all, the anxiety and pity were far greater than the pleasure. But today, after that fright during the storm, I have realized how much I love him. Kitty brightened up with a smile. "Are you very frightened?" she asked. "I was too, but to me it appears more dreadful now that it is past. I shall go and look at that oak. But how nice Katavasov is, and in general the whole day has been so pleasant, and you are so nice to your brother when you like." "Well, go to them. It is always hot and steamy here after the bath." Chapter 19. When, on leaving the nursery, Levin was alone, he at once remembered the thought that had not seemed quite clear. Instead of going back to the drawing-room whence came the sound of voices, he stopped on the veranda and, leaning on the balustrade, gazed at the sky. It had grown quite dark, and to the south, where he was looking, the sky was clear. The clouds were in the opposite direction. There lightning flashed, and distant thunder rolled. Levin listened to the rhythmical dripping of raindrops from the lime trees in the garden, and looked at a familiar triangular constellation and at the Milky Way, which, with its branches, intersected it. At every flash of lightning, not only the Milky Way, but even the bright stars vanished. But immediately afterwards they reappeared in the same places, as if thrown there by some unerring hand. "Well, what is perplexing to me?" Levin asked himself, feeling in advance that the solution of his doubts, though as yet unknown to him, was already in his soul. Yes, the one evident, indubitable manifestation of the deity is the law of goodness disclosed to men by revelation, which I feel within myself, and in the confession of which I do not so much unite myself as I am united, whether I will or not, with other people in one community of believers which is called the Church. But the Jews, Mohammedans, Confucians, Buddhists, what of them? He questioned, putting to himself the query that seemed to him dangerous. Is it possible that those hundreds of millions of people are deprived of that highest blessing without which life has no meaning? He pondered. But he immediately corrected himself. But what am I asking about? He said to himself. I am asking about the relation to the deity of all the different beliefs of mankind. I am asking about the general revelation of God to the whole universe with all those cloudy nebulae. What am I doing? To me personally, to my heart, has been indubitably revealed a knowledge unattainable by reasoning, and I obstinately wish to express that knowledge by reason and in words. Do I not know that it is not the stars that are moving? He asked himself, looking at a bright planet that had already shifted its position by the top branch of a birch tree. But I, watching the movement of the stars, cannot picture to myself the rotation of the earth, and I am right in saying that the stars move. And could the astronomers understand and calculate anything if they took into their calculation the whole of the complicated and varied motions of the earth? All their wonderful conclusions as to the distances, weights, movements, and disturbances of the heavenly bodies are based on their visible movement round a stationary earth. On this very movement that is now before me, and which has been the same to millions of people during the centuries, and that has been and will be the same and can always be verified. And just as astronomers' conclusions would be idle and uncertain were they not based on observations of the visible sky in relation to one meridian and one horizon, so would my conclusions be idle and uncertain were they not founded on that understanding of goodness which was and will be the same always and for everyone, and which has been revealed to me by Christianity and can always be verified in my soul. The question of other creeds and their relation to the deity I have not the right or possibility of deciding. "Oh, you've not gone?" suddenly asked Kitty, who was passing that way to the drawing-room. "Nothing has upset you, has it?" she inquired, peering attentively into his face by the starlight. But she would not have been able to discern its expression had not a flash of lightning that effaced the stars lit it up. By the light of that flash, she saw the whole of his face, and, noticing that he was calm and happy, she smiled at him. "She understands," thought he. "She knows what I'm thinking about. Shall I tell her or not? Yes, I will." But just as he was going to speak, she began, "Oh, Kostya, be good and go to the corner room and see how they have arranged things for Sergei Ivanitch. I can't very well do it myself. Have they put in the new washstand?" "Yes, certainly I will," said Lievin, standing upright and kissing her. "No, I'd better not tell her," he thought when she had passed out before him. "It is a secret, necessary and important for me alone, and inexpressible in words. This new feeling has not changed me, has not rendered me happy, nor suddenly illuminated me as I dreamt it would, but is just like my feeling for my son. It has not been a surprise, either. But be it faith or not, I do not know what it is. This feeling has also entered imperceptibly through suffering and is firmly rooted in my soul. I shall still get angry with Ivan, the coachman, in the same way. Shall dispute in the same way. Shall inopportunely express my thoughts. There will still be a wall between my soul's holy of holies and other people. Even my wife I shall still blame for my own fears and shall repent of it. My reason will still not understand why I pray, but I shall still pray. And my life, my whole life, independently of anything that may happen to me, is every moment of it no longer meaningless as it was before, but has an unquestionable meaning of goodness, with which I have the power to invest it. The end.